And it's brought to you by Flag and Anthem. That's right. Flag and Anthem stepping up for Football Friday, even though all we have is the Pro Bowl games. We got Lubman working on a talkback. We're trying to get our talkback going on, Lubman. Get the talkback button going on. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what has happened? If you're getting ready for work, what has happened? Be safe on the airwaves. Please be safe. It is raining. It's not worth it. We got a Super Bowl in a week. We got Warriors-Grizzlies later today. They're trying to win their second in a row. Warriors haven't had a 2-game winning streak since late December 22nd and 23rd. So they need to get a win. But what's happening, Shasky? We got paid today. We got paid.
Yeah, and it went right out the window.
Yes, it did.
Immediately after it hit the direct deposit.
It's already gone.
The parking around here is so expensive. But that's neither here nor there. Here's what I would say to you, B. I had a great day yesterday. You ever heard of a place? I'd never been there. Never even heard of it. And so consider me a novice. Maestros?
Maestros.
I didn't even know how to pronounce it.
Downtown?
Right down here. It's like 5 blocks away, 4 blocks
Union
away.
Square, down the street from Union Square.
One of the best steaks I've ever had in my life.
Really?
I can't remember the last steak I've had. It might have been like, I don't know, Labor Day was the last time I cooked steaks. It was excellent. It was Aaron, my niece's 21st birthday. We had a great time.
Wow, that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
that's
we had
awesome.
a great time.
Look
So
at
happy
you.
birthday, Aaron.
Look at you spending big money.
This one, I put my card down and, shout out to Danny. Danny paid for the dinner. He does a good job. I think it's very fair. He's
Danny who? Who's Danny?
Uncle Danny. That's
Uncle Danny, okay.
Michelle's uncle.
There's a lot of
Danny.
names here.
Yeah.
A lot of names.
He's over there at Tenderloin Station. You'll see him at Union Square from time to time. You'll see him at the United Nations Plaza. He's trying to clean up the great streets of San Francisco. He's one of the premier police officers in San Francisco. He was the...
so he's getting paid just to walk around?
No, he's a great cop.
It must be a good life, Uncle Danny.
Emerald Society Police Officer of the Year a couple years back.
Sounds like
no, he's a legend.
Uncle Danny has never used his firearm.
Oh, that is... We're not going to get into that.
Uncle Danny has never wrote a ticket.
We're not going to get into
Uncle
that.
Danny's just riding his bicycle around Union Square, making sure the streets are clean.
No, Danny's the best.
Oh, man, I'm kidding.
And shout out to the other police officers out there at the mobile unit. He had to watch the Niner game in the mobile unit.
Well, that's not bad. About time he did something.
He said the TV was very grainy.
Well, yeah, I mean, all that money he's making, buy a new TV, Uncle Danny. Come on, you guys are crying broke. You guys are crying broke this morning. No, Uncle Danny, we love you. Thanks for serving our community here. Listen, Jed York yesterday.
Dude.
And you know what? I'm going to take this stance, Shasky, on Jed York, because I got a couple theories on what he said. And what he said kind of made sense to what I was trying to say about the Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy situation. And he kind of validated that, in my opinion. But what did you make of Jed York coming out and talking yesterday? Because honestly, I have no problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it, but I just, to me, when I think of the 2 Super Bowls that the Niners have lost, they just unnecessarily talked beforehand, and most people don't remember. The Friday before the Super Bowl in 2019, it was January 20th or 24th of 2020 at the time. Jed did the same thing. He had an impromptu little press conference.
Right.
And, look, he owns the team with his family. He can do whatever he wants. Just me, quite frankly, I wouldn't talk until the season's over, because that final game, things can happen. Think about how we felt going into the Super Bowl with the team, the roster, everything that was in place. Think about how you felt as an organization and as a fan base after the Super Bowl. There was a lot of things that happened that people couldn't unsee. Relationships changed slightly. I'm not saying it was the end-all, be-all, but allow the season to finish. Now, I know Joe Lacob has spoken multiple times at the finals, at the beginning of the finals. I don't love that either. You know, so this isn't like an anti-Jed thing. My theory is always this. Wait till the season has some conclusions and you could speak with some certainties and be able to reflect on the moment. That's just me. I never want to count my chickens before they hatch. I never want to, go out in front. There's no obligation to see everyone in the media. And again, it's not the end all be all. I'm not outraged. I just didn't love it.
Listen, we applaud Joe Lacob when he does talk, when he does speak, and he takes a podium. We love when Joey Lightyears comes to the studio and talks before the season. We love when he makes his bold proclamations about the season. We've talked to him before the season, the championship year and this past season. He had the press conference before the NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics, and I don't think he was counting his rings. I don't think he was guaranteeing championships. He just spoke about how he felt about the season going along. I have no problem with Joe Lacob speaking. And you know what? If there's anybody who does deserve to speak, it is Jed York. Because Jed York doesn't speak much. We were just talking about this a month ago. Boy, it'd be nice to hear from Jed at some point about how things are going on. We just asked that about a month ago. Jed hasn't spoken at all. 2019, okay, he talked before the Super Bowl, headed the trophy to Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, 2020, I should say, January 2020.
That Friday before the Super Bowl, before they left, he did the same thing. He had an impromptu
and I don't think it had no impact on the game.
You don't believe in karma?
The Niners were up 20-10 with 7 minutes left.
I'm just asking.
They were up 20-10 with 7 minutes left. And it's not like Jed York is talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. He's discussing his own team. He's discussing the inner workings of his quarterback and his head coach and what has happened behind the scenes. So I've got no problem with Jed York speaking. Listen, Joe Lacob could speak, and we all applaud him. And we all say, Joey Lightyears, he puts his money where his mouth is, most expensive basketball team in the NBA. Well, Jed York has doled out at least $355 million in guarantees, and that's not including Nick Bosa. That's not including the go-ahead to trade for Randy Gregory. It's not including the green light to trade for Chase Young. Jed York has spent his money to keep premium players in this market, on this football team. He extended the GM, or president of football operations, John Lynch. He extended Kyle Shanahan, saying, you know what? I love the stability that we have here. We have something brewing. We have a special organization again. We are a contender. We are one of the blue bloods of this league. So when Jed York came out and spoke yesterday, it's what he said was like, wow.
Well,
I can't believe he said that. But I have no problem with Jed York speaking at all.
Well, I disagree. Joe Lacob, in contrast, if we're going to use him as an example, Joe Lacob's available at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
Joe Lacob's available during the year. Joe Lacob's available at any time. Joe wants to talk. He does podcasts.
Right.
He's come into the studio.
And we never have a problem with it, correct?
It's not about problem. It's not about problem.
No.
But there's a time and a place. No, I think that I personally believe when you're running a business, there's a time and a place, right? And to me, there's really no point at the very end of the season coming in right before the biggest game and talking. That's just the way I would do things if I was running business. I would wait till the season's over. Personally, I've listened to many different people who have owned teams. They've had this panel. I don't know if you've ever listened to the business podcast with David Sampson and the guy who used to run the ESPN. But talking
David
at the
Sampson
beginning
is an absolute crook.
Well,
he can't walk the streets of South Beach, Miami. Why the hell would I listen to him?
He can't
even come out. He can't even come outside.
There's no obligation for an owner to talk. But if you're going to talk, you talk before the season. You talk at the conclusion.
There's a mandate for that.
Well, no, that's kind of like the standard operating procedure.
Robert Kraft speaks when he wants to speak.
You never hear him.
Jerry Jones speaks when he wants to speak.
And you don't like Jerry,
but I think Jerry Jones does it every single week after a game. That's nasty work. That's right after a game in the locker room. I don't like that every single week. And he does radio interviews.
Well, I just think if you're looking at Joe Lacob, the thing that I would say about Joe Lacob is during bad seasons, he's there. During good seasons, he's there. He's available to talk. And I'm sure that there are times...
We haven't heard from Joe Lacob ever since the preseason. I thought
he came on with you guys, especially at the
beginning of the year.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Beginning of the year, So, I don't know, again, it's not the end-all, be-all. Just for me, if you haven't talked all year, just wait till the season's over.
No, well,
just wait another week.
Why?
Because it's just there's no need to be talking about stories and fairy tales and things that you think have happened, and like I don't know. It's just for me. That's the way I would operate my business.
Well, this is his business, and I think if there's anything, Jed York, when you spend the money that you spend, and you spend the draft capital, and you extend the head coaches, and you're getting ready for a Super Bowl, why not hold court? But it was what he said that really struck me. It was what he said about the quarterback situation. Jed York told a story about Kyle Shanahan during the 2022 NFL 49ers training camp. First week of training camp. I was in Europe, trying to read every single report. You guys were out there at the field. And nobody's bringing up Brock Purdy. Except, I guess you give Larry Krueger some credit for saying, hey, Brock Purdy's playing pretty well. You may want to keep your eyes on him. But nobody really batted an eye at Brock Purdy. It's about Jimmy being on the baby field and Trey Lance, whether or not he was struggling on the football field. Where Jed tells a story about Kyle Shanahan pulling him over to the side the first week of training camp. And listen to what Jed York had to say about that situation.
But that's a good example of Kyle's directness. Last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, well, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not, like, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest. And he let it play out the right way.
And so that's Shanahan. That's Jed York on the Shanahan situation. So here's my theory. The whole time I thought this. When the 49ers re-signed Jimmy, because at that point in the first week of the season, they still had the rights to Jimmy Garoppolo, but he was not practicing with the football team. He was on the little baby field throwing passes to guys in shorts, graduate assistants. I don't know who the hell they were. But that's where Jimmy was at that point. It was Trey, it was Sudfeld, it was Brock Purdy. Now, my theory was Jimmy Garoppolo was back, not because it was an indictment on Trey Lance. Jimmy was brought back because Jed probably told Kyle Shanahan, okay, if you really believe Brock Purdy's going to be playing at some point this season, we can't go into the season with Trey Lance, who's only got 2 starts under his belt, and we can't go in there with the backup being Brock Purdy, who's never thrown an NFL pass. I need a veteran here in case something goes wrong with Trey Lance, and we can't go right away to Brock Purdy. I need some experience in that quarterback football locker room, or whatever, quarterback room, I should say. And Sudfeld wasn't cutting it. And so I believe they brought Jimmy back to have insurance and have a veteran in the locker room said, okay, we know who Jimmy is. Jimmy's helped us win a lot of football games. If things do go awry with Trey Lance, we have at least Jimmy. But we cannot, Kyle, we cannot go into the season with Trey Lance as a starter with only 2 starts under his belt and Brock Purdy backing him up, Mr. Irrelevant. We can't do that, Kyle. So Kyle probably said, okay, let's work. If we can't trade Jimmy, let's work on bringing him back. And if, you know what, he reduced his contract, he renegotiated, reworked his deal, and he got brought. That was my theory the whole time. I just didn't believe that Jed would allow Kyle to go into the season with 2 young quarterbacks like Brock and Trey Lance.
I think that's a very plausible, plausible, scenario that you're laying out there. I actually subscribe to portions of that. Look, I don't want to parse every single word Jed is saying, because then it sounds like I'm out to get him, or that I'm, jaded and I don't like him, or this, that, the other. I just don't believe. I don't believe the whole story at all.
What don't you believe about
it? If the kids in the car, when you drive around with a bunch of 12-year-olds and you're on your way to baseball practice, and somebody says something ridiculous, you know what the kids say? I call cap on that. Yeah. And that's kind of like listening to Jed. I'm like, all right, dude.
What do you call a cap on?
I'm going to tell you. It's a great fairy tale. But, like, I remember exactly how that week went, okay? The first 3 practices were non-padded practices, all right? At the time, the NFL Network was there. And I remember Steve Weish was out there. Mariucci was out there. We were out there. Lubman, me, Langford. I believe there was somebody else with us. Guru was there for parts of the time. He says he calls him the third-string quarterback. Now, and he had referenced Jimmy making $20 million. So, like, and again, I don't want to get all deep in the weeds here. At the time, the reason the NFL Network was there was because there was still indecision on whether the Niners were going to trade Jimmy, bring him back, renegotiate his deal, or cut him outright. He was not on the depth chart.
Yeah, that's what
He was not on the depth chart. They had Sudfeld in fold, and Sudfeld was getting a ton of reps. All right? So I just find it hard to believe that they decided to restructure Jimmy Garoppolo, bring him back after 4 or 5 weeks of training camp of seeing Brock and cutting Sudfeld, and not elevating Brock Purdy to the number 2 status and just releasing Jimmy Garoppolo, or, you know, getting rid of him, because they could have at that time. They had the injury settlement. There was a window to release Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's why I believe Jimmy was back, because, again, I don't believe Jed felt comfortable or John Lynch felt comfortable saying, okay, if Brock Purdy is that guy, I can't go into the season with Trey Lance with 2 starts under his belt.
That I believe.
And Brock Purdy being the backup without a starter under his belt with this championship roster. I can't possibly go into the season with those 2 guys as my top 2 quarterbacks. So here we do have Jimmy over here. Is there any way, if Sudfeld doesn't perform at a high level, and we don't believe Sudfeld, and Sudfeld was terrible.
He was terrible.
So knowing that Sudfeld was terrible, let's renegotiate Jimmy's deal, and in case something goes awry, Jimmy's our backup for the meantime.
But if you have so much conviction in the other guy after a couple of practices, right? This is where I'm coming. This is the part where I'm jokingly saying I call cap on that. If you have such conviction and you believe in Kyle and you've allowed him to control everything in the organization, and the guy swung huge, massive deals across the board, Trey notwithstanding, why would you intervene if he thinks he's the best quarterback right then and there? Then why is he in street clothes week 1, week 2, week 3 until Trey goes down?
Because
these are the questions that I have.
I don't think they really were convinced that not that Brock wasn't the guy, because we heard from Romanowski. They might have liked Brock.
But saying that you knew after a couple of non-padded practices, it feels a little...
The PR hit and the noise that would have been brought to their attention had they got into the season with Trey as a starter and Brock as a backup. Think about that. Just think about that for a second. If the Niners, if they were convicted, they still couldn't sell that to the fans. Brock Purdy, our number 2 quarterback, Mr. Irrelevant. He's going to be our backup quarterback going into the season in which we have championship aspirations.
Yeah, I know, but we were kind of content in believing that it was going to be Nate Sudfeld, and no one thought Nate Sudfeld was any good as a number 2. So, you know, like, again, I saw it a variety of different ways, but the way that they're painting it, I just don't think it's as accurate as they're making it out to be. I think it sounds great. I think 3, 4, 5 years from now, had they hoisted a Lombardi, makes a great fairy tale. I don't necessarily believe it at face value. And I'm not calling Jed a liar. I just think it's a little exaggerated.
You think that Shanahan wasn't sold on Brock Purdy to
No, I think he really liked Brock Purdy, but if he thought that he was that good, why would you go through the extras? You would have never maybe even turned over the... What?
That's part of your job, is to evaluate the situation that you have. If it was only 3 non-padded practices, then you owe it to yourself to play the rest of the month out in training camp. You owe it to yourself to say, okay, it's just Jimmy 3 practices. Well, they brought Jimmy back late. They brought Jimmy back late because, again, what I believe, they brought Jimmy back because Sudfeld stunk. And they were like, forget Sudfeld. Let's bring Jimmy back to at least have a veteran in the locker room, a veteran in that quarterback room. We can't possibly go into the season. We think Brock is the guy, but we owe it to ourselves to at least have some insurance here with a veteran quarterback that we know. I think it sounds good in retrospect. I just don't believe it at face value. I believe that from day one.
Okay.
From day one, I believe the only reason why Jimmy was back, it wasn't an indictment on Trey. It was more so we can't go into the season with 2 guys with 2 starts under their belts with experience.
So Jed is intervening on roster decisions.
John Lynch probably told him, hey, Kyle, man, this sounds good, but we've invested all this draft capital, and we have Jimmy here on the backfield just in case something goes awry on this football field. I think it's plausible. I don't know.
Here's the thing. we're never going to know any of these things. I just laugh that they're all giving themselves a pat on the back after the whole thing happened, like they knew all along and it was the grand scheme. And all I'm saying is sometimes you get lucky. And I don't think that you guys had some crazy grand scheme. I think you got a little lucky, and it's okay to say that out loud.
So even if the players are saying, boy, that Brock Purdy's looking good, Fred Warner and Trent Williams walking off the practice field, I mean, you don't believe them? Are they just capping?
No, but Bonte,
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
There's many freeway exits from the guy looks good to he's clear cutting away our best quarterback and get these other guys out of the way.
Bill Romanowski also told us, Mike Shanahan. Bill Romanowski always told us, too, that when he ran into Mike Shanahan told him, I told that Brock Purdy kid, be ready. He's the guy. Romo told us that. All right. It is a Warriors game day brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Check your phone calls on the situation. How do you feel about Jed York speaking? Personally, I don't have a problem with it. Shasky would prefer him to maybe stay a little more quiet during the week of the Super Bowl. I got no problem with Jed speaking. We have no problem with Joey Lightyears. Why the hell do we have a problem with Jed? He deserves. He's built that equity. We'll get into more of that right here on the Morning Roast. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs.
Chasky.
Welcome back here on the Frisco / Payday Friday. Hopefully everybody has had a good week and is getting ready for a good weekend. We got the Pro Bowl games. You got Warriors and Grizzlies tonight. Warriors and Grizzlies tonight at 5 o'clock. Tip-off in Memphis as the Warriors begin their 5-game road trip. Memphis today, Atlanta tomorrow, Brooklyn on Monday, Philadelphia Wednesday, and Thursday against Indiana. By the way, some bad news for Joel Embiid. Torn meniscus. It just stinks. Brutal blow for the Philadelphia 76ers. Warriors will catch a break by not facing him next Wednesday, but he was having an all-time season, 36 points a game, 11.5 rebounds. And the way it happened, Kuminga's just trying to play hard. There was nothing malicious about it. He's going for the basketball, and it's just, you hate to see it to Joel Embiid. You hate to see it. By the way, you can have eggs and toast with the roast next Friday. Eggs and toast with the roast.
Nice.
7:30 and 8:30. We're going to qualify 2 lucky listeners. And basically, we will ask you a question about the show. Not today's show, but the show history. We'll ask you a question, and the first caller to get it right will have eggs and toast with the roast. Next Friday, word on the street is Proposition Chicken in Oakland will provide the food. Proposition Chicken? Ari and Max, the owners, they're going to hook us up? Ari and Max, are you kidding me? Proposition Chicken, Shasky?
I'm excited. It's delicious. Barbecue, homestyle ranch. I'm ready for it. They got a buffalo chicken sandwich. I'm going to have to do some big exercising leading up to that. I'm ready to go because I'm about to put down some protein.
Good for you.
Oh, I'm so ready.
Thanks.
I'm so ready.
By the way, some breaking news in baseball as well. Theo Epstein is returning to the Boston Red Sox. He'll join Fenway Sports Group as a senior advisor. And while he won't be in charge of personnel decisions, his voice should carry enormous weight as the Red Sox figure out a way to get back into contention in the AL East. That's according to Jeff Passan of ESPN. Theo Epstein back with the Red Sox.
Not going to save baseball like he claimed he was going to as part of Major League Baseball's commissioner office.
He's only going to save the Red Sox. By the way, the Baltimore Orioles, they got new ownership group coming in.
Did you see what they did?
What?
They traded for Corbin Burns.
Oh, yeah.
They have a plethora
Wait, the Orioles did?
Yeah, they did.
When?
Yesterday.
Did that happen yesterday?
Where have you been?
Oh, I've not been tapped into
now
baseball.
I'm questioning it. Like
I have not been tapped into baseball.
No, it definitely happened.
Yeah, I'm like,
what time did it happen?
You really locked in on your Orioles there.
I was so
what
sure
time did it happen?
And like, you got me doubting myself.
No,
it was like middle of the day.
They traded one of their infield prospects for Corbin Burns. He's got a 1-year deal.
I was so busy yesterday. I did not see that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, the Giants were heavily linked to him. There were a lot of people I had heard that they were going to,
Corbin Burns is oh, my God. What a deal for them.
Well, everyone was like, well, we should have given up Lucy. I was like, no, he's got 1 year left on his deal. I'm not giving you a multiple top 5 prospects for
Holy
Corbin
smokes.
Burns. It's a great move for the Baltimore Orioles.
Huge move for them.
They've got one of the best pipelines in baseball. They got Jackson Holliday, who hasn't even sniffed the bigs yet, and they still got Gunnar Henderson, and they've got a squad.
Audi Rutschman.
Corbin Burns.
I don't know where that drop is.
Are you excited? Corbin Burns, one of your favorite pitchers on one of your favorite teams.
Oh my gosh! Wow, I'm looking at it right now.
And thus concludes baseball talk.
I haven't been. I'm telling you, I've been so tapped out of baseball. It's nothing. Wow, I didn't even get the alert from Jeff Passan. Do I get my alerts still from Jeff Passan? Did I take my alerts off? Must have taken my alert. Wow, I used to get the alerts. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I was
29 years old. Yesterday. Damn. Yeah. Look at the Orioles. Anyway, all right. Eggs and toast with the roast next Friday.
When I said new owners. When I said it, I looked across at him and I was like, well, maybe the internet got me and maybe I'm wrong.
No.
I started doubting
Ball
myself.
Sack Sports at it again.
That's right. I was like, oh man, maybe I'm the idiot here. And I totally had no confidence.
Wow.
I was leaking oil.
707, the Comcast Business Text Line says that Eggs and Toast with the Roast changed the theme for next year to get toasted and roasted with Shasky and Bonte. Toasted and roasted. Well, this is a smoke-free zone.
Stunted and blunted.
Stunted and blunted. Smoke-free zone. No drugs. It's a drug-free show today.
You know, B, I just look. look, Jed owns the team with his family. He can do whatever he wants. That's his prerogative.
You really have an issue with him speaking.
I just look.
We applaud Joe Lacob every time he speaks. Nobody ever questions when Joe Lacob speaks.
I think right before the biggest game of the year when it comes to football, and it's a 1-game scenario, there's just the last thing you need is anything coming out of anyone's mouth that's gonna like get diced up and create any kind of narrative, because you're going into one of the craziest weeks when it comes to like scrutiny, speculation, etc. I mean, we heard yesterday from Carmen Policy, Deion Sanders tried to get 100 tickets to the Super Bowl, and Carmen Policy's like, "How about I give you 12 to a steakhouse?" And Jerry Rice was mad because of the distractions.
Right.
Again, I just treat the Super Bowl a little different than maybe some of the other sports, and I think that, there's a reason why the Major League Baseball, for example, doesn't want any of the leagues, any of the teams hiring anyone during the week of the World Series. They don't want the distractions. I know during Super Bowl week, the NFL says, hey, don't announce anything if you're one of these other teams. I'm of the nature in this scenario, because it's such a big game, less is more, and then afterwards you can do all the boasting and the bragging and whatever you want, or the scrutiny or whatever you want. That's just how I would do it. And again, I'm not mad. I'm not angry. It's not preferable.
Yeah, but it's okay. I think we're making a big deal about nothing. The owner came out and spoke and gave us some great nuggets about what went on with the quarter. We're finding out that Shanahan was sold on Brock Purdy a week into his tenure as 49ers quarterback. He was sold on Brock Purdy the first week of training camp, which again, I didn't hear that from anybody, but we're 8 days away from the Super Bowl. Well, we're 9 days away from the Super Bowl.
Yes.
By the time next week comes around, people are going to resurface the story. They're going to ask Brock Purdy a million questions.
Of course.
It's not going to be a distraction. These guys are professional. They know how to block out the noise. This isn't doing anything. This is getting a couple clicks, and once the news cycle goes to tomorrow, we'll be talking about Warriors, and Jed York will be a thing of the past. What he said will be a thing of the past. Now, this will help out people with their stories, but next week's going to be next week, and a lot of things are going to be distracting. The owner came out and spoke about the situation. I don't think it's a big deal at all. I really don't.
Well, to me, it just seems to be very self-serving and builds up to the fairy tale that they knew all along. And I just think that sometimes you're not as precise as that. And sometimes you back into things. Like, for example, this is the same organization that was so cutthroat to Jimmy Ward that they said, no, we're going to take this veteran off the streets who anyone could have had for a minimum salary in Gibson, and he's going to take your spot, and you're not going to play. But yet at the quarterback position, they're going to use a different mindset. I don't know.
Quarterback position is the most important position in all of sports. It's not even comparable to a safety.
That.
And they figured out a way for Jimmy Ward to contribute. They said, we need you at the nickel. We need you at the nickel back spot.
I'm just saying,
we can roll with Gibson.
If you're that cutthroat, then you would have bid adieu to Sudfeld much earlier than you did. You wouldn't have wasted all those reps on him.
No, I think you owed it to yourself to see what Sudfeld had with the pads. And you had the Jimmy Garoppolo, but you also had the Jimmy Garoppolo situation where you couldn't trade him. You're actively trying to trade Jimmy. So you needed to keep a veteran in that quarterback room. At some point, Sudfeld wouldn't contribute.
But at the time, you only had the two quarterbacks, right? So, most teams were only suiting up two quarterbacks.
Right.
Again, I'm not saying that Jed is malicious. But
you had the
I
situation.
think this is a tall tale.
No, I don't. I believe Jed and everything he said. Maybe he's too truthful. We don't want to handle the truth. We don't want to handle the truth that Trey Lance was never the guy. It is what it is with Trey Lance.
Well, no, clearly
I feel like some of us with Trey Lance are holding on hope that, man, Trey didn't get a fair deal. Well, it was apparent that, according to the head coach, Brock Purdy was outplaying him. I didn't see the reps. I was in Europe. I didn't know what was going on.
So, but if that's the case, I'm just saying, if you're running an organization and someone tells you that's the best guy and he's buried on the depth chart and Trey goes down and then Jimmy goes in and Jimmy plays, you might not ever be able to pull over that poker card at any point. So I would say, if you believed with such conviction he was that good, man, maybe you should have elevated him to a higher status earlier. That's all.
But think about going into the season. You already got question marks about Trey Lance going into the season, and he had 2 starts under his belt. The Houston Texans start, the do-or-die game in which he performed at minimum like Jimmy Garoppolo in that football game, and he got to start earlier that season against Arizona where they lost 17-10. They couldn't convert 4th downs, and Trey looked a little rattled at it, which was his first start of his career. You couldn't go into the season with Trey Lance having 2 starts under his belt and then the 7th round pick, who was the last pick of the draft, as the backup quarterback. Think about what that would have told a lot of people. That would have been a PR nightmare. So you needed to. So again, you had Jimmy Garoppolo on the side field saying, I've tried to work out a deal with him. I've tried to get him traded. He doesn't have a market. Let's just hold on to his rights while we have Suffield, and let's see what Suffield has. And if Suffield doesn't have anything, we can always fall back on Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that's a great business model. I think they didn't give a quarterback away for free. They brought a quarterback back who helped them go to 2 NFC Championship games, and you had a veteran presence in that quarterback room to where, you know what, we believe Brock Purdy's going to play, but we don't have to rush it right now because we got Jimmy G back. I got no problem with it. You got no problem with Jerry Jones talking every week on the radio. Why do we have a problem with that?
Because he's available, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, but he talks too much. Every game, before the game, every week on the radio, you have no problem with that. He talks too much. Jerry Jones talks way too much.
You can't just talk when you're winning, right? You have to be, if you're going to talk, you talk win, lose, or draw.
He talked when he lost, and you guys told him to shut the hell up, Jed York. You guys said enough of Jed York when he were losing, right? I don't get why we're going so hard on Jed York when Joe Lacob talks all the time, but we have no problem with it. We give Joey Lightyear's high fives. If anybody's built the equity to talk, Jed York has built the equity to talk. He spent over $400 million in guaranteed money on his team.
So has every other NFL team that gets $500 million in TV cash.
No, they don't spend like Jed.
The Cardinals
They don't spend like Jed, Shasky. They don't spend like Jed. No.
I bet if I looked at the Arizona Cardinals and their escrow accounts, they would match over the last 2 years the exact amounts.
They don't spend like the Niners, man.
There's a minimum spending in the NFL.
Why are we just hating on Jed? We're hating on Jed just to hate on Jed. What's coming up in the game?
Accurate.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. You got a problem with Jed speaking? Because I sure the hell don't. 888-957-9570 is the number. Give us a call here on The Roast.
B, I can't argue with you.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
That catch by Ayuk was incredible.
game.
Did that make the rounds in Kansas City? No. They're ignoring it. Bill Romanowski, they're just probably saying Romo's crazy. That's just what Romo does.
I mean, got it.
The segment's
And I love
sponsored
him.
by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Anybody got a problem with what Jed York said? Or do you have a problem with Jed York speaking yesterday down in Santa Clara as the Niners get ready for Super Bowl 58 against the Kansas City Chiefs? We got another week to digest this game, break it down, get your matchups, X factors, who's the key, what's going to happen, all that stuff. We're going to do it all next week. We'll take a deep dive. We've got Warriors and Grizzlies today. Warriors and Grizzlies. Don't forget, shameless shout-out, 7:45. Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. And we're going to qualify a lucky listener for Eggs and Toast with the roast. Eggs and Toast with the roast. Can't wait for that. Cannot wait. It's going to be a lot of fun here. But Jed York told us a story about Kyle Shanahan discussing his quarterback situation. This is the first week of the season, or first week of training camp, apparently, when Kyle Shanahan told this to Jed York in 2022.
You know, I mean, we haven't really talked much about Brock, but that's a good example of Kyle's directness. You know, last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, well, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not, like, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest. And he let it play out the right way.
So that's Jed York, and whether or not you believe him is one thing. But now I do wonder how Shanahan feels about that. You think Kyle has an issue with that?
Well, I mean,
Makes him look like a genius.
Kyle?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could take it both ways. I mean, yeah, it makes him look like he saw somebody like, I really see something in this guy, but also, you were also the guy that gave guaranteed money to Nate Sudfeld, and you were also the guy that moved 3 draft picks to get, to get Trey Lance. So I mean, you can go in both directions. As long as Brock Purdy works out, none of the other backstory really matters. The victors will write the narrative. You know what I mean? Like, this is what happens in society when whatever particular culture wins, they end up writing history, right? So if Brock Purdy wins, they can write whatever story they want about how they found him, and that's really all that matters. To me, this would be something that I would probably hold a little closer to the vest and wait, down the line to explain. That's just me. Again, not mad, not angry. It's just like, I think this is a little unnecessary at this particular point in time. It's not hurting anybody, but I would have just waited a little on it.
Just get out in front of it now. I don't have an issue with it.
It just feels like you're looking for a pat on the back about how smart you are. And I think that, you don't have to tell us, you're winning, Will. And a lot of owners do this. This is not exclusive to Jed. A lot of people do this. They want to let you know how smart they are. And so, just win the championship and you'll get all the praise you'll ever want.
Will he get the praise, though? Will Jed get the praise? Because he hasn't gotten the praise up until this point. Nobody brings up Jed York.
I brought up just the other day that he's taken his team to 3 Super Bowls under his watch.
I don't remember that, but it seems like Jed York doesn't get the credit for spending all the money that he spent on this team, the stadium, the events that they bring to Levi Stadium, and of course, the success, 4 championship games in 5 years. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. How about this one, though? Jed York spoke about the McCaffrey trade. This was fascinating as well.
He thought it was a lot to give up for a running back, and I think John and I thought it was just the right amount to give up for Christian. And I remember that very vividly, where it's like, look, it's not a pass rusher, it's not a quarterback, but it's a good player, but, like, do we want to give up that much? And, like, collectively, it was, do you want him to go to LA? Like, do you want, like, this is where we are, right? And I mean, as somebody that plays poker a little bit, like, you don't go all in on, like, 6 jack offsuit, right? When you have pair jacks or ace king, like you might not win the hand, but like that's the time that you want to push your chips into the middle. And I feel like that's where we were with Christian, and we did give up a lot. But I think we have one of the best, if not the best player in the National Football League on our team. And, for Kyle, because he cares so much about the overall organization, and you look at us when we draft, when we do things in free agency, it's generally on the defensive side of the ball. Like we generally do not draft offensive players super high. We're not doing a ton of stuff in free agency for offensive players. It is more that he's focused on the defense because he knows he's going to spend more time on the offense. And I think it was just making sure that he felt comfortable knowing that like it might not work, but it's a bet that we're all willing to make.
You don't smile when you hear that whole exchange?
Smile. Yeah, I'm happy that they did trade it for Christian McCaffrey. I love the insight.
See, I find it funny that in my mind, I'm now imagining a conversation of John Lynch and Jed on one side explaining draft value and positional value to Kyle Shanahan, who's forgotten more about football than anyone on the planet, right? Like, I just find that funny. I find that to be funny. Like, not that these things don't happen.
Sometimes
it gives me a chuckle.
Sometimes Kyle is his own worst enemy, though.
No doubt. This is why you have a crew of scouts. This is why you have, other people on the staff. It's funny to hear to hear Jed explain that him and John were on one side of the room, saying we should do this trade, and Kyle was like, I don't know, it might be a little too rich. I find that to be funny.
Well, I find it to be revealing that sometimes Kyle's and these head coaches, look at Belichick right now. He doesn't have a job. You let Belichick go out and buy his own groceries. What has happened to the New England Patriots, right? You let these coaches go out and get their own groceries. Sometimes they don't know how to cook. Kyle Shanahan has beat the table for Joe Williams. The guy didn't last one training camp.
Yes.
Right? They went out and signed Jerick McKinnon. He was a bust and a flop with the 49ers. All right? Kyle Shanahan has moved up and said, hey, we got to get this D tackle. We have to get this D tackle. Well, you draft Solomon Thomas, and that didn't work out. And you draft Javon Kinlaw, and a lot of people are out on him. It's been an underwhelming tenure with the 49ers for Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, but
so sometimes Shanahan is his own worst enemy. Think about that. Oh, yeah, that's too much for Christian McCaffrey. Now the guy can't take McCaffrey down. Now he has all these fans saying, you got to limit McCaffrey's touches. You're using him too much. So it's pretty funny to me that Shanahan sometimes like, that's too much for a running back. Shanahan, your offense is stuck in neutral right now. You need to make this trade. And give more credit to John Lynch because we forget he's the Hall of Fame player. So he played at a high level, at a Hall of Fame level. Okay. So I'm not laughing too much when John Lynch says, hey, man, I think we need to do this, dude. Forget these damn picks.
It's just there's a contradiction of, like, if Shanahan's so brilliant and he's genius and he knew that the quarterback after a couple practices was going to be the best guy, but then he doesn't understand positional value for Christian McCaffrey. Like, I'm laughing at Jed trying to, like, explain that to Kyle. I find that funny.
He may have understood it, but he probably was like, oh, that's a lot of picks. That's a lot of picks.
Every coach in the history of any sport, even the greatest of the great, no matter who you're picking, whether it be Bruce Bochy, Popovich, Phil Jack, they've got a laundry list of guys that they liked that didn't work out.
Yep.
They all do. They absolutely all do. It's just, we were sitting here and we're praising Jed, and he does deserve a lot of credit. They are a great run franchise. I mean, they're like basically a version of the Yankees in football. Like, that's kind of what they are, right? Some sort of a version. They're a cash cow. No one denies any of those things. But we've praised him for staying out of the way, and now he's explaining how him and John are like lobbying to Kyle Shanahan to trade for this guy. I find that funny. I'm not mad. I just find it funny.
Well, you find it funny. I like the truth. The truth is they had to go convince Kyle Shanahan once again to go get a player. They had to convince him, just like they had to convince him with Jimmy Garoppolo. John Lynch is calling Kyle Shanahan. What do you think about this quarterback? We give up a second-round pick. We need a quarterback. C.J. Beathard is here. Nick Mullins is here.
Thank God
Kirk Cousins is going to Minnesota. Kyle, we need a quarterback. And Kyle's like, all right, fine, go trade for Jimmy G. And you know what? That trade worked out.
It did.
As much as we talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, that second-round pick was worth Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, they won that deal, hands down, to bring Jimmy Garoppolo in. So sometimes Kyle is his own worst enemy when it comes to drafting and when it comes to giving up picks. So I don't find it funny. I find it a little worrisome that, damn, Kyle, we had to convince you to go get Christian McCaffrey, dude.
Well, would you? Yeah. Okay. Now I'm asking you. Would you, if you were in Kyle's shoes, would you want to hear Jed basically tell the world that, yeah, you were a little out on the Christian McCaffrey trade?
I wouldn't have a problem with it. I just got extended this year.
That's true.
I got equity in this organization. My seat is not even warm. I could be head coach of the 49ers for as long as I want. I have no problem with it. Pat Bowlen used to talk a little bit in Denver. Well, Mike Shanahan, they would go head in head. If owner wants to talk, it's not a problem. Let's go to Larry in San Francisco. Larry, you got a problem with Jed York speaking today or yesterday?
No, I don't have a problem with it at all. It's the Super Bowl, man. He's wrote a lot of big checks. This is his baby, man. His name is on the line. When everything falls apart, it's Jed York's fault. It's Kyle Shanahan's fault. But everybody criticizes him for what he said about Trey Lance and the Brock Purdy thing. I believe that's what really happened because when Joe Shasky was going crazy about a pass that Trey Lance threw in practice, one pass, the dude can't make a first down in a play, but in a game, but he threw a great pass in practice. Larry Krueger kept talking about this kid named Brock Purdy, about how he might be the most smartest quarterback on the team. And so I believe that kind of transpired that way.
Yeah, I do. Now, what do you think about this, Larry? Jimmy Garoppolo's on the side field. Sudfeld's throwing up in practice. He can't buy anything, right? Can't complete a pass to save his life. I believe that maybe even if they did believe that Brock Purdy is going to be the guy at some point, my belief is they had to bring Jimmy back to say, you know what? We need a veteran in the quarterback room just in case Trey Lance doesn't work out, and we have to go to Brock Purdy very early in his rookie season. This is the last pick of the draft. We can't put him in that position, and we can't have a quarterback who's only had 2 starts under his belt have a backup with no experience. That's why I believe they brought Jimmy back. I don't think they really wanted to, but it was like, you know what? We've won a lot of games with them. It could be a lot worse. What do you think about that, Larry?
Well, no, I agree with you. I think the reason why Jimmy stayed is because people like me, and then there's people like you guys on the radio, and then there's Grant Cones and Larry Krugers. If the whole thing if Trey Lance ended up being what Trey Lance ended up being, if Brock Purdy ended up being the number 262 pick that couldn't throw a pass, couldn't manage a game, couldn't win a game, people would have got fired, man. So Jimmy G was insurance, I think,
Yep. All right. Love it. Leroy may have a differing opinion.
Okay.
Leroy in Oakland. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
what's
up,
up,
Leroy?
guys?
What's up, Leroy? You have a problem with Jed York speaking?
How you doing?
Man, I do. I just think that he's been quiet all this time, and we're too close to the Super Bowl, and I just feel like you open the door for some players or some coaches to get offended too close to the Super Bowl. And I'm just like, man, if you got all that to say and you haven't been saying it before, but you come out now because the bright lights are on you and it's the Super Bowl, and in your realm of, Jed York's realm of GMs and owners, I know you're feeling yourself right now, you and the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, and I mean, they're all they're all the rage right now. And so the willingness to talk, the willingness, the bright lights get on you now, you want to say something. I just feel like, man, you might offend some players and some coaches. So you haven't been saying anything. Just let this ride. It's going well. It's too close to the Super Bowl. We're doing great. Hey, save that stuff for the book, man. That's book material.
You believe it could be a distraction? You really do, huh?
I do. I think some coaches and players can get offended, and they never heard this kind of talk from York before. And I'm just like, why now? Why now? I mean, act like you've been here before. So yeah, save that stuff for the book. There's a time and place for that stuff. But not so close to the Super Bowl.
That last part I think is well said. I don't know about offending anyone. These guys they're big boys. Like all these guys are professionals and they're handsomely compensated, and they all this team more than any other is really professional. They're a very professional group. I don't think they're offended.
And why would the players be offended when these are compliments to the players? That's a compliment to Chris McCaffrey.
No, I don't.
That's a compliment to Brock Purdy.
But I do hear him on there's a time and a place, and that's kind of where I stand. Like I just look at it like the karma and the football gods, and if you're not going to talk during the whole entire season, I would just wait till the year's over. Like we didn't hear you last year. So, and I go, when you go to the Super Bowl, you want to stick your chest out, and I get that point of view. I really do. Again, no one's crushing him. No one's running him out of town.
He would have had to speak at some point next week. Media obligations, right? Don't the owners
I don't know. I don't know about
owners
that.
speak every week? I know Robert Kraft used to always speak during Super Bowl week. Always be at a podium.
I don't know.
Always. Robert Kraft was always talking. Always. So I mean, I don't see how a player could be offended by what Jed York said. If anything, if I'm Christian McCaffrey, I'm like, hell yeah, my owner thought I was worth all that and more. Brock Purdy's listening to that. It's like, damn. Yeah, hell yeah. My head coach recognized me right away. The players should feel good about what Jed said. Now, if it's Kyle, you have to ask Kyle about that as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Just log on and search YouTube and Twitch and just log on and search 95.7 The Game. And be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. It is a Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
Possibly.
Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Now, remember this back in, 2014, 2015? Low Cold asked Jed York if he could fire himself.
What? Well, let's hear it.
We haven't accomplished enough. I own this football team. You don't dismiss owners. I'm sorry that that's the facts and that's the case, but that's the fact. And I'm going to do everything that I can to get this right. This isn't about a business and running an operation to make money. We're making sure that we're doing everything that we can to reestablish this culture.
That was 2016. Low Cold asked him, Senator Rosa Press, Democrat, back in the day. He's retired now. Will you fire yourself? And he goes, you don't dismiss owners. Right.
Was that the question? Yeah. Would you fire yourself? That's what answer do you expect to get when you ask that question?
The question is?
But
remember people were asking Shanahan to fire himself?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was there at one point, like, what Lowell Cohen hit him with the say something line. I always remember that from that presser.
Look, here's what I would say to Jed, in regards to Jed. There was a point in time he made a couple of bad hires in a row. He got rid of those people. It's like more so than like the escrow for the team, the players that you're paying for. This is the area where I think he deserves the credit for being. This is what I'll listen to is he was paying for 3 coaches simultaneously when he hired Kyle Shanahan. That does not go to the salary cap. That is not part of what your obligations are to spend on your team because you have to spend X amount on your team. The coaching staff and all that, none of that counts toward the cap. He deserves tremendous credit for firing Tom Sula after 1 year, firing Chip Kelly after 1 year, and finding a way to land Kyle Shanahan, who had options, and then getting him a really, really, really good staff. In retrospect, look at the staff that has left Kyle Shanahan that he started with and all the different coaches that he's hired. Anthony Lynn's on the sideline. I see him every single week. That guy's a former coach. Why look at the Chargers situation, and what have people been saying about the Chargers for 20 years? They don't spend on coaches. They're cheap.
Well, think about this. I want you to listen to the end of this. The end of it is more important to me than anything.
Let me hear it.
We haven't accomplished enough. I own this football team. You don't dismiss owners. I'm sorry that that's the facts and that's the case, but that's the fact. And I'm going to do everything that I can to get this right. This isn't about a business and running an operation to make money. We're making sure that we're doing everything that we can to reestablish this culture.
Doing everything we can to reestablish this culture, and I'm going to do everything I can to make it right.
I think he's done that.
Kyle,
Wildly successful.
Jed York, under his watch, the 49ers have appeared at 7 NFC title games. Now, when did he start running the squad? Say 06, 07?
No, not even that. It was like, I would say 07, 08 when he texted Adam Schefter that we were going to have a worldwide search and we found Mike Singletary. He's in our locker room.
So, 7 NFC title games.
After Mike Martz wanted the job.
Under Jed York, 7 NFC title games. It's pretty damn good.
Oh, it's really good. I mean, outside of the Patriots and Kansas City and who else?
3 Super Bowl appearances.
No, but I mean, who else is even like... I know there are teams that have won, like the Eagles have been to, 2 Super Bowls in that time frame and won 1. How many other organizations would trade spots with the Niners in a heartbeat? 27?
Yeah.
28?
Exactly. So he said back in 2016, he's going to do everything he can to make it right. and everything he can to reestablish a culture. And look at us now. Look at us now, 49er fans. Got to give Jed York his flowers.
Well, I would
got to give Jed York his flowers. If you're a little offended because he spoke yesterday, I'm sorry. You probably just have something against Jed York. I have no problem with him speaking. And you know what? He's earned that clout. He's earned that equity to come out and speak whatever he wants to because he doesn't speak a lot. And when he does, he actually says something. And he said something yesterday that was, wow, okay. And he's put his money where his mouth is. And now we have a premium football team. Jerseys are selling off the rack. Primetime games. Levi's has become the spot to be. They're 6-0 in the playoffs, at home, at Levi Stadium. I had no problem with Jed. Talk your talk, Jed. We applaud it when Joe Lacob does it. We get mad at the Giants for not speaking enough. How many times did you guys yell about the Johnsons? The Johnsons need to come out and speak. The Johnsons need to come out and speak.
They never show themselves.
Well, Jed York has kind of fallen back.
I know, but what I would say is that, I want to see you after the 2020 season when you get kicked out and go to Arizona. I wanted to see you after the 2021 season and after the 2020. So, like, to me,
got to NFC Championship games.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't like you lost.
I didn't say that, but
let York cook.
All right.
Let York cook.
My theory is I want to see you in good times and in bad. Just be consistent. That's all.
Okay, I think he'll do that. That was 2016 when that clip came out. Held a press in 2016.
He had fired his
Chip
coach.
Kelly. Yeah. He was down bad. For what you're asking for, he did that in 2016. And he said he was going to make it right and reestablish the culture. Check, 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 check. All right, more coming up on the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
They got matzo balls. They got kale salad. Oh, my God. We got to try the barbecue wings. Chicken strips.
For breakfast? Barbecue wings for breakfast?
What's wrong with that?
Come on, barbecue.
Oh, you want just the breakfast
I want
menu?
breakfast,
I thought you
baby.
wanted the whole menu.
No, I was just asking for breakfast.
Here are the sides. Potato wedges with a little house-made ranch. And then they've got the buttermilk ranch breakfast sandwich, the buffalo breakfast sandwich, and the barbecue breakfast sandwich. Again, fried chicken, rotisserie chicken, or crispy tofu for any one of those sandwiches.
There it is, prop chicken next Friday. Eggs and toast with the roast. We'll qualify somebody in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. What we got here on the line? We got 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It is you with Jed York speaking out here now. It is 4 years to the day
of
Super Bowl 54 between the Niners and the Chiefs. It felt like the Niners were the better team, but the Chiefs pulled it out.
That one hurts.
4 years later, feels like the Chiefs and the Niners are just as good as they were in Super Bowl 54, if not better. Now you could say the defense in 2019 for the Niners was a lot better than his defense right now. I think we all agree on that. But we also would agree that the quarterback is better than the quarterback in 2019. The running back is better than the one in 2019. The receiving core is better than the one in 2019. The offensive line probably in better shape right now than they were in 2019 at this point.
Yeah, when you look back on like who was playing.
Kittle's a better version of the one he was in 2019.
I think the biggest difference for the Niners is the D-line. Because that D-line, looking back on it, Armstead playing on the edge in certain situations, inside in other situations. You had DJ Jones as a backup.
Yep.
You had DeForest Buckner having a monster year. And when D Ford was healthy, his pass rush win rate was closer to 40%, which was highest in the league. As a team, I mean, they sacked the quarterback 1 out of every 3 or 4 plays.
They're legit. Now, is Kansas City better?
It's hard for me to look at that offense. Like, I think their defense is significantly better.
Yeah.
But I think that their offense, when you lose Tyreek Hill, gosh, that's a big blow. But I do think that Pacheco's much better than Damian Williams and who was the other running back they had at the time?
They had Damian Williams. Who's the other running back?
It's going to bug me.
Was it Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
No, he got drafted, I believe, a year or two
Who's the other
later.
running back?
He was on that LSU team with Joe
Justin
Burrow.
Jefferson and Joe Burrow. And
But their running game wasn't as good as it is now. But in that game, late in it especially, they did kick our butt.
Patrick Mahomes is a better version than what he was 4 years ago, right?
Sure feels like it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure feels like he's an even more clutch, better version. And when I watch him play, I marvel at the amount of times he drops back, and he never seems to put the ball in harm's way in these big games.
So I'm looking at. So I watched. You know what I watched back last night?
Sammy Watkins burning.
No. I didn't watch the Super
Sherman.
Bowl back. We'll play some Super Bowl highlights in just a second.
Okay.
Watch back the 2022 regular season game. Now that was a game that I was at the NBC studios. I couldn't go to that game, couldn't attend it because I had a Warriors-Kings game. It was our first game on the network, so it was Warriors and Kings. And I know you were at the football game.
It's the last game I took my dad and my grandfather and my brother to.
So that game, I think Patrick Mahomes, in that game, it was one of the best quarterback performances I've seen in my life. Like, just watching it back yesterday. And
the point?
Mahomes went 25 and 34. He threw for 423 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. And in that football game, he was letting it fly. I marveled at the performance he put on display at Levi Stadium. Now, with that said, the Chiefs ended up winning 44-23. I think the game was closer to what the score indicated. Jimmy Garoppolo, he settled for 3 field goals. He threw the most bonehead interception right before halftime.
It was one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life. He just threw it up out of nowhere, and they zapped all their momentum. That was when McCaffrey had joined the team 3 days prior.
Niners were down 28-23 early fourth quarter, but then Kansas City went crazy in the fourth.
They couldn't match.
Jimmy was just not that great. They settled for field goals in that game. And that's one thing in this one. If you do get into a shootout with Mahomes, you better score touchdowns. Less Jake Moody, more touchdowns.
The team feels so different. The Niners, forget the Chiefs. The Niners feel so different from that game.
They are.
Quarterback so different. The running back position, because having a full, CMC. Did Jeff Wilson Jr. get the start in that game?
He was balling in that game.
Yeah, he was the starter though, right? Yep. Yeah. So, like, they're so different. They're so different than what they were back then, right? I mean, Ayuk's a better version of himself. Debo was a little injured at that time.
Debo's a little, he didn't come in the best shape.
He was a little heavy, right, at the time, because that was still the middle of the year. Yeah. So, I don't know. I do believe that they're a much better team at this point in time.
The 49ers from 2019, what's interesting with the 2019 team is there's only 11 players left on the 49ers from that roster.
That's crazy.
So it's a completely different team.
Crazy.
But the core remains. Bosa, Armstead, Warner, Greenlaw, Kittle, Juszczyk, Debo. Trent wasn't there. No. Aaron Banks wasn't there. No. Brittle wasn't there. No. I'm missing 3 other players. Was Jawan Jennings wasn't there?
No. You said Greenlaw and Warner, correct?
I said Greenlaw and Warner.
So,
Wisnowski, was he there on that team? There's only 11. I just saw this yesterday. There's 11 players left over from that roster in 2019.
Screen captain.
Or let's go to RJ Fairfield real quick because he's kind of talking about the 2019 team as well. RJ, good morning, my man. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. I'm looking forward to eating breakfast with y'all.
Did you win already?
Hey, man, you should just give it to me, man. We got some unfinished business. I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be Kings out, man. I'm gonna wear Kings.
Yeah. You got to answer the question. You kind of blew it there. We don't. You got to answer the question.
Hey, 2019, man. So I hate bringing the 2019 up, but honestly, like defensively, the Niners were defensively better, but offensively worse. Mm-hmm. And the Kansas City Chiefs in 2019 are offensively better. Were offensively better, but defensively worse. But now, 2024, here we go. The roles are reversed. I mean, 2024, the KC is defensively better than their offense, and now our offense is better than our defense. So this is a big matchup, man. I want this so bad, and it's just I'm surprised that our defense is worse than what it was in the beginning of the season. I mean, every game is a hard. It's hard to see the defense just let up like that because 49ers always had a great defense, but man, people have just been running the ball on us, man.
RJ, where are you watching the game at, RJ, and how nervous are you going to be? You don't watch you watch the games by yourself, right? You don't go to no watch parties. You're not a watch party type of guy.
No, I stay my butt home, man. I can't do. I'm so superstitious. I can't go to nobody's house. guys, you understand what this championship means. But hey, real quick on Jed York. Hey, I love Jed York. I love what he said. But can you do that after the season, Shasky? I'm with you on that, man. Because all that everything that he said will be perfect if it was all the stories he was talking about will be perfect if he was talking about it after the season. I don't need no distractions. I need these players to be focused. I don't need the press I don't need media to be talking about whatever Jed York talked about during this championship week, man. No distractions, straight focus.
You guys realize, though, that thanks for the call, RJ. By the way, it was 11 players. You know the players were missing: Jason Verrett, Kevin Givens, and Ross Dwelly.
Yeah.
That's it. 11 players remain for
and
that
Verrett,
roster.
I forgot, that he was,
Ross Dwelly, you forget about him, too.
Well, Charlie Warner had the greatest block of his life last week on that CMC run.
Yep.
That final run. And Charlie Warner, oh, my. Thank God he's out there and not Tyler Kraft, huh?
Do you really, honestly, Shasky,
What's that?
Do you believe that this is a distraction?
No, I don't think it's a distraction.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But Bonte, the way I live my life is like there's a time and a place for everything, and I truly believe in a higher power. Not other people can laugh at me and think this is stupid, and that's fine, and that's their prerogative. I believe in karma. I do believe in karma. Treating people well, I think, does matter, and I think there are certain times and places to do things, and I believe in like sports gods, and some people can laugh at that and think it's stupid and stuff, and like. It's just it's the superstitious in me, and I just think like
karma? So karma to losing a football game, like that's what karma's going to do? Ha, Jed, you spoke out.
No, it's just
you're talking about the quarterback,
for example. Chris Culliver, for example. If I bring up the name Chris Culliver to most Niner fans, you know what they say? I can't believe that guy said some heinous things, and he did it Super Bowl week and all that. Randy Moss. I bring up Randy Moss. What was it? I can't believe he would say that he's the best wide receiver of all time the week of the Super Bowl.
He made it about himself. And Culliver was speaking about a community. It's slandering a community.
I totally agree.
That's completely different than what Jed York said yesterday.
I know that, but again, I'm just saying, like, right now, what I would say is like, Operation win the Super Bowl, and then after the season, you guys can say whatever you want, do whatever you want. That's just me. Again, he can do whatever he wants. He runs it. Elon Musk is on television every day. He runs Tesla, and I don't love him being on television every single day, all right? Whether I believe in Tesla as a product or not. Just the point being. But I'll give him credit. He's there no matter what, right? Kind of like Jerry Jones. He's there in the good times, the bad times. He's always talking, right? For me, if I was operating a business, end of the year, beginning of the year to get everybody pumped up, end of the year, and that's how I would do it. That's just me.
We are at the end, though. We are at the end game.
Well, there's one more week.
We are at the end game, and you don't think if this is going to be distraction, just wait.
I don't believe in the distraction part. I'm going more to karma. And that sounds stupid because you can't quantify it.
Yeah.
B, you could dismiss it. I'm a superstitious human being. That's how I live my life.
I'm not dismissing it. I just don't. I don't see the correlation here. By the way, Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip next week, but it's Super Bowl week, so Willard and Dibs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7 FM, while Willard and Dibs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week, right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, let's qualify a lucky listener. How would you like to have breakfast with the morning roast? Eggs and toast with the roast. Eggs and toast with the roast. Eggs and toast with the roast. All right, we got some spots available. We're going to qualify two people, 7:30 and 8:30. 7:30, 8:30, 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652. The lucky listener who gets this question right first will qualify and come next Friday to the studio to have eggs and toast with the roast. Our question for 7:30. In our show open, one of our listeners can be heard freestyle rapping in it.
Wow.
Which of our roasters' freestyle rap is featured in the Morning Roast Show Open? In our show open, one of our listeners can be heard freestyle rapping in it. Which of our roasters' freestyle rap is featured in the Morning Roast Show Open? 415-523-4652 is the number. You get that right, you will have eggs and toast with the roast. And in 13 minutes, I should say, share my shout-outs here at the Morning Roast. Till then, let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
Great question, by the way.
Rob and San Bruno.
I'm really excited to meet everybody next week. Like, I really hope we get a good crew out here to come meet us.
Rob and San Bruno there? Did he drop off? All right, Rob, call us back, Rob.
My bad.
Call us back, Rob. No, it's all good. Call us back, Rob. 888-957-9570. I'll see some names here. Field Goal Mike. Somebody said, the longshoreman. Don't be Eugene Robbins.
That's like the distraction thing. Look, they're going to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
If you're like
Right.
on the list of distractions, your own personal life is a bigger distraction than anything Jed York could say at a podium, right? Like we can all acknowledge that. Whatever's going on at your home, like, you know, with your kids or your family or your life or your father or whatever's going on, your significant other, like those can be way bigger distractions. I just believe like just less is more right now.
Well, do we really have a problem? This is what he said. He tells a story about Purdy. Here's Jed York.
You know, I mean, we haven't really talked much about Brock, but that's a good example of Kyle's directness. You know, last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, well, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not, like, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest and he let it play out the right way.
So for me, the Niner fan, forget the business side and karma and all that, the Niner fan in me. This is the point of view that I had immediately when I was thinking, like, I don't want to go back over like what happened with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, we're getting ready for a Super Bowl with Brock, and he had a great year, and he just had one of the best comebacks in Niner history. Whether you think it's the best game, second best game, whatever, we all agree it was a freaking great game. And I don't want to go back and even think about the Trey Lance and the Jimmy G thing. Like, can we just celebrate? We're here in the Super Bowl, and let's go. So, like, anytime you're going back, whether he's re-adjudicating it, explaining it, that's all like after we win the Super Bowl and we go, I'm going to Disneyland and all that stuff. I just want to sink into the moment of going to Vegas against the Chiefs and beating Patrick Mahomes. That's just me.
Well, I love the Purdy's backstory. I love backstories. I do. I love little nuggets like this. When did you decide on Brock Purdy? Why didn't it work out with Trey Lance? Why were you so hesitant on Jimmy Garoppolo? Now I'm starting to get answers to questions I've had for over 2 years now. And I love as a fan, journalist, just me, Bonte Hill, I love the fact that I get to hear that. I want to hear that. Wow, the coach is sold in. It now validates what Bill Romanowski told us back before the Niners played the Eagles on December 3rd. Here's Robo. I run into Mike Shanahan. Here's his story about Brock Purdy again. This was the week of the Eagles game.
We had a Broncos reunion and for the Super Bowl, and I talked to Mike Shanahan about him. And, and I said, Mike, what is it about him? He said, Bill, the first practice I laid eyes on him, I saw it in him.
Wow.
And I remember walking by him in the hallway. This is when he's a rookie. And he told me this. He said, Bill, I told him, Brock, be ready. I don't know when you're going to get your shot, but be ready because you've got something special.
This was a training camp, Romo?
Yeah, Mike told me that he shared that to Brock Purdy. He said, when you get your chance, it's coming. I don't know when it's going to come, but be ready. And sure enough, he saw it because he saw the way he picked apart the starting defense when he was playing scout team.
Julius Vigay. Congratulations, Julius Vigay.
Oh, nice.
Will be coming next Friday to have eggs and toast with the roast. We'll qualify another lucky listener at 8:30 for eggs and toast with the roast. That's Robo. And Mike was telling them the same thing about Brock. Just be ready because you got something special. So they identify something with Brock very early on. They didn't say it right away because they wanted to keep it under wraps, obviously, right? You wanted to give Trey Lance his due. You wanted to give Suffield his due. You had Jimmy there dangling them, trying to move off of him, but obviously that didn't work out. I got no problem with that. I don't believe in karma. Like, what is karma going to do? Because you're talking about Brock and how you decided he was the best quarterback on the roster? There's none karma. There's no bad karma. The Niners have done everything well. They've done everything. They did their due diligence on this situation. And to have the gall to pivot off a guy you traded 3 first-round picks for, to pivot off of Jimmy Garoppolo, who had helped lead you to a couple of NFC Championship games. Takes a lot of guts for Kyle Shanahan to do that.
That I would never argue with.
So karma, I don't know where the karma thing's coming in at, but
well,
you
don't
no problem
believe
with
in
this.
it. That's okay. You don't
no. I do believe in karma.
I would operate.
I do believe in karma, but I'm trying to figure out how karma's going to deal with this. I don't have a problem with it.
It's just an unnecessary thing to put out there until the job is complete. And when the season's over, then we can go over all the backstories and we can write the books and we can have the parades. Success, everybody wants to be a part of.
We kiss Joe Lakers. We kiss Joe Lakers. You know what? When he comes out and speaks.
Yeah, but he talks all year. Right? He comes at the beginning of the year.
No, he doesn't.
Did he not come at the beginning of the year?
Beginning of the year.
When was the last time anyone when was the last time anyone had to sit down with Jed York?
Joe Lacob was going on podcasts in the middle of the season last year.
I know. And
in the middle of the year. He was going on podcasts, he was doing interviews and all of it. And all we were saying was, boy, we love when Joe Lacob talks. He's talking. Look at our owner. He's sitting courtside and he's talking. He's visible.
You're missing my point. My point is that you can't just talk when things are gravy. Like Joe talks. They had a subpar year last year. During the year, it was very rocky. He's talking the entire time. Either you're going to talk all the time or, at the end of the year. And that's all. That's it. It's just be consistent.
He is being consistent. He's talking at the end of the year. We got a game left. It's the end of the year. He's speaking. He's going to have to talk at some point next week. Maybe he's just getting out the way now so he can avoid all that in Las Vegas. I don't know. I don't see what the big deal is. Rob and San Bruno, what's happening? Rob.
What's going on, fellas? I kind of agree with Shasky, but at the same time, he is big boss man, so he can say whatever he want to say. But like Shasky said, you had no reason to really come out and say that. My point is this: no hate on Brock Purdy. But you telling me, so Shanahan was in the camp 2022 clamoring for a 7th-round pick. You going to the owner talking about, oh, he's so much better than our 1st-round pick. Like, what you doing all that for? Why was that? You, instead of trying to develop the dude, you over here running to the boss man telling him, oh, he ain't working, boss. He ain't good enough. That sounds like some hater stuff to me, man. I don't understand that. That sounds like some pure hatred right there. It's not a good look. They should have kept that to themselves. If the Niners win the Super Bowl, go ahead and brag about it. But right now, no, because anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? So, my thing is this: please do not let Mahomes beat Shanahan again, because it's the same Shanahan that said, we didn't scout Mahomes or Watson, but we went all the way to Iowa to scout C.J. Beathard. That's not a good look either. So, we better hope Mahomes has one of those bad games, because we can't lose to Mahomes again. This storyline will come back up. My thing is, you're supposed to be developing guy, but you in the middle of 2022 camp, you talking about the 7th-round pick and how much better he is than Trey, but at the same time, you not developing no plays, but yeah, you running Trey right off the gut. And that clip y'all play with Mike Shanahan saying, oh well, you're gonna get your opportunity. Just wait. That sounds suspect too. So I mean, Jed, you shouldn't have said nothing. You shouldn't have said nothing because you didn't put all this in the atmosphere now. Don't let Mahomes, don't let a brother beat Kyle Shanahan again.
So Rob, this is what I didn't want to do. I've turned the page from Trey Lance a long time ago, and I don't think we should be talking about him or Jimmy unless we're referencing Jimmy in the Super Bowl from a couple. We're getting ready for a Super Bowl, and that's kind of like my big man, we're getting ready for a Super Bowl, man. Let's go.
We got time. The players are getting ready for the Super Bowl.
I'm exhausted with the Trey Lance.
They're putting together a game plan. But it's still a talking point.
No, I know. You're right.
You've spent 3 first-round picks. It may be one of the worst draft pick trades in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, but isn't this about winning Super Bowls? And we're on the doorstep of finally doing that.
Yeah, they're practicing for that. They're getting ready for that.
But I don't want to go back. Just me, as a fan, I want to prepare for this Super Bowl. When the Giants were getting ready for the World Series, I wasn't going back
you can still prepare for the Super Bowl.
Jose Guillen should have been on this roster, and he got popped with steroids on the final game of the year.
I'm honestly lost here. you can still get ready for the Super Bowl. What's stopping you from getting ready for the Super Bowl? Give a 2-minute soundbite, boom, we move on. That's for us now to talk about. We're not playing in the game. I'm still going to prepare to go to the Super Bowl. I'm still going to pack my luggage the same way I was going to pack my luggage. But Jed said, oh, man, I'm going to move my flight now. I don't know what to do. Like, oh, my God, my preparation for the Super Bowl. I'm still bringing out Kansas City Chiefs. Still watching games. So are the players. They got to talk, too. And they're getting asked questions about Brock Purdy left and right. They will be next week in media day.
Absolutely.
All those guys will be asked that. It's part of the deal. It's not going to hold anybody back. It's not going to change the outcome of the game. It has no impact on the football game, what was said yesterday. Not one iota is going to have an impact on next Sunday's game. Jed York's not making a tackle. He's not going to, all of a sudden Jed York's talking, all of a sudden we're going to go from cover 3 to cover 1 on the play. Like, it has no impact whatsoever on the football game.
He's the face of the organization to some of the fans. And so, people want to see what you just take the Lombardi, hoist it in the air, and let that image do all the talking for you. And maybe not everyone. Maybe it's just me.
Hell, y'all still had a problem with Jed York being on the stand in 2019. I remember taking some calls. Why is Jed York on a podium passing out the NFC title trophy?
Well, come on,
man. People. Let's go to Air to Danville, then we'll get the shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs in 1 minute. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs coming up in just a second here, but let's go to Air to Danville. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. How you doing?
Great.
Good.
Good. I remember back in the Harbaugh days, it seemed like Jed was out in front, in the spotlight all the time. You heard from him every week. And I'll tell you what, back then it got old, and I remember thinking to myself, just stay back and let those guys do what they do. And he's done a great job of that so far. And then once you hit that NFC Championship podium, hey, the whole organization is in the spotlight now. So I think him coming out, a couple words about Brock and what he said, I actually liked it.
Okay. That's actually a good point of view. The fact that we hadn't seen him all year, basically. I can't even remember when they showed him in the booth. Yeah. I don't even remember during any of the telecast. I know we see John Lynch a lot.
Right.
I can't even remember the last time I seen him. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point.
Now, I expect fans to be like, Jed, why? But we can't pick and choose when we want an owner to speak. We really can't. Like, we applaud Joe Lacob every single day. Jed York quietly spent as much as Joe Lacob on his football team. Look at the guaranteed money he's given out. Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel. Ayu's going to get it back. Javon Hargrave got it back. Nick Bosa got his back. All right? Kyle Juszczyk got it back. These guys are getting paid.
Can I stop right there? That it kind of irritates me when the Niners themselves say that, well, look how much money we spent on that team. And are the Bidwells good owners?
They're terrible owners.
Okay. This offseason, $160 million to Kyler Murray, $33 million to Budda Baker, $32 million to DJ Humphries, $30 million to Paris Johnson, all in an escrow account.
Good for
this
them.
offseason, the Niners giving money to players is not exclusive to them. What differentiates the 49ers from the Warriors is that the 49ers, because of the cap rules, can go above and beyond in luxury tax. You can't do that in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they get credit for signing all those guys, right? They do. But every team in the league has so much money, that does not make the Niners exclusive. Now, I'm glad they kept all those guys, and that was good business decisions to give those guys money. But, that's what you're supposed to do when you're getting $400 million checks from the league every single year, and every single team gets it. Like, the Raiders can guarantee that kind of money, and they were one of the cash poorest teams for many, many, many years.
I see teams like Mike Brown and the Cincinnati Bengals on who is notoriously cheap and not giving guys money.
I mean, they just gave Joe Burrow $200 million.
Finally, he's notoriously been frugal with that organization. There was question marks about him. Give him Burrow that money. So just because you're spending money to Bidwells, and give Arizona credit, their organization has won some games in the last decade or two. They've become a respected organization. They've cleaned house, no doubt about it, but they spent their money. But Jed, quietly, hey, you guys want to get paid? I'm going to pay you. I'm going to give you the guaranteed money. Gave Bosa 120 guaranteed. All right? Didn't have to. Could have tried to dangle them for picks, but they spent money. And they get credit for that. They do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout-outs. Let's get to it. Go ahead, Shaq.
I'll start off here. I want to shout out my niece. Happy 21st birthday, Erin Manning. I know you're out there somewhere. You're one of the most caring, generous, smart, great athlete human beings that I know. And I know Bonte would be proud to have his daughter become some semblance of a version of you. You make the whole family proud. We love you. Happy 21st birthday. And be safe out there this weekend.
Be safe. Be safe. Shout out to my niece, Nai. Nai turns 12. 12 this weekend. 12 years old, Nai. It's a big age. You're growing up too fast. Nai, happy birthday to you. I love you. Can't wait to see you this weekend.
Guys, it is Groundhog Day again. And so I'm going to give a shout out to Punxsutawney Phil.
Today is?
Today is February 2nd, which is Groundhog Day. Honestly, I didn't know either until I got the notification that Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow. So expect an early spring if you believe in that stuff.
Wait, so if he doesn't see the shadow...
If he does not see the shadow, you're going to get an early spring. If he does see the shadow and goes back inside, it means it's going to be another 6 weeks of winter.
So that is more superstitious than it is scientific, correct?
I'm pretty sure it's 100% based in science. Groundhogs have the power to predict the weather. Why no one's hired him to do actual weather reports, I do not know.
I love you, Sam.
Nahegan, you got any shout-outs? Matt Nahegan, what's up?
Shout out Proposition Chicken for coming in and giving us breakfast next Friday for eggs and toast with the roast. Cannot wait to have some of those breakfast sandwiches that they have.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait.
ABT, always be teasing.
Let's go to Caesar.
ABT.
Caesar.
I love that.
What's happening, C's?
Hey, what's up, Jeffy? How you guys doing?
What's up, bro?
What's up, C's?
On my way to the gym, and I want to give a shout out to my Thurgood soccer team.
Nice.
Taking another victory, 2 more victories this week on our way to defending our championship for the city, baby.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Love it. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Get in. 888-957-9570 if you got any shout-outs. 650. Shout out the love of my life, Cynthia, who's at home pregnant with baby girl number 2 while watching our 2-year-old. I love you. That's from the 650-408. Shout out to my guys at TD West Electric. Bonte Joe, hit me up.
Nice.
TD West Electric. Shout out to you guys over there. Also, a shout out to Cam Newton for being Donkey of the Week from the 415. I don't know if you caught Cam Newton saying Brock Purdy's the 10th best player on the roster. Don't really care.
I think Cam Newton's put himself into the meeting. You know, we could talk about it after this.
Yeah.
We could talk about it after
also
this.
have Bryant Young coming up. Bryant Young, Pro Football Hall of Famer, coming up at 8 o'clock. Good, he was there with the Foghorn at halftime. Let's go, Niners. Let's come back. And boy,
I do want
to come back.
I do want to give another shout out. Sarah Monty Ford. My guy Matt and the whole crew over there, they really took care of me and my wife. I had never been able to really pick out a new car. I never had anything. And I wanted to get something that was practical, that could kind of usher me into the new era. I got the hybrid Maverick. And I'm telling you right now, I'm in love. I'm in love with this car. It's a truck, technically. And the gas mileage is incredible. It doesn't even sound like the car is on. I got the leather interior, which is just like to die for. It is incredible. And Sarah Monty Ford, they just set everything up, full tank of gas, rocking and rolling, out the door, in and out. Could not have been more seamless. Tracked the vehicle from when it left the manufacturer's plant all the way to them. Just everybody at Sarah Monty Ford, thank you so much. I am so happy driving this thing around. I'm going to go on some road trips.
There you go. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to Holy Angels, 4th and 5th grade boys basketball team. Let's get the dubs this weekend. Go Angels.
Nice.
That's Coach Campos. Shout out to my wife from the 415, Shannon, a.k.a. Shorty, for being my partner in life. Love you, babe. Shannon, getting the shout out there. Let's go to Chris. Chris, what's happening? Who you shouting out this week?
Bonte, good to hear your voice, my friend.
What's up,
Shouting out my
Chris?
2 basketball teams, MIT Academy, Griffin Academy in North Vallejo. And, you know, I know they're opponents, but I got to shout out the LA Clippers. They've reached out to all the high schools in California saying, hey, send us your jersey, and we'll display it in the new stadium.
It's really cool.
That's it for me today. Good to talk to you, brother.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Clippers doing that.
Yeah,
you see that in
really
Atlanta, too, and they got all the high school helmets up there in Atlanta at the Mercedes-Benz Dome. All the Georgia high school helmets up there. That's pretty cool.
I think that's a really cool touch, and that's something that's I think is really that's awesome.
Lori Matthews. Lori Matthews with the special shout out to her son, Law Connor, deployed in Kuwait. They're having a lot of threats currently, so shout out to your son, Lori. Hopefully he is safe. We appreciate his service for this country, no doubt about it. That is it for Shameless Shoutouts this week. Shameless Shoutouts. Pretty good one here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And with that said, let's hit the injury report. Serial Connection, Kings fan, not happy. Shout out to all the whack West coaches and their All-Star picks. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis didn't make the All-Star game. Boy, poor Sacramento. Poor Sac. No smile, Sasky?
I mean, it's just it couldn't have happened to a better group of fans and media people.
What about Domantas Sabonis?
No, De'Aaron Fox. I would like to see in the All-Star game because I'm a NBA fan and I want to see him play. I don't want to see Sabonis. Nobody wants to see Sabonis,
aka Mr. Empty Calories. All right. Anyway, the Warriors. Speaking of hoops, it is a Warriors game day. They're in Memphis taking on the Grizzlies. They will have to win without Dario Saric, who was scratched from tonight's game with a bout of general illness. Also, Draymond Green is listed as a game-time decision as he is dealing with a right knee bruise, right knee contusion, which is a bruise, of course. Klay Thompson will be back, but you may have to play this game without Draymond and Saric. And you know what? The Grizzlies played last night. They lost to the Cavaliers. They'll be on the back end of a back-to-back. But you can't overlook them after they destroyed us Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So Warriors need to play their A game today. Try to win 2 in a row for the first time since December 22nd and 2030. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We get the great BY, who was on the roster for the Niners' last Super Bowl team. Cannot believe that. We'll get to BY coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the Red and Gold Hotline Caller of the Week.
Bang, bang, Niner gang up in this.
Let's go, Roasters. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. All the truck drivers, including Ron and Hayward. We haven't heard from Ron and Hayward in a while. He's down bad. Good morning to Riverside Rudy, that Rams fan, the one Rams fan. Haven't heard from him in a while.
Okay.
Shout out to the city of Philadelphia. Haven't heard from them in a while.
Okay.
RJ and Sean. And those cute little guys. Good morning to them out in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan. Here we go. Good morning to everybody out there on the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat. We love you all. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates. It's super simple online application process. Good morning to all the Niner fans, Warrior fans. Warriors and Grizzlies later today, 5 o'clock. Stephen Curry, by the way. We burned the lead 2 hours into the show. Stephen Curry, named an all-star once again. Named an all-star. How about that? He's a reserve.
As expected and as he should be. Although a small part of me was wondering, like, is this the year he doesn't, like, become an all-star? More because of, like, the team success and maybe there was someone else who would be, I don't know, maybe just acknowledged because of the overall team. But you have to have Steph Curry there, right? But I'm not going to lie. A small part of me actually thought about it for a second. Like, maybe he does get left off.
Well, he didn't.
I'm glad he didn't.
He didn't. And he's going to the All-Star game, named the 2024 All-Star. Paul Arizin, all-time Warrior. Stephen Curry just tied him for the most All-Star selections in Warriors history. 10 All-Star selections now for Stephen Curry, tied with Paul Arizin. 2 more than Rick Barry, 3 more than Nate Thurman, 4 more than Wilt Chamberlain and Neil Johnston. So congrats to Steph Curry.
And the Rick Barry, because he played in the ABA and bounced around, and it gets diluted.
It does. Rick Barry, all-time legend. All-time legend. All right, let's get to Bryant Young, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line, Pro Football Hall of Famer, member of the last Super Bowl team with the San Francisco 49ers.
One of my
we
favorites.
love BY. We love seeing them at the stadium with the foghorn next to Frank Gore. Maybe it was BY who got us all inspired for that comeback. Maybe it was you, Bryant Young. Let's just give you all the credit.
It wasn't me. It was all Niners, man. Their effort, their will to find a way to win. And but it was a opportunity and a fun time to do that for them and to get the crowd into it.
And I don't think we've spoken to you since you've been inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Loved what you did there. Canton, Ohio, the speech, your story. So we want to say congratulations to you. It's well-deserved. You had an iconic career, and we took a lot of pride seeing number 97 go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame wearing that yellow jacket, man. That must have been cool for you, BY.
Hello?
Yep, you got us there?
Yeah. You're going in and out on me.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. No, we're just congratulating you for being inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Your speech, the story you gave out there in Canton, Ohio this past season, this past induction, man, it was really cool. I know a lot of Niner fans, including Chaska and I, were really proud to see you up there.
Absolutely.
Big number 97 going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, just an incredible honor. I'm so grateful that I got a chance to play with such an incredible and awesome organization. Just teammates and coaches and owners along the way, and people that that were part of my career and journey, and just super cool to be among a elite group of men, and I'm extremely proud just to represent them, and man, I'm still basking in it. It's hard to believe. I'm still pinching myself, but it's just an incredible honor.
Yeah, and you're one of the classiest in Niner history. And so, all right, let's go back. I don't know how many people in our audience were at the game. Bonte and I were at the game. We're down 17 at half. You're at the game. Journey is playing right near where you're about to blow this foghorn. And I love Journey, but I'm not going to lie. I was down bad emotionally. And then you and Frank Gore go up there and you guys blow the foghorn. And, the crowd, it was just a weird vibe because they were down so much. Walk us through how you were feeling and what some of those OG legends were feeling at halftime. It flipped so quick in that third quarter.
Just watching the first half is like uncharacteristic of what how we've been playing. The Detroit Lions, they stepped out. There were 2 touches ahead, and it was just not going our way. And so we just needed something to swing the momentum. And the best way to do that is anything that our fans.
I think we got BY dropped off a little. Oh, there he is. We got you back, BY.
All our last half at Levi Stadium, and anything that can get them going. And the foghorn was that. It provided a boost for them, and they were into it, and they're excited about the second half. And it was a tale of two halves.
You were a rookie on that Super Bowl team when you guys went down to Miami to take on the San Diego Chargers. You had a phenomenal rookie season. That team is an all-time team, led by, of course, Steve Young and Jerry Rice. But you were a rookie on that team. What do you remember about the lead-up to the Super Bowl as a rookie, and who did you lean on to get you through the week with all the distractions, the media obligations? Who was that veteran that you leaned on getting ready for that Super Bowl, BY?
At that time, I was pretty comfortable with just having played with these guys the whole year, and it was just a matter of going out and executing. I remember during that week in practice that the way the team and the chemistry and how we practiced, that there wasn't a ball dropped in practice. We had clean, focused practices. The biggest thing that we had to do was just make sure that we stayed away from the distractions off the field. And so I just followed suit. There's really nobody I looked to and pointed to. Just I fell in line with what we're doing and what we're about and not doing anything different.
What did you notice from this defensive line this week, the Niners one? Because that was like the strength of the team for multiple seasons now. And I know Nick Bosa had a great second half, but it felt like, man, it just felt like they weren't getting home. There was a lot of gaps in the run game. I know that the linebackers play a part of that. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. What were you seeing just from that defensive line? Because I expected more, quite frankly.
I think, too, when I look at the run game, I think we're getting a little too maybe on second levels on the line, allowing some creases to get in there. And I think most importantly, we weren't playing as together as we'd had in the beginning of the year and the whole year. And so what I saw in the second half is us closing and playing a little tighter, not being as undisciplined in the gap, in our gaps, and just making the plays that were necessary. It was the tale of two halves in terms of how we played it in the run game and also how we impacted the passing game. The guys were getting hits and sacks, and that was a big difference.
Bryant Young here on the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line on Morty Ross on 95.7 The Game, a Super Bowl champ, a Pro Football Hall of Famer. Spent his entire career with the San Francisco 49ers, 14 years in all. Looking at Brock Purdy. Look, Brock Purdy's cool, calm, and collected. His second half, the past 2 weeks against Green Bay in Detroit, we're going to remember forever. He did not wilt despite things going awry in the first half for him. What advice would you give to Brock Purdy getting ready for his first Super Bowl with all the distractions and all the lights? And, of course, it's going to get all the questions about his draft pick status. What would you tell Brock Purdy leading up to this game in Las Vegas?
To do what you've been doing all season long. Stay consistent, block out the noise, don't listen to the critics, stay focused. That's not easily rattled. And he's real cool, calm, and collected. He's mature beyond his years for a young guy. And I really think that, he's just going to go about his business. It's a really big game, different stage, and he's not going to let that rattle him. So I anticipate him playing the way he's been playing the whole season.
Who's your favorite guy to watch on this Niner team, either side of the ball?
Debo's an electrifying playing. I'm a trench guy. I love watching the defensive line and the O-line as well. Trent Williams is a phenomenal left tackle, and Warner, of course, is a electrifying linebacker. He's always excited. He's a great leader for the team. Bosa on the edge getting after the quarterback. There's just so many players that you could just focus on, and they make you excited to watch.
You were known for having just great character, BY. This team is full of guys like that. Great character. And it's a credit to Jed York for reestablishing the culture. I know we spoke yesterday about that. But when you watch these guys, you just named all the players, the trenches. I'm kind of like you too, BY. We love the trenches, which is why we were going crazy last week. We're like, you got to stop the run, man. What's going on down there in the trenches? Because you got to do that there. But how proud of you as a veteran, as a Hall of Fame member, not only in pro football, but with the 49ers, and you see these guys carry on your legacy here. It must make you and Frank Gore and the rest of the veterans so proud to watch these guys because they do have a roster full of high-character guys.
They do. It's a credit to those guys that are in that current team, understanding, the history and the mystique of the organization and the success over the years. And really, they're just continuing and carving their own pattern, their own history, writing their story. And so when you look at what this current team is doing, it's theirs. It's their identity, and they understand what's at stake. They understand the standard that which we played, many years over the years. And so I'm just excited to continue to watch this team do something amazing. And so I'm rooting for them to get their 6th Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, we all want that. We've been dying for it for 30 years here. I'm looking at Chris Jones in this Kansas City defensive line, and he's just a monster. Like, similar to yourself, he can line up inside, he'll line up outside, he'll take the matchup wherever it comes. Who do you think has the edge, their D-line or the Niners' D-line?
I'm going to give it to us. I think I'm biased, obviously, right. but certainly I'm going to give the edge to us. But, Jones is a dynamic player. He does have the versatility to do, line up on the edge and inside. But, there are guys on our defensive line that have that same capability, like Eric Armstead. He's played on the edge and plays inside, and he's a very impactful player inside. But we have guys on the edge that can get it done. And so I'm going to give that to our guys.
Yeah, Bryant Young here on the Boxer and Aggressive guest line on the Morty Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Mahomes. All right. I know we're playing against him, but he's just such a good player. How would you rush him? Because he can get out of the pocket and scramble around. What would be your personal game plan against Mahomes as you're rushing him or trying to fluster him? Because it's hard to fluster. We know these things are difficult. He's the best for the reason. But what would be your strategy here to try to fluster him and get him off his game in the Super Bowl?
Well, the most important thing, you got to push the middle of the pocket and then allow our ends not to get high on the rushes and to squeeze the edges. It's when you see Mahomes is most dangerous, when you get ends that are high on the rushes and you're not getting a lot of pressure inside. And so you get that B gap open up where you can step up and scramble. Mm-hmm. So I think, we have to really do a great job just being tethered together as a defensive front. When he moves, the whole line moves and shifts, and keep him in the pocket. So just stay high and not get too tight, and squeeze the edges and push the middle of the pocket.
BY,
when he starts to move, that's the second play happening.
Yep.
Yeah. BY, were you watching this last game in the suite with a bunch of the former players?
Yeah, I was there.
All right.
It was we were biting our fingernails on the first half, and we're jumping for joy in the second half. It was an exciting game to watch.
Who gets the most stressed out of all the old timers?
I think we all do, to be honest. I mean, I'm sitting, standing. I never sat, so I'm standing next to Jerry. And, Jerry he's really into it, as we all are. But you watch some of the emotions of guys that played there, and I think every guy feels it, the ups and the downs.
Do you get a kick out of Jerry when he's down there on the field in the suit? The chains? We had Jerry on last week. He's got the Go Fuel chain, BY. He's got the Niner chain. Go ahead, BY.
He's done anything half speed. So in this role, just being where he's at, he's just having a great time. The fans are into it. He's into it. He gets the fans going. And it's fun to watch him in the second part of his life and how he supports this team. He's just excited to be out there.
Yeah, no doubt. Bryant Young here. So will you be in Vegas?
Yeah.
Will you be in Vegas for the big game? I know you got to be out there representing the red and gold.
Absolutely, I would be there.
Let's go.
We love that.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
I wouldn't. Hey, we can't wait. We're not going to ask you for a prediction. We know you want the Niners to win. We want the Niners to win. And look, it's all about surviving the vets, right? BY, at this point of the season, you don't get style points. This isn't the BCS in college football, or you're not trying to run up the score.
No style points, baby. You just got to find a way to win.
Find a way to win.
A way to win. That's it.
Bryant, this guy rips me all the time for being a Notre Dame fan.
No,
Tell him what's up.
No.
I'm an Irish Catholic from San Francisco, I'm unapologetically a Notre Dame fighting Irish fan.
Why are you trying to get me on BY's bad side, man?
He might be the perfect person.
Don't get on my bad side.
No, listen, I'm a Florida State fan. I respect the Irish. I respect Notre Dame.
No doubt. Mutual respect.
Oh, man. Brian, man, it's so good to hear from you. It's always good to see you at the stadium.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you in Las Vegas. Niners are back in the Super Bowl against Mahomes, and we got revenge on our mind, man. Should be a good one out there in Las Vegas, but we always appreciate the time when we could get you on the lines. And again, congratulations. Pro Football Hall of Fame.
You.
Incredible.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Anytime. BY here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Legendary guy, high character dude. 14 years, never took a playoff. Love BY. Love BY. But he mentioned that with Mahomes. Push the pocket inside. Get A-gap pressure. So I'm looking at Eric Armstead. I'm looking at Javon Hargrave. Hey, Javon, this fan base will forget about some of the no-shows that we see this season. We'll forget all about it if you have a monster game against Patrick Mahomes. And we saw him last year against Patrick Mahomes, and guess what? The Eagles didn't get pressure on Patrick Mahomes last season.
No doubt they didn't. And, I was listening to Nick Bosa yesterday, and I'm not sure if we ended up cutting the sound or not, but he was talking about, the last matchup against Kansas City. And I personally believe that Nick Bosa channeled his inner Phil Jackson here by basically saying the loud stuff that you should keep quiet out loud to put it into the referee's hands and into their lap. This is what you should do. I've been begging Steve Kerr to talk about this with Steph and Clay and the off-ball physicality. You have to address it before the games happen so that the referees are aware of it. And I love that he said this.
Taylor and Smith, when you watch them on film, Taylor's, I think, leads the NFL. Ton of penalties. Anything stand out when you watch them?
They hold a lot.
They hold a lot. They hold a lot. And then here's what he said about 2019.
Yeah.
You were pretty adamant after that game that you weren't going to watch it. You didn't watch it. Have you indeed watched it or been forced to watch it this week?
Yeah, no, I've watched it. Yeah.
What kind of feelings did that bring up?
It's definitely just I start sweating a little bit. But it's fun to watch. I mean, that's a Super Bowl defense right there, and we got to take a page out of that if we want to go win it.
Were you held on the Wasp play?
On which one?
The 3rd and 15.
I don't think they had the back view, but yeah, I'm sure. It's Eric Fisher.
I mean, 3rd and 15. I mean, Jesus, 3rd and 15. Wow, I mean, are you really going to do this to me on a Friday as we're getting ready for the Super Bowl? 3rd and 15.
Chiefs need some Mahomes magic. Launches down the middle. Hill, open, caught. And they get it. Kansas City, the big play.
Now, I wish we would have cut Aikman leading up to that play because Troy Aikman was in the booth. And he was saying, boy, Mahomes really needs a big play. You're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, blah, 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 2010. Nothing's going your way. And then, boom.
Chiefs need some Mahomes magic. Launches down the middle. Hill, open, caught. And they get it. Kansas City, the big play.
I don't understand to this day how there wasn't one hold called in that entire Super Bowl.
I don't know what my boy Emmanuel Mosley was doing. So the players of the Kansas City Chiefs described this play as Jet, Chip, Wasp. Jet, Chip, Wasp was the name of the play, and it was a turning point.
Of all the plays in 49er history, and I'll even throw the Sherman play in there, if you could take away one play from an opponent.
It's 3rd and 15.
Is it 3rd and 15?
It's 3rd and 15.
Over all of them.
All time?
That's what I'm saying.
I've got a lot of plays I can take away.
I mean, this was a Super Bowl.
Leonard Marshall hitting Joe Montana. I wish I could take that play away.
And they would have won 3 in a row.
Roger Craig fumbling in that same game to give the Giants the ball back, and Matt Barr makes a field goal from 44 yards. I wish I could take that play back. Kyle Williams, which play can I take away from him? The first punt fumble, the second punt fumble, the fumble on the reverse. I would have taken away numerous plays.
The Bradshaw fumble, right? That should have been.
The 3-play sequence, the 4-play sequence against the Baltimore Ravens. Love to take back a lot of plays.
Jacoby Jones's touchdown return in that one, too.
Yeah, to open up the second half.
Yeah, well, Bruce Miller was held on that.
Well, they call it. They love to play that game. Jerome Boger was your referee in that game. He was a crew chief, and I remember leading up to it. True story. A couple weeks out from the Super Bowl, there was other officials complaining about Boger getting the assignment for that Super Bowl because that crew was graded so low And I remember a nugget in that report was saying that, Jerome Boger usually lets the guys play. A lot of teams get away with a lot of stuff. It was leading up to, I was like, oh boy, this is not good. And it got swept under the rug. There's a Raven who should have been kicked out. He threw a punch at a Niner right in front of the referee. And the rest did nothing. They didn't kick him out the game or anything. So it was a joke.
3rd and 15 for me in that Super Bowl, that might be, I don't know. Man, I'd really have to sit through them all. That might be the one, though.
Well, I tell you what.
That might be the one.
One sequence in that game that drove me crazy was the Niners not call a timeout before the half. Here's Troy Aikman.
Last time the 49ers, Troy had the ball, Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, had guys up at the line of scrimmage trying to stop the run, but San Francisco still ran it.
Yeah, they did. Interesting decision by Kyle Shanahan not electing to use a timeout. They would have had a minute and 30, minute and 35 seconds with 2 timeouts. Had they have done it, instead, they hold all 3, but just 59 seconds.
1 for 5 on 3rd downs. The top 3rd down offense in the league this year. 3rd and 14. Mahomes, screen, Williams, swallowed up on Kansas City's side of midfield. Jaquiski Tartt making that play for the 49ers. He was not alone, and Robert Saleh happy with the effort by his group.
Pretty good stop right there, and San Francisco not using a timeout. They're letting the clock run. They're going to preserve all 3, but just a great defensive stop. They rally to the football and make a play to force the punt.
I mean, you coach scared. Shanahan coached Titans scared in that football game.
I don't think it was his best work, but in retrospect, that was one of the most prolific offenses any of us has ever seen. Tyreek and Kelsey.
Okay, and?
I mean, well, he dropped 50 touchdowns a year prior.
If it's the most prolific offense.
No, I'm saying they were trying to limit. They didn't want to go 3 and out quickly and give the ball back to them because they were suffocating them on defense.
On the flip side, you need to score.
No doubt.
You're going to need more than 20 points to win this football game.
So do you think it was risk averse in that situation?
Yeah, it was very, very questionable. Maybe he didn't trust Jimmy, but at the same time, it's the Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl. You got to be aggressive, and you're receiving the second half kickoff.
I know. I was so conflicted even at the time. I kind of defended it because I was so scared of that offense.
I was going crazy. I was losing my mind. Losing my mind. Like John Lynch in the suite.
I'm not sure there's a catch-all situation against that offense. I really did see both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I didn't. It's a Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem. I'm still
I know you were furious in real time.
It gives me
but there was an OPI on Kittle on that drive.
It was a weak call. Eggs and toast with the roast. We're going to qualify somebody on the other side. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dib.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
4 years to the day where the Niners lost to the Chiefs in Super Bowl 54, 31-20. Not a memory we love. It's not. It really isn't. And you got to deal with this joker, Patrick Mahomes, once again. And you know what, Shasky? We're going to get Booby Dixon on. Anthony Dixon, of course, former Niner fullback, running back, Mississippi State, now coaching in the area. He's at every game. We'll talk to him about the Niners and the vibes at the NFC title game. But I thought last year, everybody's worried about Steve Wilkes and his defense, and I get it. Trust me, I understand. I'm worried about him too. But it wasn't like DeMeco Ryans in that defense last season didn't get cooked by Kansas City. Kansas City dropped 44 points at Levi Stadium last season. They were throwing deep. They were throwing short. They were throwing intermediate. And after watching that, and that's the game I watched back yesterday.
Charvarius Ward was coming back from the hamstring injury or the groin injury.
And Bosa was coming back from a groin injury as well.
Because I remember Charvarius did not look right in that game.
Yep. They didn't look right, but Mahomes did. And it may have been one of the best performances I've ever seen from a quarterback on the football field. I'm not being hyperbolic here. 25-34, 423 yards, 3 touchdowns, and interception. Now, it was Christian McCaffrey's first game, and the Niners did move the ball. Jimmy had the egregious interception before halftime. Kansas City takes the ball, go right down the field, kick a field goal. Jimmy was just taking sacks. He took 5 sacks in that game. I mean, Jimmy was not great. We know that. But Mahomes, on the flip side, I think about Marino and Bledsoe dueling at Joe Robbie Stadium in the rain with the baseball diamond on the dirt, one of the most classic duels I've ever seen. Patrick Mahomes, the display he put on at the quarterback position at Levi Stadium last season was one of the best performances I've ever seen from a quarterback.
Refresh my memory. You did watch the Netflix quarterback doc, right?
Oh, of course I did.
Okay. Because that moment when they show that game, and they didn't show lots of that game, but one of the key things that I remember walking away from that was Bosa and Patrick Mahomes meeting at midfield.
Yep.
And Mahomes acknowledging how great Bosa is and says, you need to get right. And he's, I'm good. Bosa says, I'm good.
Yeah.
And Mahomes like, nah.
You ain't right.
Nah.
Get that groin right.
Like, he knew he wasn't 100%.
Yeah. Now,
that to me was very interesting.
No, it was interesting. But also, Mahomes noticed, he goes, their safeties are playing down. They're daring me to throw deep. And Mahomes started letting it fly. He threw one to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 57-yarder. It was on a 3rd and long. And Mahomes dropped back. He dropped back and just let it fly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about the yardage. They were Juju Smith-Schuster, the catches or runs. Kelsey. I mean, Mahomes was throwing darts that day. I'm telling you, man. Watching it back, I was like, wow. Holy smokes, we got to deal with this guy. Now, we know how good Mahomes is, and hopefully Bosa's right. But you got to get pressure on him because he carved that defense up. And that was with the D'Amico rides. And I know there were some injuries on the defense side of the football, but Mahomes made it look too easy.
They did the end around 3 times near the goal line, right?
With the jet sweep of McCall Hardman.
McCall Hardman. Okay, yep. I was thinking, was it Kadarius Toney? Was it McCall Hardman? Yeah. I mean, it was not good.
All right.
It was not a good performance.
All right, we got to qualify another lucky listener here. Another lucky listener. We're about 5 minutes late, but it's all good. Got people here. Be the first caller on the contest line to answer this question correctly, and you will have eggs and toast with the roast next Friday. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. The question is, who was the last producer of the morning roast before Sam Lubman? Who was the last producer of the morning roast before Sam Lubman? And I'm not giving these folks the hint, Lubman. They don't get a hint. You just got to know. First caller to answer this question correctly will win a spot to have eggs and toast with the roast. The last producer of the morning roast before Sam Lubman. Who was it?
And if you win this, you get to come in here next Friday, and we're eating proposition chicken. And I'm looking at this classic breakfast sandwich, toasted croissant bun, over easy egg, not poached, American cheese, house-made ranch. I'm ready. Egg and cheese. They got a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. I am ready.
Yeah, I'm ready
for proposition chicken.
I'm ready for prop chicken. But I'm more ready to listen to meet the fans and meet all the listeners. Somebody asked me, what's the best part of your job, Bonte? Somebody asked me this last week. I said, it's the people. I get to meet different people from all walks of life. That opportunity to meet older, younger, doesn't matter, kids, people who listen to the show. 3 Filipino ladies I met after the game last Saturday against the LA Lakers. 2 of them live in LA. They listen through the Odyssey app every single show. They're living in LA. So shout out to them. They know who they are. We took a photo after the game. I mean, that's the best part of this gig. So I look forward to meeting new people next Friday coming into the studio. I truly do. You're smiling, but I do.
Well, no, because it's funny. I got a phone call yesterday, and I was talking with my buddy Jimbo, and we were going on and on. I said, hey, how's the Warrior game? And he's like, well, the kids got to go out onto the floor, but you have to keep it moving when you're going out onto the floor. And, he's one of my good friends, and he's with his son, Rye Guy, and Rye Guy's 5 years old. He goes, hey, look, there's Steph Curry. And, they were looking at Steph Curry, watching him warm up. And Rye Guy goes, I think that's Bonte. And he saw you dapping everybody up, and he said that you were working the room like a politician.
Which room?
Down on the floor at Chase Center.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Just dapping people up?
Yeah, but what you were talking about now is meeting people and saying hi and everything. And he wanted to go over, but he didn't want to make it look like he was some fanboy of yours because he's a friend of mine. And he just didn't want it to be awkward.
I welcome all fanboys and fangirls. Shaking hands and kissing babies, baby. That's what we do, Drew Down. That's what we do. We love to do it. Let me know who wins. Let me know if anybody got the answer right. Gucci Mane? Zucci Mane? He got it right?
Let's go.
What was the answer, Lovin? What was the answer? Who was the last producer before you?
Some guy named John Curley.
Yeah, that's my guy. Man. Big John Curley.
I'm Irish.
Big John Curley with the tweet of the night during the NFC title game. Well, back in 1957, the Niners were up 24-7 on the Lions. And, what do you know? The Niners came back. Or no, the Lions came back. Well, you know what? Here we are, 2024. Niners are down 24-7 to the Lions. Go figure. My man. Slow down on Curly, bro. Love you, John Curly. Love you, John Curly, because we had credential media members stealing his tweet, not giving any credit to him. So, it is what it is.
And that guy poses a lot anyway. That's neither here nor there. Quick aside, it's right now Pebble Beach weekend, the Pro-Am. It's not a Pro-Am anymore. It's because they don't really allow a lot of the, celebrities into it. Does it do anything for you as a visual on television?
It does. I like playing it on a video game.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I don't know. I thoroughly enjoy watching it. And it tells me also football season's about to end because it's usually the weekend right before the Super Bowl, and it gets me sad. Football's about to end.
Yeah, it is. Get me sad. It does get me sad. When football ends, it is a sad moment. But hopefully the Warriors, who play the Grizzlies tonight, can make a push and make the next 2 months exciting. Like, I will love that. Love that. Love that. So, we're working out Boobie Dixon. If he shows up, he doesn't. We could continue to power through. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. I want to ask this quick question, Shasky.
Okay, because I have a point that I wanted to make.
The rematch of the Super Bowls. Rematch of Super Bowl 54. Are the Niners better than they were in 2019? Are the Chiefs better than they were in 2019?
So that's kind of where I was going. I think the three biggest differences for both teams, the three biggest ones in order. Number 3, the defensive line for the 49ers is not as good. So to me, their overall defense is just not as dangerous and as suffocating as it once was. Number 2. Adding Christian McCaffrey changed everything. We could talk about Brock, and there's no question Brock is better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's a big part of it. But to me, adding the MVP, a dual threat, a dynamic superstar, makes the game better for everyone on the field. Debo, Ayuk, obviously Ayuk wasn't there last time. George Kittle helps that quarterback, helps Kyle Shanahan, gives him some clarity on where to go with the ball. That is a game changer. And the number one biggest difference for me between then and now, heading into that Super Bowl, we didn't know if Andy Reid could win the big one. We didn't know if Patrick Mahomes could quote-unquote win the big one. I think 4 years later, it's pretty cemented, even if they don't win another thing of this magnitude, another Super Bowl. Those two are battle-tested winners who cannot be doubted in the clutch. When you come back and beat Philly down 10 in the second half in the Super Bowl the way that they did, when you win the 3 games that they needed to this year on the road the way they did, or 2 on the road the way they did, I think it's pretty obvious. They're now 2-time Super Bowl champions. Going in, we didn't know. We knew they were great. We knew they were both really good, but there were a lot of question marks. Now, 4 years later, it's crazy what that one title does, as you referenced earlier this week, because there is not a doubt in anyone's mind, even if they lose this game, they are considered the most clutch, winner-esque dudes of this particular era right now.
So they come back from 10 against the Niners in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter. They come back from 10 at the half against the Philadelphia Eagles. They come back from being down 3 with 13 seconds left against the Buffalo Bills to advance. Think about that. You're down 3, and you come back and you make something happen there to advance to an AFC title game. So to your point about being battle-tested, yes, they are battle-tested. They will not flinch. They will not wilt, and they've been here before. And you know what? They're confident. They are very confident going into Buffalo and going into Baltimore in the way that they won those games, in the fashion that they won those games. Yes, you're going to have to deal with a handful. So are both teams better than 2019? I would say both teams are different.
I agree.
The strength of the Chiefs right now is their defense. You know, the strength of the 49ers right now is their offense. It's completely flipped. The offense is night and day better than the offense in 2019, but the defense is lacking right now. Now, I think Fred Warner's a better version than the player he was in 2019, a game in which he picked off a pass from Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl. Dre Greenlaw's better than what he was. He was a rookie during that time. Bosa's better than what he was as a rookie, even though the numbers don't show it. But this offense is light years better. Debo's a better version.
Yes.
Kittle's a better version. The quarterback's better. Purdy is better right now than Garoppolo was heading into that game.
Ayuk better than Emmanuel Sanders?
Absolutely. Bigger threat than him. And more involved in the offense.
I would agree.
Their running backs are better. The running back is better. Hell, the running back room may be better.
I agree with that.
And so But at the same time, Patrick Mahomes is better.
Is their special teams better?
The 49ers special teams?
Yeah. Is their special teams now better than it was back then? Yeah, I think I'm taking the 2019 special teams over this one. Because I've heard from a lot of my, diehard Niner friends and people on Instagram and whatnot, and they keep saying, like, dude, I don't trust this kicker at all. And I'm like, well, I was panicking about the kicker. I'm probably more confident than most, but he doesn't inspire, all the confidence in the world.
Look at Kansas City's kicker, Harrison Buckner.
He's pretty reliable.
Battle-tested, reliable, can make him from anywhere.
Pretty reliable, yeah. Like, Justin Tucker's the best. Butker's on a short list of guys I take after him.
Right. Moody's not even close. So, yes, we have a disadvantage with the kicker, but at the same time, in a football game like this, I don't want to see the kicker.
Yeah, I know.
You have to score touchdowns. That regular season game last year against Kansas City, what got the Niners in trouble, they had to kick 3 field goals when they were moving the ball.
Yeah. Is Kyle Shanahan a better coach today than he was 4 years ago?
Absolutely. But so is Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Is Steve Wilkes better than Robert Saleh? It's hard to quantify.
It's hard to quantify, but because Robert Saleh had the better personality.
See, I agree with you. And I look at that staff as a whole. You had D'Amico on that staff, and you had Robert Saleh, who brought some of his other guys with him on that staff. That was a really good staff.
Yep.
And the personnel was better.
Yep.
I think we're way too harsh on Steve Wilkes than we should be.
I mean, D'Amico Ryans got torched for 44 by Kansas City last week, and they looked outmatched. I mean, Andy Reid was running circles around D'Amico last year. Anything Mahomes wanted, he took. Running game, passing game. Kansas City torched the Niners last year at Levi Stadium. Torched them. Let's go to Andre in San Francisco. What's happening?
Hey, Andre.
Go to Roast.
Yo, thanks for taking my call, man. I wanted to say I'm extremely nervous about the performance of the D-line. They look good on paper, but they haven't performed like they need to, and I think it's the key to the game. And if they come out and perform like they have in the past couple of weeks, I think it's going to be curtains for us. And then I just wanted to say thanks for Joe for taking that picture with me up at the Bruce Mahoney, man. I really appreciate it. I was trying not to fanboy out, but I'm like, let me go holler at my man. It's like seeing a Bay Area legend, man. I just wanted to say thanks. I ran into Bonte last year at the football game. We were filming both of those, and I want to say good props to y'all, man. San Francisco legends, baby.
I love that. Hey, that game, my niece's team, they blew a huge lead. Poor Megs. I had to give her a big hug. I was so sad for her. Sacred Heart battled back. That was a great game.
Did you give Angelique a hug?
No, she was out of there before I cut out.
Angelique was not happy.
But I had the little guy. Little guy was making the rounds.
LJ?
Yeah, he made his first Bruce Mahoney.
Everywhere, man. You're taking LJ everywhere.
Bro, he's got to get used to the loud noises. He's a Shasky.
Got to keep him indoors. No, it's good for him to get the sun. Helps their skin. Get that vitamin D in. Shout out to LJ, by the way. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too, like Cheryl Bosa. Cheryl Bosa has a nice rapport with Willard and Dibbs.
Oh.
She joined them the other day. Spit some facts about Bosa. Speaking of Bosa, he was asked about Kansas City's starting tackles. Here's what Bosa said.
Taylor and Smith, when you watch them on film, Taylor's, I think, leads the NFL. Ton of penalties. Anything stand out when you watch them?
They hold a lot.
They hold a lot.
They're going to let him play in this Super Bowl, though. I mean, we know that.
So?
Even though the final play last year was Bradbury holding, who was the wide? Was it Juju? Who was the wide receiver? Yeah, he was holding Juju, and they threw that penalty. It feels like the majority of the Super Bowls I've watched in my lifetime, they usually let him play and get very physical.
Jawan Taylor had a rough start to the season, and then Donovan Smith, number 79.
He wears the black visor.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Bosa has a very good advantage against these tackles.
That's
Bosa,
a large human being.
I think Bosa can really dominate this football game. Now, can you get help on the other side? Can we get something from you, Chase Young? Can we get something from Chase Young? Randy Gregory? Anything?
This whole, one big game, and Chase could get paid. Not by us.
Yeah, well, that ship is sailed.
But no, they need one big game from every single one of those guys on that defensive line.
How disappointing has Chase been for you? Because remember after the Jacksonville game, a lot of calls we took was like, you got to pay Chase over Ayuk. You have to pay Chase over Ayuk if it comes down to it. After one game, and Chase has done, it's been, even though the Niners didn't give up much for him, they give up a third-round comp pick.
Yeah, but they're going to get it back.
They're going to get it back, which is cool.
When he walks.
But damn, he has been disappointing. Like, and you know what's crazy? Big Dog City and I, after the Fiesta Bowl, Clemson, Ohio State, we both looked at each other like, Chase Young ain't it. Now, I didn't want to overreact.
You're worried about Chase. I think Javon Hargraves has been a bigger disappointment in Eric Armstead than even Chase. Like, I'm paying them way more.
I'm focused on Chase, looking at Chase, but I need him to set the edge. I see flashes from Hargrave. Hargrave made some plays in that NFC title game.
I mean, I'm paying him $20 million.
Yeah, I know. I get it. But Chase Young is starting at one of the edges. And I'm just saying, man, a guy like that with all the hype, it reminds me so damn much of Clowney when he came out. But you're right with Hargrave.
I think the name is sexier.
Hargrave is a big part. He's got to step up. There's no doubt.
And Armstead, I couple them together. And Armstead, like, I'm sorry, like, you paid Eric Armstead DN money at the time, and he's now played D tackle, and he's been hurt the last couple of years, and that sucks. And I think he's a great dude, but in terms of bang for the buck, it's pretty bad bang for the buck.
Yeah,
I mean, they have 40-something% of the cap tied into the defensive line.
Yeah, it's not good.
And you're not getting, like, you're just not getting bang for the buck right now. And it's really frustrating. And I feel like, and they could tell me different, but it feels like to me, philosophically, the way Kyle and whoever the DC is wants to build this team is the D-line takes pressure off of every other level behind them on that defense. And so when you invest this much in it, then you're going to take money, from the back end, and you're going to reinvest it back into the D-line. Draft capital that you could have used on another linebacker, on a safety, on a corner. You're going to put that back into D-ends to go get Randy Gregory and to go get Chase Young. Like, you have reinvested so much. This D-line's got to do more. They just have to do more.
They do have to do more.
But Chase has been a massive disappointment. That I can't deny that.
Right.
But
they all have.
But Drake, I think Drake Jackson simultaneously has been very disappointing. I had high hopes for Jake Jackson.
Now Armstead looks hurt. He looked a little frail. Looked like he lost a little weight going into that NFC title game. He looked skinny, didn't he?
Can I tell you what I'm like? I'm not trying to put this into the ethos. I don't wish this on it. But like these foot injuries, this is what ended Patrick Willis's career. Yeah. These foot injuries are serious.
Well, plantar fasciitis is no joke, no doubt. I think he'll be able to make a speedy recovery in the offseason, but you can tell he's compromised here. He's compromised, no doubt about it. And I'm with you with Javon Hargrave. You heard Bryant Young said A-gap pressure is imperative this Sunday against Patrick Mahomes. You got to push the pocket right in his face. Boy, you think about Javon Hargrave and what you had back then going into the Super Bowl. Now, I believe DJ Jones got hurt. It wasn't available for the Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken.
Was that Ronald Blair or him?
It could have been. DJ Jones got hurt. He got hurt, I believe.
You could be right.
But DJ Jones had a big impact.
Oh, he was
up the middle against the run.
Really good, yes.
So Javon Hargrave.
6th-round pick.
No, I'm with you with Javon Hargrave. I don't disagree with that at all. Javon's got to step up.
Well, and you need to see another, like because they rotate so much. Randy Gregory has to be good. Kinlaw has to be good. Givens or Joseph Day has to be good. By the way, I don't think we saw much Joseph Day in the last game. I didn't see him out there.
We only played 10 snaps against Green Bay. How many? Love it. Find a snap count real quick for.
Yeah, I didn't
because I saw Joseph Day a couple times.
Okay, I didn't notice him out there.
I noticed number 69 a couple times here, but I don't think he played a lot of snaps. He didn't play a lot of snaps against Green Bay.
I think Randy Gregory has been slightly better than Chase Young. And then, I mean, we're talking a low bar to clear.
So, yeah, DJ Jones went on injury reserve after the Saints game in 2019 when they won 48-46 at the Superdome. Yeah, he didn't play in the postseason. They missed DJ Jones against Kansas City. They did in that Super Bowl. DJ Jones is very good against the run, good against the pass, situational pass rush. Remember Sunday Night Football, he showed out against Green Bay when they beat the Packers 37-8. So DJ Jones was missed, and I need Hargrave to channel his inner DJ Jones. All right, snap count. Love it. What you got?
Yeah, according to Matt Barrows with The Athletic, Sebastian Joseph Day had 5 snaps last week against the Lions.
So 15 snaps in the postseason.
D-tackle. Oh, my God.
15 snaps.
Defensive tackle.
You know, D. Lou's saying we need to run a 5-man front sometimes, and you see some teams do that. I kind of agree with that, and I like that. Like Detroit had 5 dudes on the line of scrimmage, and they were stuffing around for the most part on first down in that NFC title game.
But you fear Mahomes so much beating you in one-on-one over the top.
Maybe.
Even with their wide receiver.
You can zone some things up. You could get creative with the 5-man fronts just to show it. just to show it and, like, dare them to pass the ball when maybe you do want them to pass the ball. I don't know, but something needs to shake. But I'm looking at the offense and saying, you know what, this one's on you.
Well,
Brock, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle.
Yeah.
You guys got to score. You got to maximize every last possession. You cannot go into halftime with just 7 points. You've done that back-to-back weeks, and you barely survived. You can't do that this week against Mahomes.
Am I alone in thinking that, like, I almost feel like there's no way they can win this game without Debo and Ayuk having a major impact?
No, they have to have they all have to have impacts.
Like, because Kittle didn't do much. He had a couple of big catches.
Well, I think it was huge in a run game.
That I agree with. But I'm talking about as if I was looking at raw catches, right? Raw catches. Like, I would have expected, Kittle to be a bigger factor heading into that game. That was the team that gave up the 10th most points and yards to a tight end all year. And it just didn't feel like he was a huge part of the game plan. And I didn't have them beating Detroit with Kittle not being featured in the passing game.
Well, maybe Detroit's game plan was to take away something. And maybe their game plan was to take away Kittle. I don't know if Purdy just missed him a couple times. Well, look, Kittle had the big impact against Green Bay, 4 catches, 81 yards.
Yes.
Maybe they're saying, look, we gotta pay attention to Debo and Ayuk. We'll take our chances with Debo and Ayuk in one-on-one coverage, especially with the compromised shoulder, but we're going to go after George Kittle and maybe try to take him out the pass game. He had one of the biggest catches of the game on that sail route in the fourth quarter, but you know what? Against Kansas City, I expect them to bounce back. Now, their safeties are good in Kansas City.
Their corners are good,
Their corners are good. Their safeties are good. Who is it? Justin Reed. Their corners are really good, led by L'Jarius Sneed. McDuffie's good. Their secondary is very, very good. Very good. So they all need impacts. But more importantly, just take care of the football. Take care of the football and score touchdowns. Score touchdowns, less field goals, because field goals will get you beat in this football game. No doubt about it.
A week away from the Super Bowl, man. I'm just so excited to see this matchup. I'm so pumped to see what they've got going. Give Shanahan 2 weeks to prepare against this team. You finally get CMC against Kansas City with all the time in the world to be able to be ready to go. Part of the Brock Purdy story is the week he got traded, that Thursday, Friday, he shows up and he's working out with Brock Purdy on the field after everybody leaves for practice so that, CMC could learn all the checks and all the routes and all the different names of different plays that were out there. And that's when he started to believe in Brock Purdy. It's just, I don't know, there's a lot of feel-goods coming out in this week.
In case you missed it, here's Jed York telling a story about Shanahan fall in love with Brock Purdy.
We haven't really talked much about Brock, but that's a good example of Kyle's directness. Last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you we got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, obviously, we've invested in Trey. Trey's doing a good job. We're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest and he let it play out the right way.
I have a question for you, B.
Go ahead.
Jed York is telling the story about Brock Purdy and how Kyle always liked him. You hear Bill Romanowski telling a story about how Mike Shanahan knew almost right away that they liked him. It sure seems like everybody in that building who's there currently, Greasy and the entire offensive personnel groupings all knew this was their guy. It feels like he has the longest leash of any quarterback at any point during Shanahan's tenure with the 49ers, right?
It's possible.
The most trust?
Possible.
Because we've talked a lot about trust. You can't bring up Super Bowl against Kansas City in 2019 without bringing up the T word.
Yep.
I feel like they have the most trust, faith, equity, respect, whatever you want to call it, for Brock Purdy than at any other point in Kyle's tenure as a Niner coach.
It's well deserved. Brock Purdy's earned the trust.
Absolutely.
Brock Purdy's earned the equity. He's earned it from his teammates. He's earned it from his coaching staff. He's earned it from the owner. Brock Purdy has done nothing to disappoint anybody. Like, you look at his run last season, and he's followed it up with possibly the best season in the regular season in 49ers franchise history. He's earned it. Brock Purdy has earned Kyle Shanahan's trust. And even when things got hairy, what were we complaining about after the Green Bay game? Oh, he passed too much. 39 passes may have been on Shanahan. But Jimmy would have never thrown the ball 39 times in that situation. He would have never called 39 pass plays in that situation.
No.
Shanahan actually dialed it up even more, and it was without Deebo Samuel on the football field. Deebo got hurt first quarter. So Brock Purdy's earned that trust. He's earned it.
Well, I just look at the last Super Bowl. I don't know. It felt like it was trending, and we got way ahead of ourselves. But through 3 quarters, it sure as hell felt like Jimmy Garoppolo could have been named MVP if the Niners would have won that Super Bowl.
He could have.
You could have gone in a defensive angle. You could have gone with Warner or somebody else or Bosa, even though he didn't record a sack. He was unbelievable. And then that fourth quarter happened. So I guess what I'm thinking is, no matter what happens in this Super Bowl game, if they lose, fans, we're all going to go crazy, and we're going to bring up all these different names and this and the other. But it sure feels like everything that I'm hearing from Jed and Romanowski and Kyle and the players and everything, no matter what happens in this Super Bowl, can we not lose our minds in the offseason about replacing Brock Purdy?
Are you talking to yourself?
A little.
Yeah. Are you?
That seems like a really big ask to Niner fans.
Right.
No, but would you agree with me? We're going we know.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
No, I'm agreeing with Shasky. I do. If the Niners do not win, at least half the Niner fan base
are going to lose their minds.
Is to say, go get insert any name here.
No matter how good he plays, right? Because again, Jimmy played really good for 3 quarters of that game, and then the way it ended, it left a sour taste in our mouth. And we act, not everyone, but a lot of people act like Jimmy's the reason they lost. He's part of the many reasons that they lost that game. And I was ready to go get Tom Brady immediately. So I guess I'm cautioning myself.
Now 3rd down and 10. Garoppolo airs it out. Sanders downfield is overthrown. And now with 1:33 left, it's 4th and 10.
I tell you, he had him too, Joe. He got in behind him. It's not what Kansas City wanted, but Emmanuel Sanders, he gets by Ward and Fenton. They're trying to double him on the outside, but yeah, just overshot it. So now 4th and 10.
Play clock they're going to let the play go. It's not going to matter as Garoppolo now has it knocked incomplete. Clark was there and had pressure for the Kansas City defense.
Here's Shanahan on the 4th and 10 and the overthrow.
Yeah, we did consider it, but where we got the ball and the fact that it was 10-10, that they had 3 timeouts. If we would have got an explosive run on the first one, we would have. I want to say we got a 4-yard run, so we let the clock run a little bit to get it down. But no, we were good with that situation. Very good. Do that every single time, especially with us starting with the ball in the 3rd quarter. And once we realized we did get the first, then we did take our shot, and we would have got points from that, but we had that unfortunate penalty.
What about the overthrow, Shanny?
Manuel did a good job just getting by the safeties, and I didn't see how the pocket was, so I'm not sure. I was looking downfield, but looked like he just missed him.
Just missed him.
When they lost that Super Bowl, I've bringing it up a million times, the pie chart of culpability, clock management, going away from the run, even though you broke the record for most rushing yards in an NFC Championship game ever, getting away from the jet sweeps that were working so well in that game, the offensive line getting caved in by Chris Jones, the defense not getting stops, the officials played a part in it, not getting holding calls, Mahomes being unbelievable, and Andy Reid and them adjusting. There's so many reasons why they lost that Super Bowl. And yet, for a lot of people, it comes down to Shanahan blew it, the defense blew it, or Jimmy blew it.
Yep.
And it's so much more layered than that. It always is.
It's individual plays. Ben Garland wasn't making his blocks. Chris Jones took over the interior. You couldn't buy time for Jimmy. It was a lot. It was a lot going on, man. But that Super Bowl hurts. And now you're playing the Chiefs team that has the experience at 2 Super Bowl rings to boast, and they're not afraid of you. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. It is a Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Let's go out to Sid in San Bernardino. Sid, what is happening? I'll get Sid on here. There you go. Sid, San Bernardino. What's happening?
What's going on, young man?
What's going on, Sid?
Hey, man, I got a quick question, man. Who do you think or who do you want to step up if we are up or if we're down to keep everybody locked in? Because, Steve Wilkes and Shanahan, they got that low energy. So who do you think that we need to step up to keep everybody locked in on the sidelines or when we're on the field, if we're up or if we're down?
Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, defensively. Offensively, it's got to be Debo. It's got to be Big Trent. It's got to be Kittle. Kittle's one of your captains. So if you get down to that point, I expect the leaders to step up and kind of carry the torch to make sure everybody keeps their energy up.
Is it too simplistic and for me to say, if Ambry Thomas has a really, really, really good game, the Niners are probably in a really good position.
Boy, it would go a long way.
Or is that picking on him?
It'd go a long way for Ambry because he's going to get picked on in this football game.
Right. But like if he has a great game, that tells me that they're probably getting after the quarterback. Like, not that he's the worst link ever, but like, that means that they're getting heat on the quarterback, and maybe the quarterback's a little erratic, and the rest of the secondary is holding, and the defensive line and the linebackers are stuffing the run. And man, if you told me, hey, going into it, Ambry Thomas will have a really, really, really good game. I trust, Diamondor Lenore and Charvarius Ward will be good enough. I feel like that's going to be a good indicator that this defense is in a good position.
Well, Ambry's going to have his work cut out for him, and he'll give up some yards. It'll happen. It'll happen.
You don't have a lot of faith.
No, why would I? Mahomes is cooking Charvarius Ward last year. Well, this is former teammate. They know Ward's. They let him walk. Kansas City let him walk. He's become an all-pro with the 49ers, but they know Charvarius Ward. The thing is, Patrick Mahomes is going to test everybody.
Yeah.
Ward, Lenore, Oliver if he steps on the field.
Well, he went after Kyle Hamilton with his eyes last week. Exactly. I've watched some of these play-by-play chalk-ups, all 22s, and just the way he was using his eyes to move Hamilton, who is a playmaker for Baltimore. And the Niners saw up close and personal how great he was. I mean, Mahomes is on a whole nother level.
Hold on the level. Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening? You're on the roast here with Shasky and Bonte. Can I get him up? Not working. I got to wait for Ledman. There we go. What's up, Danker?
Gentlemen. What's up, my guys?
What's up?
What up? Man, it's revenge season. 'Cause this reminds me a lot of when we were coming up and we kept losing to the Cowboys. Then we finally got over the hump. Steve Young got the monkey off his back. I think this is, we want this. If there's any team we want to beat and silence narratives, it's this team.
Mm-hmm.
And it is scary. Mahomes is playing well. We just got to chip those tight ends, beat them up off the line, and half the time maybe just stay with them. They might wait for the chip and then, oh no. Bottom line is, I love this matchup. I'm ready for it, and this is the 94 revenge vibe to me. All they got to do is show up. Like Chase Young, you want to make money next year? All eyes are watching you. You're not showing up the way we thought you would.
Mm-hmm.
All these guys want to, make that money because you will get cut because we have a lot of draft picks and we know who our guys are. And we free up that money, we could get guys cheaper. This is it. There is no tomorrow. That's it. Bottom line, you better make your money, make your name, or you won't forget how you lost it.
Boy, I can't wait for this game. We're going to do the deep dive next week. By the time next week comes around, we're going to be fighting each other. Fan base is going to be yelling at each other. Who's this? Who's that? Who's got to do one? Who's got to do this? Why'd he say that? I just can't wait for the game. I can't wait for the game because there is no tomorrow. And when we talked about the journey in late July at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara, This is where we expected the journey to end up at, in Las Vegas, for a chance to win a freaking Super Bowl. The Niners did that. They've created an opportunity to win their 6th Lombardi trophy. So we can talk about all the mismatches, and we will. Talk about all McCaffrey and Purdy and Mahomes and all this stuff. The fact that they get a chance to play for the Lombardi, which is all we wanted back in late July.
There is some rich irony. I mean, they get to go up against the guy who's deemed the best quarterback of the generation, who they, I guess, in essence, passed on. They get to go up against Andy Reid, who Kyle Shanahan has been compared to for the majority of his career because, until recently, Andy couldn't win the big one. Like, there's a lot of connective tissue between these two organizations, and I'm super excited for them to get their opportunity to slay this dragon. I mean, this is the dude. If you're going to win one and you were looking for the most storybook of all the teams to face, it's against Mahomes and Andy Reid, right?
No doubt. It's against Mahomes.
I mean, this is it.
It's Mahomes. You're doing it against 2 Hall of Famers, man. Andy Reid off a bye week, he's so damn impressive. I don't know what Kansas City's going to bring to the table for their formations, how they motion. They're a carbon copy of the 49ers. They do some of the same things we do with all the window dressing and flipping the defense and getting your eyes in a wrong spot. This is as good as they get. This is it. To be the man, you have to beat the man. You beat one man in the NFC, and that was Philadelphia December 3rd. Now you got to beat the other one. And it's not going to be easy, but I can't wait. All right, the Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Your chance to be featured on the station. Give it a call right now. Leave a message at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. Here's the Red and Gold Hotline Caller of the Week. Brought to you by Sensation Wine. Is that right? Sensation Wine?
Sensation
Wine? Is
like
that what it is?
sommelier?
I've never heard of it. Where's it from?
It's the Red and Gold Hotline Caller of the Week.
Bang, bang, Niner gang up in this thing. Let's go. I died in that first half, and I got resurrected like my name was Lazarus in the second. Brock Purdy is the man. Silence all them haters, bruh. You came out there running like you was Lamar Jackson. You a champion.
The Red and Gold Hotline is brought to you by Sensation, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at Sensation.com.
Sensation.com. Very good call. Psalmstation.com. Very good call. Mark and Redwood City will get you on the other side. It is a Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Your calls coming up. 888-957-9570. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
The Red and Gold Hotline is up and running.
That catch by Ayuk was incredible.
Call it.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Larry June's always got some new music. Always. I've been bumping Tony Wood Savage. He's got a couple nice tracks. Larry June, though, always in the streets, producing hit after hit after hit. By the way, the Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip next week. It all begins today when they take on the Memphis Grizzlies. And, of course, the Atlanta Hawks tomorrow. Next week, they'll be in Brooklyn, Philadelphia, and Indianapolis. But it's Super Bowl week. So Willard and Dibbs will not be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7 FM, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week right here on 95.7 The Game. So Willard Dibbs, Super Bowl week, they'll be in it. I think Steiny and Crew are going to Vegas for Radio Row. We will be leaving for Las Vegas next Saturday. We're not going to do the Radio Row stuff.
No, we're not.
We're going in. It's a business trip for us. We're going in Saturday. We'll be there for the game Sunday. And then Monday, Tuesday, we'll be broadcasting live in Las Vegas.
So Warriors games are all going to be on the radio, they'll be simulcast on the Odyssey app.
And
Willard and Dibbs will be if you want all your Niner content, and on YouTube. Speaking of the Warriors, Warriors World tweeted this out yesterday. Danville. Now, this is a Danville update. Danville. Police are responding to a report of an assault near Monte Vista School. The caller, a parent, in parentheses, reports they were punched in the face by a referee during a sports game. The suspect was last seen wearing a referee uniform near a basketball court. Now, I'm laughing, but I got to say, we got to back off some of these officials at the youth level. Just everyone, coaches, parents, kids, everybody needs to take a deep breath, okay? Let me give you a little secret. Let me give you guys a little secret. None of those kids that are playing in that game are going to go on to play in the NBA. I know we think that they're going to get Division I scholarships, but no, they're probably not. And everyone needs to take a deep breath, all right? Officials are there, and if they are getting paid, it's not a lot of money. The parents are there to enjoy the game and watch their kids compete, learn memories, life skills. Stop berating officials at the youth level. There, I'm off my soapbox.
Unless their name is Dan Dibley and he calls a bad charge. I'm getting on your ass, Dan Dibley.
You know what I tell all the kids that I coach, B?
What's that?
Every official out there is going to make mistakes. The only thing you can control is yourself and your emotions and your effort. Don't worry about the officials. If it comes down to one call, we left way too much on the table.
Should we apply that to NBA officials?
No, they're getting paid, and they're at the highest level. That's different.
I'm kidding.
I draw the line.
I'm just kidding.
I draw the line at the professional level.
Yeah, parents back up. Ease up off the coaches.
Well, and it's also the children. The children watch the professionals who berate the officials, and then they think they can complain on every play. Like, we had our athletic director come into our little huddle and was like telling these guys, like, I've known that referee for 30 years. He doesn't care if St. Brendan's or St. Gabriel's wins. He's doing the best he can. He's going to miss some calls. Stop undressing him. He's an adult. You're a kid. And I agree with him. It's like, stop berating these officials. We have an official shortage to begin with. This is youth sports. There's a bigger calling here. We're trying to teach them life lessons. Everyone take a deep breath.
Thanks.
Was that Dibbs? I missed that.
Thanks.
Who is that?
That's Dibbs. I guess it's one day. I think it was during a Steve Kerr interview. He was having a not so great day with The Voice, and then he dropped the old thanks.
We just need to respect each other.
I get
the other people in our lives, your neighbors, random people. Respect officials. Teach respect to the children. And the kids watch how the adults act, and then they go and do it. Like, no, that's what coaching is there for, to talk to the kids, pull them aside. Like, you don't say that to an official.
I'm with you there. I can agree on that one. Let's go to the lines. Mark in Redwood City. Super Bowl thoughts. Mark, what's happening?
What's up, Mark?
You're in a roast.
Fellas, good morning. How could I follow that up with Shasky talking about referees? I'm going to give you a name from the past that you guys probably don't even know, but his name was Benny Lazier.
Oh,
and he was a famous coach in San Francisco.
Wait.
Oh, Benny.
Can I, real quick?
Up and down the court. Up and down the court. That man could run, and he was a wonderful official in the basketball in the CYO League.
Yes, let me get in real quick on Old Ben. Old Ben had the thickest pair of glasses of all time. He was friends with my grandfather. He grew up in Eureka Valley. He was an engineer who didn't have a vehicle. Okay, he would ride the bus all across San Francisco, and we have a joke. Old Ben would referee to the talent level. So if there was a big discrepancy, you were going to get calls if you were the weaker team. Old Ben Legier is a CYO legend, and we miss people like him in our city.
He was doctoring games towards a weaker team?
Yeah, because it's bigger than that, man. Old Ben was, not a great referee, but he got it. He understood what it was about. Am I wrong?
The man was awesome.
Thank you.
He would communicate with the ball players during the game. He'd be talking with them.
Exactly.
And the guy was just awesome. I love Benny Legier.
I miss him.
You guys got to excuse me. The kids are coming into the gym right now. Hold on one second.
What gym are you at?
Okay. I'm in Colomont High School in Belmont, California.
Nice.
That's it? You just cut him? Bye-bye? That's it? No Super Bowl thoughts?
You never had Ben Legier?
No Super Bowl thoughts?
Next time.
Oh, no, I had Ben Legier. No, Ben.
Old Ben's a legend. We were going through old baseball
CYO
photos.
legend. He's a CYO legend.
We were going through old baseball photos, and my buddy
Ben.
Will Groves on the mound at South Sunset when it was a grass field. And there's old Ben. I'm at shortstop. There's old Ben in between us. Right. And I'm like, dude, he looked old when I was a child.
Tell Mark and Redwood City to call back in his Super Bowl thoughts. Just hijacked him. Antonio in Oakland.
He was fixing games.
Antonio in Oakland. I mean, you are, I'm going to say my thoughts. We're having a good show. I don't want to piss anybody off today. I don't want to piss anybody off. All right. Last week I could take calls. I guess now I can't take calls. So I got to wait for Lubman to get to somebody. Just wanted to. You just railroaded Mark Rhodes.
Well, when you bring up old Ben Legier, that is a man who deserves his respect.
Waited until after the call. You just railroaded his call.
Anybody who played in CYO sports from 1970 all the way to the 2010s.
Let me do this.
Knew old Ben.
Let me do this. If you call us, and you bring up CYO, just be expected to be railroaded by Shatsky in the middle of the call. Because he's got to get his CYO thoughts off.
Old Ben's a legend. One of my grandfather's friends.
Oh, man. We could have waited until after the call to get the bid story. The caller calls, gets 45 seconds. And let's get Antonio in Oakland Lubman when you get a shot. Because I can't take calls in here for some reason today. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, Antonio.
Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm just ready for this Super Bowl game so bad. We're going to get paid back so much. It's going to be like that song. The big payback, that's going to be us, man. And, Nick Bosa, he's already calling out their offensive tackles. He's saying, they hold a lot. That's a little Phil Jackson-esque, complaining about stuff. And then, if he's on your side. And I think we're going to win by 2 touchdowns, man. I think Deebo Samuel's going to win the MVP. And they got Kelsey out there. And, he's great and all, but we got to not let him beat us. We got to take a page out of Bill Belichick's, when he used to do, take away the other team's, best weapon and all that. And they got a guy named Rashee Rice. Well, we got to make him beat Jerry Rice. We got to prove that. He got to beat us. Nobody else. So, and I'm just ready for this game so bad. I can't wait to dance and tag you guys. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be in the city. Oh, it's going to be crack-a-lacking everywhere. I can't wait, man. We're going to get our payback. That's for sure.
Good call, Antonio. Here's Jerry Rice breaking down the big matchup on the NFL Network.
Ooh.
We got to get to Patrick Mahomes, and man, that's a hard task. And Travis Kelsey, I would double him 100%. And also, Taylor Swift, I would double her 100% too. Because we don't want Travis to get going because, every time Travis is going, then, the camera goes up to the box with Taylor Swift. And, so we got to change that. And if we can do that, I feel like we have a legitimate chance. But it's going to be up to our defensive line and also that secondary to put pressure on Patrick Mahomes and get some turnovers. And then we got to, be able to get off to a fast start. That last ball game, 24-7 at halftime. We don't want to be in that position with the Kansas City Chiefs, and especially with a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes.
That's Jerry Rice on NFL Network yesterday. He's down at the Senior Bowl watching his son, Brandon Rice, get ready to get drafted in the NFL. Double Kelsey and just live with the results. I may be able to do that. It's a matchup we'll break down next week ad nauseum here. Travis Kelce's a problem. You look at his route tree from the Baltimore Ravens game, I don't even think he ran a route. He was just running around playing sandlot football.
Well, Mahomes and him have talked about how they just kind of create things on the fly. And, backyard football is a great way of describing it, B. I mean, he's a beast. And you could start to see glimpses of him starting to slow down during the middle of the year, and I guess it was just injuries. All of a sudden, playoffs hit, and the guy becomes a different person.
Right, no doubt. Jerry Rice is so adamant about doubling Travis Kelce. He's like, double Taylor Swift, too. Well, Jerry, are you a Swiftie?
I'm a Swiftie. Yeah.
You are? What's your favorite song?
I'm just joking.
He's not a Swiftie. All right, let's get back to Mark in Redwood City. Mark in Redwood City.
Sorry, Mark.
Super Bowl thoughts, Mark.
Oh, no. Thanks, guys. I didn't know I got cut off. There was so much noise going on in the gym, and then I realized I was talking to myself. No, but you guys are right on point. You know, I've witnessed all the 49ers Super Bowls. I love the fact if they're the underdogs, I want them to be the underdogs, right? Because then that'll sit in their craw and be like a chip on their shoulder when they walk on that field. There's no comparison between Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy, none. But there's a guy that worries me very much, and that's Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. He shut down the Eagles, who were flying high last year in the Super Bowl. He shut them down. He shut down the Bills, and he shut down the vaunted Ravens this past weekend. So he worries me. They have to figure him out. If they can get past Spagnuolo and the Chiefs are going to get their points, they can win this game. And the offense has to play high, man. These guys all have to come to play and do their job. And I have all the confidence in the world that the Niners will accomplish this because this is their nemesis. This is the dragon they have to slay to hold that trophy high. It's been 30 years, guys. 94 is a long time ago. And this new generation, like my son's generation, they need to see the 49ers hold that Lombardi trophy high. Thanks, guys.
Good call.
No doubt. This is interesting. We were talking about Jed York earlier, and Shanahan spoke about the 2019 season. And Shanahan went on, talk about, the roster and yada, yada, yada. And, they've been going back and forth. But here's Shanahan when he was asked how Jed York was with him and Lynch before the 2019 season. Very interesting.
He was awesome. It's exactly how he was when we sat down for the interview. You never want to have those records, but we also were realistic before we started. And we were trying to build it to have a legit shot the fourth year was kind of our goal and stuff. And it happened the third year, which was great. But after those first two seasons, we started the first season out really rough, but we ended great. The second season was really tough, especially losing our quarterback for the whole year. But we did some things we were proud of towards the end, and even though we were real disappointed with our record that year, it did lead to getting Bosa, so that was a good thing. But he was always positive. I think the hardest year was the COVID year, just because we felt we had built our team. We had a tough Super Bowl loss, and we weren't sure if we were going to play till about that early July, and I felt like we went right from the Super Bowl to the season, and that was the toughest year just because it wasn't like what we expected.
I completely agree on the COVID year. The COVID year was all over the place.
Yep.
And then you lose George Kittle on the first play or the first series of the year. He goes down right away with a really weird injury. Mostert came out of that game. That was such a weird year. I mean, they finished the season in Arizona for crying out loud.
For the last 5 weeks.
I mean, yeah.
Last 5 weeks.
Bosa, you lost Bosa for the year that year. There was a lot of that was the hardest year, I think. As sad as it was seeing Jimmy G go down in 2018, what were we talking about going into that year? Can you make the playoffs? We didn't even talk about the West or anything like that. It's can you kind of win 9 games? Maybe 8 games? Can you go 8-8? So, yeah, we had high hopes coming off that Super Bowl loss, and most teams coming off a Super Bowl loss don't do well.
Yep, they don't. This is a big game, man. I can't. I wish the game was this Sunday.
Were you surprised that he said that they didn't think they could compete for 4 years? Yeah,
I was, because this roster, I'm not surprised, but I understood where this roster was.
Yeah.
This was an expansion-like roster. Buckner and Armstead was all you had.
But you didn't
even really think Armstead was anything at that point.
Exactly.
You didn't have much. You had Joe Staley.
Jimmy Ward, who no one wanted.
Laken Tomlinson.
We didn't know Laken was going to be this guy. I think they traded for Laken.
Traded for Laken. They did. They did trade for Laken.
I think
from
it was
Detroit.
Yeah.
Haven't heard from Laken since.
No, but
And that's why they didn't drop the quarterback in 2017, which kind of drove me crazy. So when you build a franchise or you want to start a franchise, you want to grab the quarterback, right? You want to make sure you got that position taken care of. And they didn't take care of it. They passed up on Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. And the excuse that they gave for that, and this is where I did have a problem with John Lynch talking about this. Some things you keep close to the vest. Well, I thought one situation they should have kept close to the vest was going to Patrick Mahomes' pro day, and John Lynch calling Shanahan saying, boy, this Mahomes guy, you sure you would have passed this dude up? I know we got our draft board, but this guy's putting on the show. That's something that I wish was never spoken about.
Out loud.
Out loud.
Yeah, I would agree.
Keep that internal.
Or 20 years down the line.
20 years down the line where we can't get mad because you got a couple Super Bowls. But
yeah, I would agree with that.
This is the regime that passed up Mahomes, and they didn't want to start the quote-unquote clock, but you drafted Sullivan Thomas. And you traded for a quarterback later that season while drafting C.J. Beathard in the third round. That's what I didn't like.
So that situation they inherited was as bleak as any in the league. All the openings right now. Seattle had an opening. They have a lot of pieces. A lot of pieces in Seattle. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
DK, Kenneth Walker. They've got a couple of young tackles. They've got the Witherspoon player on defense. Like, they've got pieces in place. I look at the Texans, and although the Texans had nothing in place, they did have a lot of draft ammunition from the Deshaun Watson deal, right? But that's about as close to the Niners situation that I can come up with. And having that second pick enabled them to take the defensive player from Alabama and the offensive player in C.J. Stroud. And they nailed that pick.
Yeah, they did.
And they won right away. But was the NFC West as bad as the AFC South was heading into this year?
No, I don't think so. You had the Rams with premium talent.
Yeah.
And even though they weren't good, they had talent. Seattle had Russell Wilson.
And
they were transitioning. Arizona, they didn't have anything at that point. So the NFC West was just kind of, that division was getting retooled. You had the two coaches arrive at the same time as Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. Kingsbury arrives a year later or whatnot in Arizona. And you still had old man Pete Carroll. But it was going through a transitional period, the NFC West, that is.
It was. So, but if I would have said, like, DeMeco Ryans doesn't think he can compete for 4 years, that does feel like a long time in the NFL.
It is a long time.
But I do think that's realistic from the ownership. Like, that is surprisingly patient.
And it was Kyle Shanahan telling them straight up, hey, look, it's going to take us about 4 years. And it took them 3. But it expedited everything. And what expedited the expectations was trading for Jimmy Garoppolo at the end of 2017.
You're right.
And you win those games, and all of a sudden you're 6-10, and everybody's feeling good, saying, we got a quarterback. We have a quarterback now. We all felt like that about Jimmy. Then the tide changed quickly when he tore the ACL, and he comes back in 2019, and he hasn't looked the same since that run in 2017. But it did expedite it. But I think Shanahan and Lynch would have been given the respect and the time and the patience to build this roster had they taken a quarterback in 2017. I don't think Jed was in a hurry to fire another head coach when you fire coaches in back-to-back seasons and you got to pay Tom Sula and Chip Kelly. They're not going to do the same thing with Kyle Shanahan. They're going to have a lot more patience, which is why he gave them original 6-year deals in the first place.
I mean, and what other guy would want to work for someone who's fired 3 coaches in 4 or 5 years?
They gave him a 6-year deal. Think about that. That was unprecedented for head coaches. A 6-year deal.
Looking back on it, might have been the best thing he's done.
Yep.
Of all the things he's done, besides building the stadium, that might have been the most smart thing he's ever done.
Yep.
Giving him that runway. I mean, look, however it got built, they missed a lot. I mean, Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster did nothing for the Niners.
Nothing.
And they competed within year 3 for a champion. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
The craziest part.
It's kind of crazy.
What's crazier, though, is you moved up in the draft to select Trey Lance, and you gave up 3 first-round picks, and you haven't looked back. It didn't work out, and you haven't looked back. It didn't work out, and you actually got farther than you have since you had Trey Lance. You got back to the Super Bowl by whiffing on that move.
You had one of the most efficient quarterback seasons in the history of the NFL.
And then
it's kind of insane.
Right, it is. And then you get Jed York talking about the McCaffrey trade. They had to manipulate Kyle Shanahan. They had to talk him into trading for Christian McCaffrey. This is Jed York yesterday down in Santa Clara.
He thought it was a lot to give up for a running back, and I think John and I thought it was just the right amount to give up for Christian. And I remember that very vividly, where it's like, look, it's not a pass rusher, it's not a quarterback, but it's a good player, but like, do we want to give up that much? And like collectively it was, do you want him to go to LA? Like, do you want, like, this is where we are, right? And I mean, as somebody that plays poker a little bit, like, you don't go all in on, like, 6 jack offsuit, right? When you have pair jacks or ace king, like, you might not win the hand, but like, that's the time that you want to push your chips into the middle. And I feel like that's where we were with Christian, and we did give up a lot. But I think we have one of the best, if not the best player in the National Football League on our team. And, for Kyle, because he cares so much about the overall organization, and you look at us when we draft, when we do things in free agency, it's generally on the defensive side of the ball. Like, we generally do not draft offensive players super high. We're not doing a ton of stuff in free agency for offensive players. It is more that he's focused on the defense because he knows he's going to spend more time on the offense. And I think it was just making sure that he felt comfortable knowing that, like, it might not work, but it's a bet that we're all willing to make.
That part was very interesting about how he's got more influence on the defense when it comes to the Jed. Jed saying that Kyle has more influence in terms of the personnel that they're acquiring in free agency and in the draft, because he's going to spend less time throughout the regular season with the defense, that he wants to make sure they have premium players over there, and he can kind of doctor up the offense. It's very fascinating.
No, it is fascinating. And Shanahan has talked about and discussed, he's basically discussed how he likes to build his football team. He talked about playing Madden and, draft the defensive lineman and starting from the interior on out. They've done that. They've whipped a lot, but they have done that there. Because Shanahan does believe, he can create great offenses with players who are maybe average. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the arrogance of Shanahan, saying, I could take that player and I could make him into an all-pro. I could turn him into a Pro Bowl player and get premium production out that player, which is why Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard's on the roster. You're throwing up crazy numbers with Nick Mullins because Shanahan does believe that. He believes, I can take that guy and turn him into an all-pro. It's the arrogance there. I'm not mad at it.
I would also say I think maybe he just has a more discerning eye, and so he knows he can find certain guys later on because of he knows exactly what he's looking for, because he's going to be coaching with those guys. Yeah.
But that hasn't always worked out.
No, but I'm saying, like, I guess your range is a little wider when you know you're going to be on that side of the ball.
Right. It's confidence, but it's arrogance. It's both. And listen, Shanahan hasn't been great in picking offensive personnel. Jerick McKinnon did not work out. Pierre Garçon, I guess he was just a holder. He was a bridge to, but it wasn't good. It wasn't. Dante Pettis, that pick did not work out. Joe Williams, that pick did not work out. Trey Sermon, that pick did not work out.
Cameron Latu
on IR, did not have a great training camp. Dropped everything. He dropped literally everything. Did not work out. So Kyle hasn't been the best. He did drop off the roster. Kyle Shanahan has not been at his best with picking off. Danny Gray, Jalen Hurd. How long do we hold on to Jalen Hurd? Danny Gray is on the milk carton.
Well, I would say that all that. No, you're 100% correct. But the three maybe most important moves outside of the drafts of Ayuk and Kittle and Debo, traded for Trent. I mean, that's as good as anyone.
Huge.
You traded for CMC. And you sign Juszczyk.
They had to talk about the trade for CMC.
I know, but like those are great moves.
Think about that. Now he can't get CMC off the field.
He's obsessed.
He's obsessed with CMC. They had to talk him into it. Tony in Oakland. Oh boy, Tony in Oakland. What's happening?
Okay, there are so many people calling. I can't get through, but maybe I could get a breakfast with you guys. This is a poem I wrote for you, Bante. Are you ready?
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Is it a haiku or a poem?
It's a poem.
Okay.
All right.
You're going to love it. It's about your voice. You know how I said you were like Burton and the other guys, right?
I'm ready,
Okay,
Tony.
here we go. It's called Your Voice. Your voice, it washes over me, spreading waves of a perfect reality. And in what seems to be only a change of my mind, I find I am part of disassembled time. How slowly the lamplight seems to pass on by as one continuous procession of light before my unguarded, wondering eyes. So wrapped inside this blissful feeling your voice has raised in me, the reason for its boundless being I only now begin to see. My silence holds the truth, the Christ I feel in thee. Your word is seeding rapture that blooms inside of me. And so I sit and watch golden mists of light as I drive by, and I find that we are one indivisible part of God, who is ever our word, our love divine.
What did that have to do with Bonte?
Wow, that is. Make sure we clip that out on Twitter. Get that out on Twitter. Very well done, Tony. It takes a lot of courage to read a poem over the airwaves.
Are you asking him to the prom?
I've already been to a number of proms starting in 10th grade.
The Enchantment Under the Sea, like in Back to the Future?
Anyway, so, your voice inspires all of us to call in, so I hope that might have gained me a breakfast, Bonte.
Hey, you know what? We'll have to work on that. You're going to have to call, but we may have to make an exception because the people are dying to meet you, Tony. We are dying to meet you.
I kind of like the mystery of not knowing.
And you know what? I think Shasky will be blown away the minute he meets you.
He would.
I would hope so. Tony, that's
I was one of those girls, right? Okay. So
one of those girls. Wait. Hold on, Tony. One of those girls. What do you mean by that? One of those girls.
The ones who had the feel, the stuff, right?
The it factor. The it factor is what we call it.
So anyway, but also what I wanted to say, I heard that York said that he knew immediately that Purdy has it. Well, the guy has feel to say that.
Yep.
But one thing also I do want to say is that, Shanahan has done a great job, but a man's got to know his limitations because a dude is sort of like Napoleon. Once he has a plan set in motion, it's kind of like the Russian winter coming on or water.
Yeah, so you're saying we shouldn't march to Moscow in the dead of the winter.
Yeah, they both hate to pivot from a pre-worked out battle plan strategy. So if we're behind at the half or even before, Shanahan has got to remember his Alamo with trailing in the fourth and stand aside to let Purdy take command and call the shots. The boy has his divine consciousness that enables a perfect read on the field, and he feels out lucky battlefield moments. That's something Patton could do, right? On the fly. Because, I'm sorry, but Shanahan just ain't on the fly. And you know what? This is also why we're going to win. There's stuff in motion here. People don't know, Joan of Arc.
Tony, you're on the roll right now. Tony.
The Alamo, Napoleon.
Thank you for the call, Tony. We gave you 4 minutes.
General George Patton reference?
We gave 4-minute call, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. Tony in Oakland, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. She's a poet. We're going to clip the poem out there on social media for everybody to get it. It was a very well done poem.
So are you her Davy Crockett?
I don't know.
Davy Crockett.
Don't be jealous, Shasky.
I am jealous.
That was one of her best calls ever, I think.
Well, the poem was great, but I didn't see how the poem was about you. That's what I was expecting.
Well, maybe you need to listen to it more and dig a little deeper.
That's why you got to pay attention to English class.
I missed the double and triple entendre.
Hey, listen, man. Doobie Award nominee for Poem of the Year. Doobie Award nominee for Poem of the Year. Can't hate on Tony for that. It takes a lot of courage to write a poem. We've heard it from Uncle Gene.
Can you put that in the same categories like the freestyles?
Yeah.
it is. Absolutely.
Or we could just do poems.
/freestyle.
That was acapella. That was like a Nicotina rap at the end of an album.
That would.
Where he would just acapella the rap.
Hey, man, that was a hard.
Cannabis.
The poem was about my voice. She says, my voice soothes over the Bay Area. It eases everybody. It keeps people calm, especially after a loss.
Wow. I mean,
it was unbelievable. It's next level stuff. I mean, she had the it factor when she was younger. She told you that.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with that part.
Hey, man. Sometimes you got the it. Sometimes you don't. Tony has the it factor. Darius in South City.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
Thank you. That's what she's talking about you. You don't know the zone like me, man. Get into the matrix, Shasky.
Yeah, you're right.
Get into the matrix. Let's go.
You're right.
You got to get into a zone, man. That's why you're always worried. Got to get into that zone where you don't worry, where you're not nervous, where you're like, you know what? I got the Niners on my side. We rolling, baby. Got to get into that zone.
Good for you. Thanks.
Darius in South City. Darius, what's happening, my man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. I got a poem for Shasky. Twinkle, twinkle, little Shasky. Just kidding, bro. Just kidding. I just want to tell you guys, if you guys are going to be out in Vegas, I'm going to be out there too. I'd love to buy you guys lunch or drinks or whatever. Where are you guys going to be broadcasting from?
We will not be there until the Saturday before the Super Bowl. Yeah. Steiny and Guru will be out there for Radio Row. I will be out there. Shasky and I will be out there Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Oh, those are the exact days I'm going to be there.
Okay, we'll let you know, buddy. We'll let you know.
I'll DM me.
And I'll be looking for you guys. So remember, just drinks or lunch, whatever y'all want is on me, okay?
Oh, there's a ramen. We don't deserve any drinks.
But there's a ramen spot we're going to go to that is, oh my God, it's so good.
Okay, I'm buying. If you guys are down to hang, I'm buying.
Yeah, when I was there in December for the softball tournament, me and the Crow went to ramen.
Who's Crow?
Ryan Crowley.
Who's Ryan Crowley?
The Crow Jim.
Where's Ryan Crowley? What does he do?
He's a friend, a dear friend, and so we went out. We were going to have a really nice dinner, and he was like, "Hey, we're going to go to this ramen spot," and it opened at 5:00, and we were like the third in line. We got there like right at 4:55. It was perfect timing. The guy is the event planner of all time, and I'm telling you, dude, it was one of the best meals I've ever had in my life. I don't know what the name of the ramen spot is. It's right near that Egg Slut in the Cosmo, and it's the name of the restaurant. And I'm telling you,
what's the name of the restaurant?
Egg Slut. But I don't know the name of the ramen.
Why do they call it Egg Slut?
I don't know.
Oh.
But the eggs are hella good there too.
Hey guys, can I get in one?
Oh yeah, Darius is still there. Wow, Shasky cut off special. We forgot the callers on the line.
I thought he was done.
It's just another day that ends with Y. Sorry, Darius.
No worries. Just one quick thing. Your call screener almost didn't want to put me on when I brought up Peter Schrager.
Why is that?
This guy Peter Schrager picked the last 4 Super Bowl winners correctly, like the last 4 years. And he picked them before the season started, before the regular season.
Oh.
So in 19, he picked the Chiefs. In 20, he got the Bucks. In 21, he got the Rams. And then in 22, he picked the Chiefs again. And he did a preseason pick on this year's Super Bowl.
And he took
picked
the Chiefs,
Niners
right?
And the Chiefs to go all the way. And Bonte or Shasky, you guys know who he picked to win?
Chiefs.
He picked the Chiefs, and he even gave a final score, 34-28. How do y'all feel about that?
I mean, I would love that. I would love that. We're going to get everyone's predictions over the next couple of days.
Yeah.
The ramen place that we're going to hit up, me and UB, Momo Fuku. And if I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize. I'm telling you, it's delicious.
You know, when it comes to predictions, and everybody, I saw Coach Yak on Twitter, we're keeping receipts. First of all,
it's just people's opinions.
Yeah, these people get put in a position to ask, hey, what is your score prediction? How many people asked me last week, what do you got? What's the score, Bonte? What's your prediction? Niners are winning. What's the score? I have no clue. No clue. Like, I'm as I get older, predictions mean less and less to me. They really do.
Well, do you watch, I'm just asking you, because I know you're in the media, so it's probably different. Do you watch the pregame shows for the predictions?
No.
I don't either. I watch the pregame shows, if I do watch them, for more of the prepackaged stuff that they're putting together. I like when they do that stuff. The banter and all that, yeah, I'm there for that too. But I don't know. I prefer more of the sit downs and stuff. That's what I like. I don't like the predictions.
Yeah.
I don't like when everybody on the panel picks the Niners. I don't like that either.
Well, I don't,
I don't like that either.
Do you prefer when everyone on the panel picks against the Niners?
It doesn't matter to me. It just doesn't matter.
Use it as fuel.
Yeah.
Use it as motivation.
It's just,
there used to be a time where if my team that I was rooting for was picked or something by the analyst, quote unquote, it would make me feel good. It's oh good, I feel better.
Yeah.
It gets to a point where it's just none of these predictions mean anything to me.
Do I care if Michael Strahan's picking the Niners or not?
Yeah, there's guys every now and then where if they believe it's oh, okay, sure, but
do you care if Tony in Oakland is predicting the game on Sunday?
That's literally the only prediction that I care about. You know what else I care about is hitting Fast 5 on time.
Ooh. Especially on a Friday.
You scare me, Vontae.
Final thoughts. Thank the heavens the weekend is here. We got a couple Warrior games, Warriors and Grizzlies. Then they play the Hawks tomorrow. Let's see if they can, by the end of tomorrow night, maybe the Warriors are on a 3-game winning streak. I would love for that to happen. Continue ascending Jonathan Kuminga. Want to continue to see Andrew Wiggins be aggressive. Let's go Dubs, man. Let's get a win tonight in Memphis, Tennessee.
I'm with you on that. I am absolutely with you on that. And I'm going to shout out Pebble Beach. It's going to be on all weekend. There's going to be a lot of rain. There's going to be a lot of miserableness. But there's something special about that place in Monterey. And when it's on my television and there's golf, I watch. I know. Not a lot of people care about golf, and I don't expect everyone else to. But Pebble's one of the few venues that I'm just obsessed with.
Love, man. What you got?
Anyone else find it suspicious that Spadoni wasn't in the morning after his guy Austin Reeves dropped 32 on the Celtics in Boston? No one thinks that's weird at all? Wasn't celebrating a little too hard? No, we miss you, Spadoni. I don't like running the board.
Yeah, Lubman is a wreck when he has to do things by himself. But you know what? It's all good. You did a hell of a job today, Lubman. The Roasters, you did a hell of a job on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That is Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. What a week, folks. We're another week out from the Super Bowl. The countdown begins. The countdown is here. Niners, Chiefs, Super Bowl 58. But in the meantime, we got some Dubs games. Go Dubs. And have a great weekend, everybody. The future starts now with Evan Giddings and Darren Curry Johnson. Love it started to piss me off.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time,
I meant.
Can we have a little fun today? Can we have a little fun on a Football Friday, Goo?
I'm a little hurt. We've been having a ball all week. So now you say fun. We got to have fun. It's Payday Friday. I'm juiced.
Sir.
Evan, I'm a little irritated.
Why so? How
it's
so?
Payday Friday. You and me at the cafeteria after, regardless if you can't even say no. I'm driving in. I'm so Lubman. I'm feeling so good. I put up a Guru's Lock of the Day, Warriors -8.
Yeah, okay.
And then the wife texts, "You're using filters now." Come on. I'm 50 years old. I don't know how to use a filter.
On what, IG?
Yeah, no, on TikTok.
You got a TikTok?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even have a TikTok.
Well, thanks for following. But but anyway, I'm feeling good. The game feels like a week away. And York, we gave him credit for being quiet, and he's talking.
Well, first of all, I mean, you're fresh to death on a Friday. You got rid of the little lip sweater, right?
Yeah.
So you cleaned, you got cut up yesterday.
Yeah.
Are you going to get a haircut between now and Super Bowl?
No, Marky D took it. I'm going to get a line. I'm going to get a nice little tap. He'll type me with the line. Okay. So to answer your question, maybe before we dip out.
No, it's funny. Like you're consolidating. You're freshening up. Meanwhile, I got the beard growing out. I got the
curls popping.
Man, trying to this weekend. I might get into some. We'll see. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He's going to be back on Monday.
I really I love you.
You think we're going to hear from him today?
I text him.
Come
It's
on,
crickets,
man.
Come
We
on.
got to.
Just break us off a phone call on air.
Please.
People miss them.
Please do. They want to hear from him. Come on, man. That is Goo. Of course, we're going to have a great show for you lined up today. A couple of awesome guests. Danon Hughes from Kansas City does their pre and post. Former wide receiver out there is going to join us at 12. And then 4-time Super Bowl champ, 49ers legend, Jesse Sapolu is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Maybe Steiny, maybe not.
Come on,
TBD.
Steiny.
We got a lot to get into, Goo. And I think, look, for me, one thing that was really hitting me today, and a lot of my friends were texting about, in anticipation of Super Bowl week. It all starts next week, right? As we're getting geared up for Super Bowl 58. And I know we've talked about it a lot this week, but I'm hearing all these different messages from people from the Bay Area. You and I are both from the East Bay. Shout out Union City. Shout out El Cerrito. Live in the city now. People are on board. I think not wholly with the Niners, and I do wonder, for the people out there that might not be Niners fans that listen to the station, can we unite the Bay for one day? Can we unite it for 1 week? Because the Kansas City Chiefs are trying to win their 3rd Super Bowl. They're trying to go be and continue their dynasty. And I just wonder how many people are sick of them, that want new blood, quite literally red blood for the 49ers. I just wonder if we can unite the Bay for 1 week as the 49ers try and get their first Super Bowl in 30 years.
Evan, you never cease to amaze me, man, because this is real. And every time I pick up the phone or I'm on social media, I mean, they're banging. They're banging on the internet about the Niner Raider thing. But let me tell you, because you talked about shout out El Cerrito, me being Union City, I got friends and family, diehards, both Raiders and Niners. Venues I grew up in, the Stick, the Coliseum, and Evan, Hatfields and McCoys, and you got Niners and Raiders. So I understand the origin of the bad blood. I don't got to tell you they had to stop that game because stuff went down.
Yeah.
But, Evan, I wouldn't want to see my division rival do what you're talking about, 3 out of 4, basically cement the dynasty when I could have my team that I used to share the Bay with that's moved. They're in another locale now. So if I'm a Raider fan, Evan, I mean this, I'm rooting for the Niners. Like, I'd rather have the Niners do what they do for the first, just like for the first
Shout
time.
Shout out Madonna. Yeah.
Boy, I put you down. But, boy, a lot of Raider fans they're rooting for the Chiefs.
I think so. We got Stephen Langford, who's a big Raider fan in the building. Joe Spadoni, who's out today, but he's a Raider fan. I do wonder how many of those Raider fans or just Bay Area sports fans, if you're a fan of a team that's not the 49ers, I mean, do you really want to see the Chiefs rattle off their 3rd Super Bowl in 4 years? Because I don't. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not a hater. But I can say that I don't want to see Patrick Mahomes hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. I don't want to see Andy Reid up there at the podium. And it's taken me a while to come around to that. But as I'm watching them go through the playoffs and as I'm watching the 49ers on their side of the bracket go through the playoffs, you can kind of see this inevitable matchup, right? This rematch on the 4-year anniversary, mind you, of the 2020 Super Bowl, Super Bowl 54.
That they should have won.
That they could have won, but they did not. It's rematch. It's a rematch. It's bad blood. I don't want to see the Chiefs, man. And if you're willing to come over to the other side, again, you don't have to say, bang, bang, Niner gainer, none of that.
Look at him, 40.
But if you're a fan, oh boy, if you're a fan of a team not named the San Francisco 49ers, we want to hear from you, 888-957-9570. Why can you cross over, or why can't you? Because this is a safe place for everyone. I'm just wondering, if you're a real fan, I don't think you want to see the Chiefs. I don't think you want to see the Chiefs win this game.
And what did we talk about yesterday when I was trying to quiz you and you got it right on the first try about, teams and the Steelers and the Patriots that are sitting with 6? Wouldn't you want Kansas City to fall off because this would be their 3rd in 4 years and have the Niners would get in that 6 category. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying there's nothing more to me, Evan, bruising and battering than a division foe and that I'll call it that funk, as we used to say in the streets. So I would, if I'm a Raider, I do not want to see the Chiefs get number 3. And then now we're talking about them being the modern-day New England Patriots. And let me tell you something, Evan, I don't have to tell you this, and the listeners, it's not stopping anytime soon. So if somehow Kansas City's able to pull this off, then we're talking about possibly 4 and 5, and the Niners are new. So if I'm a Raider fan, There's no doubt. But you know what's so funny about this, just from a Raider standpoint? I know we're not in LV. We'll be there next week. But
shout out Mandalay Bay.
No doubt, Evan, is whoever wins, you're going to kind of be PO'd. It's either going to be the Chiefs
that's fair.
Or the team that you used to share the greater Bay Area with.
But
there's still a rivalry.
That's the thing. We're not asking you to all of a sudden break out the red and gold and just cross over to the Niner Nation. Or sorry, there's only one nation. Niner faithful, pardon me, slip of the tongue. But we're just asking, can we unite for the distaste of a common enemy? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need the Kansas City Chiefs winning a third bowl.
The art of war.
Exactly. Shout out Sun Tzu. Okay, we want the 49ers to knock off the Chiefs, at least in my opinion. I would like to see the Niners knock off the Chiefs more than I'd like to see the Chiefs hoist a third Super Bowl trophy in 4 years. And that's speaking as someone that, yes, roots for a team in that division, but also someone that's from the Bay Area. I can put aside my differences with Niners fans, with Raiders fans. Can we just come together? Can we? I mean, I was watching shout out another documentary. I was watching.
Not another one, Ian.
Another one, man.
What are we going to do
We
with
Are
them?
the World, the most famous concert, in the 1980s.
Quincy Jones.
Exact. Quincy Jones, Michael Jackson. We Are the World. Can we come together,
We
Goo?
Are the Children. That was a banger way back.
It's a great documentary, too. But that's what I'm saying. Can we all just come together at least for the next 4 hours and tell me how you're feeling, why you will, why you won't, why you don't want to see the Chiefs as the Super Bowl champs? 888-957-9570 is the number because, look, and you talk about this all the time, Goo, even though you root for a team that's in Dallas, it doesn't mean you can't take off the hat at times and separate yourself from that fandom because right now the team that you root for is out, the team that I root for is out, but there is a common goal for the people that we know and love rooting for their team still in the chip.
Evan, no doubt about it. And if I croak tonight, I would hope you would get up and speak at my funeral. I'm looking at you. I'm putting some pressure on you.
That's a lot of pressure.
And you would say, you know what? Goo had his faults. The Gooster had his faults. But he was never a hater. He was a congratulator. And Evan, my cousin Cynthia, 49er Frankie, Bonte and Shasky, forget 95.7. Oh, I was listening. I mean, that love they have for their team is real. I feel that. I admire that. I have Frank Galen that are Raider fans, SB, Jumping, all these guys in my life that love both teams. So I would love for them to be happy, but I know they both can't. So we'll see how it plays out. But I got to say something. There's a little residue in my heart about yesterday's show and a subject matter we touched on. I'm telling you, as much as I respect Patrick Mahomes and the fat man, I want Brock Purdy to get this Super Bowl ring just to see what's next in regard to the takeaway of trying to not give that dude credit. I'm ready for that, Evan. I want to see what all the national I got to quit watching this stuff, but I'm addicted. But they're always trying to, Evan's great, but if he gets this done, Brock Purdy, I can't wait to see that math that you try to break down and hate.
I think there's still people that'll try and take stuff away from him.
Think?
He can win the Super Bowl. He might even be able to win Super Bowl MVP. There's still going to be people saying whatever
crazy,
they're saying.
Evan.
I'm serious.
Send me to Venus then. I don't want to live in a world where that's possible.
Well, you're going to have to live on some sort of planet, and it looks like Brock Purdy, no matter what he does, is not going to be able to win over some people. But it doesn't matter because he's won over the Bay Area. Ooh. He's won over 49ers fans. And he's the quarterback of a team right now that is down to one of the last two teams left standing. And so if he hoists the trophy, we're going to be all here for it. Whether you're a Raider fan, whether you're a Niner fan, I do wonder if we can just bring it all together because I just don't want to see Patrick Mahomes. And really, I don't want to see Taylor Swift on that podium because he's going to be up there with Travis Kelce. I don't want to see it.
No doubt about it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start this thing off. We're taking your calls all day here on a Football Friday, on a Payday Friday, thank God.
Look at you.
Trey's out in Fairfield. Get us going, Trey. How you doing, my man?
What's up with you guys, man?
Talk to us, Trey.
What's up with your boy?
All right.
Oh, man, you know it, man. Oh, man, I'm doing good today. Okay, first of all, let me get it started. I'm a diehard Raider. When I say diehard Raider, I'm still a diehard true Oakland Raider. They down in Vegas. I'm a diehard true Oakland Raider. Now, the way I look at the situation is like this. Yes, I I do have partners. I can say too, Guru, like you related to. I got partners that's Niner fans too that I hang with. I hang with. You know, we go out.
Yes.
Of course, you know, every now and then we throw each other grief. We for shits and giggles. You know, we'll have some fun with it.
Twice. Sorry about that. A little 4-letter word there, Trey. Yeah. Apologies. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I think there's a lot of diehards.
Like we're in the movie Airplane, and you were in the cockpit. Yeah, you got a future. Yeah,
we got a lot. We got a lot going on behind the scenes today. Sam Lubman is working double time. Appreciate you. He's taking calls. He's trying to dump 4-letter words. It happens. I understand. Let's try and keep it clean here today on 95.7 The Game.
No doubt about it. But we got the gist of what he was saying. Evan, I get you. Now, let me just real quick. You're on my couch. I'm your doctor.
It looks like the whole YouTube chat heard it. Hey, man, I'm just trying to stay clean here.
Are you Mahomes' doubt, though?
Yes.
You are Mahomes?
Yes, I am. Look,
But you recognize his brilliance, though,
he's the best quarterback in the league.
Well,
he might be the best.
Okay. So you're not hating.
He might be the most talented quarterback I've ever seen.
Damn, okay.
In my lifetime,
You're just tired of him doing the dance.
Yes. Okay. I thought it was Aaron Rodgers when I was growing up, even though I understand Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. Shout out to Joe Montana as well.
Well, he's mine, yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is the greatest talent at the quarterback position I've ever seen. I never saw Marino. I never saw any of the old timers with those howitzers that they used to have on their right shoulders. Aaron Rodgers is the greatest quarterback that I've seen in terms of talent up until Patrick Mahomes.
John Elway on my Mount Rushmore.
That doesn't mean I don't want to see him lose.
Gotcha. No doubt. I love it. So you're giving credit, but you know what? I want to see somebody else hoisted. I want to see Kyle get that.
And I want to see Brock Purdy get it. I want to see Nick Bosa get it. I want to see Fred Warner get it. I want to see George Kittle get it. Right. I want to see players that, again, played on the 4-year anniversary that we're talking about today, the 2020 or Super Bowl 54 from the 2019 season, the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. We are going to dig into what's changed since then. Is it just the quarterback? How has Kyle Shanahan become different? And then, of course, Jed York, who spoke yesterday to the media for the first time in quite some time, had some interesting things to say about both Shanahan along with Brock Purdy, because we don't get to hear from owners a whole lot. We talked about it in the crossover with Mark Lord and Dan Dibley. And I don't know how people kind of felt about some of those comments. So we are going to play those for you.
I'll tell you what, Evan, and I gave you this analogy, and I'm going to use it all day. It's like me coming to your anniversary party, giving a toast to you and your bride. You know, you've been married 10 years, and then I get up and toast and say, hey, I remember Evan almost left her. He came to my house, and he almost, like that. We just gave your credit for shh. And then I just thought he said, hey, it's his world, it's his team, but Evan, I just thought it didn't fit. Like, you could have held on to a couple pieces of your truth. I thought it was odd after we gave him and applauded him for being quiet.
Maybe I'm just cool with drama. I kind of liked it.
Maybe I'm just cool with drama. That's a podcast.
Shout out to DJ. Yeah. I'm cool with it, man. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Herbert in Fairfield. Herbert, my man, what are you doing? What's going on? Herbert in Fairfield. Going what? Thank you.
How's it going, you guys?
What's up?
Gas. Man, I'm a former Oakland Raider fan, you know what I mean? And as it is, I don't know how many people can go for the Chiefs. I don't know what they smoking. It ain't no good because they tripping. You got to go for the Bay Area if you're a real Bay boy. It don't make no sense. I'm born and raised out here. I'm going for the Niners the whole way. You know what I mean? I understand how people could chase a team. That's like if your wife left to Las Vegas, what are you going to do, chase her over there after she took off with the next dude? You guys crazy? Like, come on, man. You got to go with the Niners, bro.
I love you for that.
Stuff like that.
He said, Bay Boy. Evan.
Hey, let's go, Niners, baby.
He said, Bay Boy. I love that. I used to be one. Now I'm a Bay man. But, Evan, I do want to say something to his analogy because what struck me is you're looking at your boy, me. I'll never be a former fan of nothing. I'm right. They could go to Venus or Mars. My thing is, the analogy is you have a girlfriend and then her parents moved to New York. She didn't actually, you know what I'm saying? That you couldn't control it. So the owner chose to move them to LA. So I would always ride with them, and I understand Raider fans following them. But to hear somebody call, like, do you have an ex-team? I'll never have one, even if I should, but I'm ride or die.
That's always tough, right? Because I'm not going to sit up here and say, well, you should follow a team or shouldn't. some people it hurt too bad. Some people won't be Raider fans. I know some people, my family members, that won't like the Chargers anymore because they moved from San Diego. I know a lot of people that feel about the Oakland A's already a certain type of way. I also know some people that are still going to be loyal to them no matter where they are. And that's the type of fan that I am. That doesn't make me better. That doesn't make you better. It just makes us different as fans. But, again, the whole point of today and really of the next week is that can't we all unite the Bay against a common enemy, which is the Kansas City Chiefs? We don't want to see them be 3-time Super Bowl champs in 4 years because, in my opinion, I'm done with Patrick Mahomes. Now, he's a great quarterback. Andy Reid's the greatest head coach right now that's walking, that still has a job. Shout out Bill Belichick. But I don't want to see that. I want to see some new blood. I want to see the 49ers hoist their 6th Lombardi trophy because I got a lot of friends, and this is where I can separate myself. I don't have to be a hater. I'm 30 years old. All my friends have not seen the 49ers win a Super Bowl. I want them to experience that the same way we got to experience the Warriors walking down Market Street, the same way that we got to experience the Giants parades going down Market Street. All of those championships are valuable and provide lifelong memories, and I want my friends to experience that.
You know what? I love that, Evan, and it's so real, especially for the, let's just say, Raider fans in the Bay. Just think of that day. That day that you can have an activity to cross the bridge and enjoy, if you're not a professional hater, Evan, the Niners championship, because there will be a parade and everything will be, everything will be crunk or off the chain per se. So just, Bay pride. Why wouldn't you want, your city to have that to where you could come enjoy that? So that's how I look at it. And I get you on the Chiefs, like been there, done that, again. But I haven't, again, all this talk just has me excited about the game, man.
But we can also take calls from the other side. If you can't do it, if you just can't bring yourself to be a 49ers supporter at this very time. And it sounds like Chris in West Oakland is on that train. So let's bring Chris on to 95.7 The Game. Chris, what's up, man? You're on with Evan and Goo. How are you?
I'm good. You guys there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
There we go, guys. There we go. Hey, Goo, first off, man, glad to hear my old Pete Franklin buddy, how many times we got flushed way back in the day.
Yeah, what up, brother? Yeah, you still kicking.
Hear you on the air prospering, man. It's great to hear what you've done. Congratulations. So let me tell you guys, I'm going to answer your question really bluntly. No, we can't unite. Okay, no true Raider fan will ever root for the 49ers. I was born and raised in Oakland. I live in Concord now. I'm not a Bay Area fan. I'm an Oakland fan. But here's the main reason. I despise the Chiefs as well.
Yeah.
I don't have to live with the Kansas City Chief fans. I got to live with the flag waving, bang bang Niner gang wearing, brand new T-shirts they just brought out of the box. The average 49er fan couldn't tell you the quarterback before Joe Montana or the coach before Bill Walsh. So, and let's be honest, I'm taking nothing away from Brock Purdy. They're lucky to be in this game. He gift-wrapped 2 pick-sixes against the Packers, and Dan Campbell coached one of the worst games in playoff history. Absolutely.
Boy.
They in this game, they're going to have to play a lot better. But for me, it comes down to this. Diehard Raider fans started the week before the Immaculate Reception. I'm 57 years old. Still have season tickets to the Raiders. I will die and go to hell before I ever root for a team in San Francisco, the Warriors notwithstanding, because they're the only basketball team in the Bay Area. Anyway, you guys have a great weekend. Again, Guru, great hearing you on the air, brother. You've always been entertaining.
Hey,
take care, my friend.
Yeah, no doubt. Evan, put that in the cap. I mean, that was the real,
that's part of it, too. That's a section of the fan base.
Yeah.
Although I think it's always funny, we got to sneak the caveat in. Yeah, the Warriors do play in San Francisco. Oh, but they're the only basketball team, so they're on limits. Yeah. So that's Switzerland.
Steve DeBerg was before Montana is the first NorCal Credit Union. Chad tells us, but I respect that. That's his truth. That's how he sees it. But damn, you kind of let the Chiefs off the hook. But that wasn't about that. That was about sharing this market with the red and gold, who have won more Super Bowls than your squad here in the Bay. So I get that.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a section of how people feel, and I appreciate you representing. Yeah. But we also want to continue this conversation with people that do want to unite both sides of the bridge, and, of course, the North Bay and the South Bay. Shout out New Oakland. So let's get out to Carlos in Berkeley. Has a very different perspective. What's going on, Carlos? How are you?
I'm good, but I don't know if I can actually do any uniting after that last caller. I'll try my best, guys.
You're good.
Listen, I as a little kid, I remember, and I can barely remember watching Kenny Stabler, playing, and I was a huge, that was my first team as a little kid. I think I had a helmet. Did I just get a drop? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I had the Stabler helmet. I mean, I had the Stabler jersey and everything. And then they left, and I'm sorry. And Guru, the girlfriend can leave town, but, then you got a wife. And then, that girlfriend really can't be in the picture so much. However, to your point, you can still respect that team. And I respect the Raiders a ton because they were my first love. But, and I would love for the fans on the silver and black to come over. I know it's hard for them. I know it is. I mean, the reality is we got a lot of loudmouths on our side too. I'm not one of them. I'm proud. I'm proud of our Niners. I'm proud of the history of it. But the reality is, it's a fun game, man, and that's really what I hope. I was at my buddy's house watching the NFC playoffs, and I got to tell you, man, we had some Raider fans there, and they just love what was going on. But it was fun, We kept it civil. So, but hey, enjoy the game. I guess that's all that I can really say.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carlos.
Well, they enjoyed it up until the comeback.
Yeah, well.
They don't like Dan Campbell. The hate he's getting from Raider fans and all haters, you know.
Dan Gamble.
Man, that was great.
He'll be back next year, probably.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Gruber Johnson with you. Let's get to one more call before the break.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
We're going to try. Let's get out to Campbell. Bring on Melanie. What's going on, Melanie? How are you?
Hey.
Good morning. I'm calling as a recovering Raider fan. I grew up, my dad had season tickets in the Black Hole. We would fly down to L.A. for Raider games. And then when they came back, he had this personal seat license that gave him nothing when they stabbed us in the back and went to Vegas. So my son is 10 years old, and he's always been like, why are we Raiders fans? They suck, and it's been very difficult to kind of suffer through all the poor decision making and the horrible trades, and especially Garoppolo for me was the last straw, and I was just done. And we've been taking my son to the Niner games. I love going to live games, and so I really missed that after the Raiders were gone. And so, for him, I can totally, he's super hyped that they're going to be in the Super Bowl. We are also Mahomes fans because of fantasy. And so we're just really excited just in general for the Super Bowl this year.
Are you having a party at your house? Where are you guys watching it?
I don't know, because I get stressed out because there's always people that just want to watch the commercials and stuff, and I would rather just skip all the commercials. So it's hard for us to watch it with other people. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Melanie.
I'm just super excited.
I think we all are, right? We're all excited.
Speaking
for
of which, the commercials
the two
have
best
fallen
teams.
off. Remember?
What do you mean?
They're just terrible. 15 years ago, it was a thing. What was the best commercial? The creativity is just. You're looking like, hey, Goo.
Well, no, I'm a big fan. I like the avocados from Mexico commercials. The Doritos are always fire. Now,
they're going for more heartwarming these days with the commercials.
I don't like the amount of Bitcoin that we saw, the cryptocurrency the last couple of years, although those is down the tank for multiple reasons. Yeah, for legal reasons. We are taking your calls, though, on the other side. Can't we unite in our want, not necessarily for just the 49ers to win the Super Bowl, although if you're not a hater, I feel like that's how you'd kind of lean, but to knock the Chiefs off the perch. Do you really want to see, as a Raider fan, as a fan of another sports team, do you want to see this team continue to dynastically run through the NFL, or do you want to see new blood? Can't we unite the Bay for one day, for 1 week? I'm not saying you got to be a 49er fan for all time, but for 7 days coming up in Super Bowl week, can't we do it? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. It's a Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem. And also, coming up at 12 o'clock, we're going to talk with Danon Hughes, does pre and post on radio for the Kansas City Chiefs, and then also a 4-time Super Bowl champ, Jesse Sapolu, at 1 o'clock. 49er legend on the offensive line. All that is straight ahead here on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. right, Steph. No Scotty today. Well,
he made the All-Star game. I was a little nervous.
The 10th All-Star game in his career, by the way. I think he's like, I was looking at this, I don't think there's even 50 players.
Come on, man.
I don't think there's even 50 players in the history of basketball that have made 10 All-Star games. Like Steph's number 45 or 46.
Yeah. LeBron, one of them.
Post-merger.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we don't have to go down the list. There's a lot of them. But it's incredible.
I think they're going to get hot, Evan. Starts tonight in Memphis.
The Warriors?
Yeah.
Well, it better start tonight in Memphis. I mean,
no doubt.
What do you say? They're 8-point favorites?
Man, 8 points. And they just lost to Memphis on MLK Day.
They sure did.
I have a dream.
Well, had a dream.
Yeah.
For the Warriors, at least. That, by the way, that tip-off is at 5 o'clock. Of course, Warriors live here on 95.7 The Game, which also brings us to the point where we want to remind you that because the Warriors are on an East Coast trip, for a road trip really starting this week, but throughout next week as well, it is Super Bowl week, and Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors game will be on the radio, so don't worry about that if you want to catch Tim Roy on 95.7 The Game as always. But while Willard and Dibbs are going to continue live on the Odyssey app and on YouTube. So on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, even though the Warriors are playing games, please tap into the Odyssey app. Download it right now. It's free, easy to use, a fantastic rewind feature. And then also, of course, you can catch us on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's going to be next week right here on 95.7 The Game. But right now, Goo, we're taking calls from anyone and everyone that wants to see the common enemy, in my mind, being the Kansas City Chiefs, dropped off the table by the San Francisco 49ers. We need some new blood.
Yeah, I'm with you, Evan. And I'll say this. I keep going to this. Like, it's not the fallout, but I'm stealing from Dr. Dre, the great producer. Shout out Death Row. The aftermath. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because if Mahomes and Andy get this, it's not if it's a dynasty. It's the modern day version of a dynasty. We're in it, right? This will solidify that. And you could argue now, well, hey, Goo, we're kind of in it, but this will put them over the top, E.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Let's see if we can bring the people together here on 95.7 The Game up until 2 o'clock. And let's go out to San Francisco, bring out one of our favorites, Phil Mo Mike. Phil Mo.
Insurance, man.
Yes, sir. New York. What's happening, Phil?
Hey, what's up, man? What's popping, man? Hey, I mean, I'm going to keep it real. It's kind of like a Jekyll and Hyde to me. Because on one end of the spectrum, you feel me? You want to be respectful because at the end of the day, now me personally, the Raiders in it, see, this is the thing. I have no qualms with the Raiders other than when you play the Niners.
Right.
That's the only time I'm tripping on, you feel me, the Raiders like that. When the Raiders playing on Channel 5, right before the Niners play, I'm rooting for the Raiders. You feel me? Now, when you want to get to when Cubs talk about, man, I'm not a Bay Area guy, I'm an Oakland guy. But if you really from the town, if you really from the town, how you messing with somebody that left you 2, 3, 4, 5 times, that disrespected you, for one. For two, when the Seahawks was moved to the NFC West after being in the AFC West for 35, 40 years, y'all want to jump on the bandwagon and use Marshawn Lynch as, I'm doing it because he was Marshawn. You been before Marshawn got on the Seahawks. Y'all rooting for the Seahawks. And then the Chiefs, you root. How are you really saying you're an Oakland Raider fan? They're not in Oakland. You feel me? They're in Las Vegas, and you rooting for the Chiefs. Come on, man. I would never root for the Dallas Cowboys. Never root for the New York Giants. Never root for the New Orleans Saints. Never root for the Green Bay Packers. It's a reason. But when you just do it like that, you just, it's really, you know what it is, blood? You really got something wrong with you deep down inside. You got something against the city. You got something against the Niners. You're a real hater. That's real haterism. That's a hater. That's never been a Raider. Al Davis ain't never been a hater. Only person Al Davis hated on was Paul Tagliabue, but whoever that was, the commissioner in the NFL, and he got his money. Be like Al Davis. Just win.
Just win, baby. Love it, Mike.
And even if you can't completely go to the other side, it's like, again, it's not just the fact, I'm not asking you to just support the Bay Area team because they're in the Bay Area, but the other part of it too is like, I think there is a greater enemy here being the Kansas City Chiefs.
Nah.
If you're in that division, that's the team that stands in your way all the time, every single year, seemingly since Patrick Mahomes has come into the league. It's like, I want to see that team get knocked off. So even if you can't get on board with the Bay Area being all about the Niners, well, can't you get on board with, we just don't want to see the Kansas City Chiefs win again?
I can, Evan, and you know what? the Danker, he reached out to me and he said, you know what, Goo, it's like Niner fans root the division angle. Because I love what you just said. It's like the Niners rooting for Seattle. I totally get that. But no, this is different because you shared the Bay.
Yeah.
This is your neighbor. It's like the Mets and Yankees. New York benefits either way. So that to me, Mike and Evan, I don't got to tell you, grew up in El Cerrito. Some people are proud to be a hater. Like, I need haterade repellent. They do sell it, and I don't know how much. But, Evan, come on, man. The fact that they shared, people, you live next door to them, you work with them, you might have dated them. Come on, man. That, to me, is why this is different than the Niners if it were rooting for Seattle. Nobody would ever ask you to take on that task. But this one is different because you guys were neighbors and you built a rivalry for so long, and it was so strong, and it's still strong to this day.
Yeah, and I'm speaking to the fans. We're speaking to the fans that whether you went with the team to Las Vegas, literally, or with your fandom, or if you left them behind, again, I just don't understand why we can't find some common ground. And maybe that's, to film on Mike's point, the Jekyll and Hyde of fandom with the Bay Area, because you got one side of the bridge, the side that we're from, and then over here in San Francisco. I don't know, man. It's been a lot of fun to be living in the city. Even though I'm not originally from San Francisco, it's been a lot of fun to live in the city and see just the joy and jubilation on people's faces because everyone has been galvanized by this Super Bowl run that we hope culminates in a championship for the San Francisco 49ers. And even though I'm not necessarily, I don't have that love or that emotion, that connection to it, I can recognize the feeling that it is permeating throughout the entire Bay Area, the type of uplifting and the type of joy on all these people's faces. And I guess I'm just not that kind of person to say I don't want to continue to see that. I would like to see that raise even further because I'm tapping into the mindset of when we were walking down Market Street watching the Warriors hoisting their trophy.
Never forget it, E.
Everyone was on the same page. Everyone was united because that team went and did something that no one thought they could or that very few people thought they could. And it was just a great day. It was a great week. It was a great time for the Bay Area, and I guess I want to see that again.
Congratulations, E. You are not a hater. There's no doubt. And I'll say this. I'm from Union City, California, born and raised. But, Evan, I'm no turf hopper. I'm no front runner. I feel like the city's mine. Every time we had family come in from Timbuktu, we was so proud to go to the city. I lived in Oakland for 12 years, man. So every Walnut Creek, I feel like they're all mine. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't have that hater mechanism in me, that gene. I want to be a part of the festivities, and I'm the guy you call, hey, Goo, what happened, Evan? I passed my driver's test. We're throwing a party. I'm coming, bruh. That's what I love to do. I want people to be happy, even if my team is not in it, man.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to get on the conversation. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan in for Steiny here today. Hopefully he's going to be back on Monday for Super Bowl
We may
week.
have him today.
We might have him today later on in the show. Yeah. We're putting out feelers. We're talking to his agent.
That signal just tingled, went off a little bit, but we gotta hone him down.
Yeah, we gotta get him out for the East Bay, man. Bring him out of Oakland.
You think he's walking with a cane? Or you think he didn't?
Well,
he ain't at the gym.
You better not let me see him walk with a cane.
Now, why would you laugh?
Because I'm not going to let him forget it.
Oh, Evan, you got to just love it. Who's this? What do you got against us? Well, older people.
Well, first of all, you're not walking around with a cane. If you were walking around with a cane and you were doing it because you needed to and you had something that happened to you,
you would make a joke.
No, that's understandable. But Steiny's going to be back off using a cane in about a month or 2 weeks.
I'll let you off the hook.
Okay, so if you saw Steiny walking around with a walker with 4 tennis balls cut into it.
Oh, I've been there.
You wouldn't chuckle?
Yeah. No, it would. Why would it? Evan, see, that's what's wrong with the youth. You chuckle.
What do you mean?
He just went under the knife. This, nothing funny about it.
I'm going to be there one day. We can laugh at each other.
I would ignore it and be like, "You're good. What can I do for you?" You got jokes.
Well, I got jokes. It's not, but I'm going to help him across the street if I need to.
I would. Okay.
And I guarantee you, he wouldn't let me.
All right.
He would rather fall down.
I got friends like you.
What? Like me?
Yeah, I got in a car accident. Real quick here, random. I got in a car accident, a serious car accident, and I had a scar from my eyebrow. Dude, I was the real Scarface. My boy Relaford shows up to the hospital, and normally if you see your guy that's in the hospital laid up, the first thing he says is, your face is jacked. Like, I'm not that guy. Dude, I'm laid up. Ignore the scar. We'll talk about it later, but you're that guy.
No, I'm
Dude,
not making fun of a permanent facial feature.
Well, it wasn't permanent. We got rid of it. But, yeah, shout out Catherine Leverett. But you know what I'm saying. You kind of – you don't talk about the obvious.
No, but, okay, if you're close enough with someone, again, like you guys are my boys. You and Steiny are my guys. I can let you know when, you're leaning a little bit into that. Okay, when he was coming on talking about how he's got to get a handicap card.
Yeah, the
or
commode,
he has a chance. The commode. Yeah, I finally figured out what a commode was. Shout out the YouTube chat. Exactly. But my thing is, like, if he's making fun of himself, why can't I?
Well, if you say it like that, I'm going to sign off on it. But you were like, I got material waiting on them.
Well, Lucas Alexander, director of sports, producer extraordinaire, just got me here and said, we need to get Steiny a pip cane for Vegas.
Right. There you go.
We need We need to get him some jewels. We need to get him a big coat, maybe some fur on that thing. Probably fake, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's what we need for Steiny right now.
Sticking up for the OG.
I know.
Yeah.
We need some love.
A wolf on the top of that thing.
Dude, exactly.
Right, boy.
A hat, little tilt to the side.
What would make me ask you if he has a cane? But no, just random.
Okay, so if you saw Steiny with a cane, what would be the first thing? Hey man, what's going? Like,
I would say something. I'll talk about the Warriors. Like, I wouldn't talk about the cane. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just funny. Like, he's always sitting up here talking about how people are getting older and declining. Like, I'm sorry, that's just that's low hanging fruit.
That's funny. You are right. He does do that.
Oh, we'll have him back soon. Hopefully later on today. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Silk in Oakland. Bring on another perspective. We value it. Silk, my man, how are you?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing this morning?
Talk to us.
Hey, man, look, I just want to say this, right? It's the reason why the Niner fans have so much success because we're classy. What I would call a Raider fans is kind of like trashy, and I'm not trying to disrespect them, though, right? But look, this is why I say that though, because like Philmo Mike just said, when the Seattle Seahawks went to the Super Bowl, I wasn't rooting for the Seahawks. You know what I mean? Like when the Raiders play, I watched the Raider game. I'm from Oakland, but let's keep it real. The Raiders hate the Niners because the Niners is a faithful team to the Bay Area. When I was born in '85, when I was born, the Raiders weren't here. I didn't see the Raiders. They came back. So you got to understand, when the Raiders leave, that's when the Niners had their success. I'll take it offline, guys. Thank you.
So it sounds like Silk is saying basically the fact that the Raiders haven't always been faithful to the Bay Area is why they kind of hold it against the Niners.
Right. I just, again, as a fan, I wouldn't hold it against said player. They're not the ones that moved. And obviously, Evan, they need a job. So if you move them, they got to follow. But I understand the hurt, and I've seen it. I've watched people turn in. My boy Pete Lawrence, he traded in. He's now a Rams fan. In my world, you can't do that. You can't team hop. But he was hurt the second time they moved, and it's his prerogative. But, he was just talking his truth to caller about the Raiders weren't here when he was born. But it's just something about sharing the same demographic to me to where you're brothers for life. And that's what the Raiders and Niners are. Just like whatever happens with your team, the green and gold, the Giants and A's, nobody could tell me the Battle of the Bay is not real.
No, it is. Look, I mean, it's been around as long as I've been alive. I'm sure it's around decades before I was around. The moment that you had multiple teams on both sides of the bridge, whether it's baseball, whether it's football, you naturally have rivalries. And that's just the way it is. My thing is, can't we put that aside for 1 week, right? And also, sports are let's be honest, sports are a drug. I mean, we're addicted to them. Yeah, they're a narcotic that most people can't
No treatment, Evan.
But some people are able to, and more power to them. Like, for example, my buddy, he grew up, and I know a lot of Raiders fans just because I'm from the East Bay. He's a Raider fan, and he is now a Dolphins fan because they were the only team, and I believe the only owner that voted against the Raiders' move to Las Vegas.
Now, wow.
So he thought that was really cool. That's how he found his new team. I can respect that.
That is total respect right there.
But it has to do with his love for his old team. He's trying to figure out where to put it. I don't know, man. I mean, we're just trying to figure this thing out. Figure it out together. 888-957-9570. Let's get out to Oakland. Bring on Chucky. Chucky, my man. How are you? Oh,
he did a Bonte. Yeah.
We can't unify, man. Look, I got silver and black going through my
my Bloods, man. There's no way I'm going to have red and gold be cheering. Now, I'm going to watch the game. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to watch it, but I'm not going to be cheering for the 49ers. And it's like this, man. I'm a fan of the game. When Terry Bradshaw was doing this thing, that man got 4 rings, man. When Elway, we wanted Elway to go back-to-back, and he went back-to-back, and he retired, man. And you can't tell me nobody wanted Jim Kelly to win when Jim Kelly lost 3 straight. Now, what Mahomes is doing, man, it's absolutely marvelous what Mahomes is doing. He went 2, he's been to 3 of the last 4, and now this could be 4 of the last 5 and win 3, and he's still in his 20s.
I got you, Chuck. Yeah, sorry, Chuck, you're kind of breaking up there, but point taken. Maybe he's someone that likes to see greatness, because some people like to see that too.
But Evan, you are right, and I'm not saying Chucky's wrong, but when you guys come up here with examples of just regular teams and division foes, I get that, but it doesn't resonate with me, Evan, because you were not sharing the same jurisdiction as the Raiders and Niners did. That's why I'm trying to preach just for one day. Can you have some love for your brethren? That's all. You know what I mean? Like Dankers, he hit me in the face with a bag of bricks. Niner fans, I don't believe, would ever root for Seattle. I totally get that. But you didn't share a market with Seattle. That's all, E.
That's fair.
Your teachers in school were fans of the team. You know, to do it for them.
But I would also like to think that they wouldn't actively root against. And that's kind of it, too. I mean, look, if you can't support the Niners and you just can't do it, I understand. I get it. I mean, you have the Cross Bridge rivalry, the Bay Bridge rivalry, whatever you want to say. I understand maybe you can't bring yourself to root for them, but can you bring yourself to root against the team in your division? And that, to me, is where it sways.
Now, that's easy.
And maybe you're sitting there enjoying the game. You hope it's a good game. But to sit there and hope that one side is this and the Niners fall and they lose because you want to see people around just, I don't know, that does sound kind of haterish to me.
That's a little different, though, Evan. I'm like signing off on that license of division rivals. It's okay to hate on that. I just think, again, I keep going to the Jets, the Giants, the Mets, the Yankees, the Lakers, Clippers. Mm-hmm. There's nothing like the A's, Giants, Niners, Raiders to me, man. I grew up on it. Like, we were blessed, and I know the Raiders are gone now, but it's just like, man, you can't just tap into that Bay love and that Bay parade that you could be welcome. You might, half the people still are living here, you know? Well, come out, enjoy yourself.
That's interesting, too, because you do think of the East Coast sports fans as being much more combative, right? It doesn't mean they're better or worse. It's just the way it is. I wonder, though, like, when the Mets were in the World Series playing the Royals, if the Yankees fans were just sitting there like, yeah, that's okay. You know, little brother, haven't won a World Series in a long time. Y'all can get yours. Don't worry about it. It's different because the Niners have been, in the grand scheme of things, the big brothers. They got more championships as a franchise. Mm-hmm. They haven't moved back and forth and all the rest. But I wonder if New York fans or people from New York that grew up liking those teams, if you actively pit yourself against the other, right? The Jets and the Giants, the Yankees, the Mets, the Knicks, the Nets, I guess, are a little more recent. But I wonder how those East Coasters, if they just butt heads all the time like we hear a lot of Raider and Niner fans do.
Yeah, good call. And now I'm citing that as an example, Evan. But I could be like, I know him. I got a friend named Brooklyn, a Yankee fan. He would never root for the Mets. And here I am saying if the Mets Royals, he was probably rooting for the Royals. Yeah.
There you go. And so that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. We're also going to play a sound that I thought was very interesting. Goose got a take on about Jed York talking about Kyle Shanahan, his belief in Brock Purdy, but also something that Kyle Shanahan behind the scenes might not get as much credit for as you believe. So that we're going to get into that at 11 o'clock. I also, of course, want to get to the idea of the pressure right now surrounding the 49ers, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, because I do have a strong opinion about this, and it's really based off of what we heard yesterday from Jed York. But taking your calls right now, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Stein with Daryl the Goober Johnson. Mark is out in Oakland. Mark, my man, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. How you doing?
Fantastic.
Hey, Guru, I missed the picnic this year.
Oh, yeah, we'll have it next year. Union City reunion. We'll be out there
Shout out to you.
But I'm a diehard Raider, Niner hater, and been that way all my life. I've been a Raider fan since 1960, and I got a nephew that played for the Niners, but I can't root for the Chiefs.
Wow.
I cannot root for the Chiefs.
Let me ask you this.
I root against the Niners against everything else, but not against the Chiefs. I hope both of them can lose.
Well, look, they're not. That's funny. I got to ask you this. Would you participate in the parade if the Niners win?
No.
Okay. I appreciate the honesty.
Thanks,
no,
Mark.
Well, we're not.
Wow.
Man.
Come on, have a drink.
Well, that's my thing. Okay, you don't have to be in the parade, but you can take advantage of the happy hour.
There you go.
You can take advantage of the happy hour if you want.
Didn't he just say he has a nephew playing on the Niners and he's not going to celebrate?
Or played.
Played on the Niners. Either way, he sounds like he's really committed. Right. But he also said he can't root for the Chiefs.
He had a jingle.
Maybe there's some people at a section of the fan base that are there too. It's like
haters gonna hate.
You can't have both teams lose.
Yeah, he had a jingle about it.
But if they could, 888-957-9570. Before the break, let's get out to Devon in the Uber. Where you headed, Devon? What's up, man?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey, so really quick, I am a diehard Raider fan, man, and unfortunately. And I really don't have a horse in the race, so it's not that I'm going against the Niners. More so, I'm looking at it from this perspective. If the Chiefs win, it it shows how dominant our division is. I think the Raiders are going to do good. I think we know what the Chargers are going to do. The Chiefs are them, and we'll see what the Broncos do. But it almost gives a different perspective, like the AFC West is loaded, and they kind of represent us in a way, even though it's not us. You see what I'm saying? That's one way I look at it. Then the other thing is Niner fans aren't that loyal, man. Like, I be Ubering, and I picked up a lot of fans at halftime, and I was the main one saying, hey, man, the game's not over till the clock strikes 0. And I feel like when the Niners weren't winning, I didn't see a lot of Niner flags. I didn't see a lot of Niner love and pride, and that's what Raider fans demonstrate. Win, lose, draw, we're going to try to go to our games. We're going to root for our team no matter what. It doesn't matter if they're in Vegas, the moon, Mars. We're going to love our team. So good luck to you guys. No hate here. Good luck. I do have Pat winning. I just can't go against Pat in the playoffs.
Yeah,
good luck
that's
to you guys.
fair.
Man,
that's fair.
Yeah.
But again, we're not asking to say who you think is going to win. It's just who's got your support on Super Bowl Sunday. Yeah. Could be the Chiefs. Could be the Niners. I think for the Bay Area, I would like to see people be happy for one another.
Speaking of which, our caller, the nephew part, people coming down this road, like, you got to root for your nephew.
No.
Come on, buddy.
Last time I checked, blood's thicker than water, but I guess not.
They're getting on them.
Also a reminder to get to breakingtea.com/957. It's our 95.7 The Game merch shop for all your Red and Gold Station merch. Get out before the big game. Celebrate by getting to breakingtea.com/957 The Game. Fantastic looking McCaffrey, Purdy, all the 49ers gear that you can hope for is going to be there. Your Red and Gold Station merch. Catch that at breakingtea.com/957 The Game. As we get ready for Super Bowl 58 between the 49ers and the Chiefs, also go check out all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature to go check out Bryant Young, 49ers legend, Hall of Famer, was on with the Morning Roast earlier today. And watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
we're class.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Baby's mama's mama. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking about can't we all just get along?
Nice.
No, come on, Goo. Why can't we do it?
I don't know. Some people are infected with what we call haterade. Haterade.
It was funny. I was just in the hall talking to one of our amazing engineers here at Odyssey.
He's Dominican. I thought he was Puerto Rican. You told me he was. That's our guy.
Yes, just as Dominican. But I was just asking him because he's from New York, right?
Yeah.
Like he grew up in the Bronx.
You put it right to him.
So I was like, yo, man, okay, when the Giants were in the Super Bowl, and because he's a Jets fan, when the Giants were in the Super Bowl, did you root against them? And he said, well, I'm not I don't like the Giants because of the Giants fans, but when they're playing the Patriots, it is New York City against Boston.
And I got out my chair like that's a real one.
And Boston trumps all. If you're playing a team from Boston and you're from New York, you root against them no matter what. No matter if you don't like the team that's representing your city, no matter if you don't like the fans that are from your city, Boston trumps all. And that's all I'm saying about the Chiefs right now. If you're a Raider fan, if you're someone else, a non-Niner fan, can't we just unite against a common enemy in this situation?
And I was giving Jay love. I'm coming out the chair like, you're a real. Then he goes, well, I hate their fans. And I sat back down like, well, there you go. That's our only problem. But you are right, Evan. Just, again, I'm just making the connection, the correlation with my life and my dear friends and family, Evan. Denise Lofton, the Cynthia White, all I got both. Diehard Raiders, Melvin House, Reg Basie, and the Niner fans. I want them all to be happy. But guess what? They're both not playing. But I would just hope what you said. Can't we all just get along? And even if it were the Raiders in the game, I'll be preaching this to the Niner fans. Like, don't you want to see a team that played a majority of their life here in the Bay? Don't you want to see them get it? Yeah,
you would think so. Or maybe not. 888-957-9570. If you're on either side of the conversation, we want to hear from you right now. We'll also hear, of course, as we've been teasing, the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, Jed York, who spoke yesterday for the first time in a long time. He had some extremely interesting comments about really the formation of this team that we're seeing right now as it relates to the brain trust, so to speak, in Kyle Shanahan. So again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Let's get out to Oakland. Bring on Z. Z, my man, get us rolling. How are you?
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey.
Awesome, man.
So I live in Oakland now. I grew up on the other side of the bridge, going to Candlestick with my dad. Niners, Giants fan. I never really saw the Raiders or the A's as true rivals. I wasn't around in '89, so other than that, we've never played a meaningful game against those teams. I remember asking my dad, when the Dodgers played the A's in the '88 World Series, who did you root for? And he hands down said, I rooted for the A's. I would never root for our rival, the Los Angeles Dodgers, to win a World Series. And so I look at that. This is very similar. The Kansas City Chiefs have a chance in your crib to pass the Raiders in Super Bowls as your division rival. And you got to face them twice a year, and Mahomes is going nowhere. And you're mad because 10 years ago, some Niner fans at work were a little mean to you. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me how you wouldn't root for the Bay Area to thrive, especially given everything we've been through nationally, people dumping on the area, saying it's the worst place in the region, and how much a parade would do for our local economy, for the people that are going to be able to go there and sell T-shirts, all the restaurants, coffee shops, foot traffic through the city, revenue through BART, and you want Kansas City to get all that, and then have Mahomes come into your crib and hold his fourth trophy to pass the Raiders? Like, come on.
This is what I want you to do. Quit your job and run for mayor. You got my vote. You got my vote. Man, Evan, he laid it out, man. The civic pride.
That's a great call, Z.
Wow,
Thank
man.
you, Z. I hope
and
you're
the
doing
hate
well.
that our region has gotten.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That hit me.
And it's not just San Francisco. People have been talking about how Oakland isn't the same and how the streets around the Bay Area are not doing that well.
In and out
it's
leaving.
not just, exactly. All the car break-ins, all the jackings, all the things that people associate right now with the Bay Area are probably not the best around the country. And we have a chance to shine a light with the help of the San Francisco 49ers, of course, on all the good things that do happen in this area, all around. I'm not just talking about here in the city. I'm talking about all around the Bay Area because, again, the 49ers do play in the South Bay. It's like we got fans all over the Bay and a chance with a parade, whether it's a celebration. Even if you're not participating, I do think some people might overlook what Z is speaking about, that civic pride and economic uprising,
no doubt,
which could hopefully help.
That hit me, Evan. I'm going to vote for him if he runs. Yeah.
Yeah, Z. Call in. Let us know when you're on the ballot.
Yeah.
Let's keep this thing rolling. Eric's out in Oakland. Eric, welcome to the show. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I was born also like Z. I wasn't born. I was raised in the Mission on the other side, so I've always been a Niner fan. But because of the cost and everything, now I live in Oakland. So everybody, my neighbors, they're all Raider fans, and I don't hate them. If the Raiders would go to the Super Bowl, I'd totally cheer for them. I'd totally go out all out Raider. I would probably even buy a shirt. But I don't know. They don't like the Niners, but I don't care. I like the Raiders. Even if the Niners disappear, I'll probably be a Raider fan. So that's it.
Yeah, congratulations. You are not a hater. No, seriously, Evan, it's just amazing, man. But I will tell you what, I don't know about what generation you are. I hate that I'm a 70s baby.
I'm a millennial.
All right, but our world now is geared more towards, with social media, to be a hater. That, the old school, you could kind of, you know what, I didn't get it done. Evan won. Tip the cap to you, Evan. Here's a drink. But now it's just our society is more, it's just easier to be a hater. That's all.
It is. And look, neither of us are holier than thou because at least I can speak for myself. I've been through points where I didn't want someone to have something just because I didn't get it. Like, I know how that feels. But again, this is an opportunity to put that all aside, to grow a little bit. Can we all mature just a little bit? I'm just wondering if we can do it. If we can do it together.
It's a big ask, though.
If the Raiders were in the Super Bowl, like, again, I don't root for either team here in the Bay Area. But if the Raiders were in the Super Bowl, I got tons of friends that are Raiders fans. I would hope that they, again, when I was a kid, when they were playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, my buddies were young and didn't still know what being a fan was. They were all on board with the silver and black. I was hoping that they were going to win. Conversely, now when the Niners have got to the Super Bowl in, what was it, 2012, 2019, and now here in 2024, I'm hoping that they win because I know people and I want to see them be happy.
That's real talk, man.
And
I can appreciate that.
And if you're not happy with your own fandom, well, then maybe you need to kind of self-evaluate how you feel about your own team.
Yeah, no doubt. Because I'll tell you what, there will be a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah,
it won't be your team, but somebody's going to hoist up that trophy.
And all I'm just speaking to is the lesser of two evils at this point.
I was on Twitter last night, and they were going at it. I was like, good gosh, man, take a play off. But I feel it. Fan is short for fanatic, but this is just different to me, and that's why I don't think it's it's obviously something to do with your personality, but that's why I just think, I keep bringing up the A's and Giants, but the civic pride, as Z talked about, like, there would be a parade here, man. Come out,
Well, and that was a really good point from Z, too, the idea of in 88, right, when the Dodgers were playing the A's, I'm sure there were a lot of Giants fans that rooted for the A's. And maybe it's not because they're from the Bay Area, but because they're not the Dodgers. Yeah. Because that's the rival. Because that's the enemy. To me right now, if you're a Raider fan, the enemy is the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's a good point, man.
They're the team that prevents you or has prevented you from winning a division.
And may continue to do so.
Exactly. They're stuck in your way. For a team that's in that division.
Knock them off.
Exactly. Can Patrick Mahomes not win it once? Can he not get to the AFC Championship game and beyond once in his career? Because he's been there every single season, at least in the Final Four, that he's been the starter. Give someone else a chance. Someone else has got to win a Super Bowl at some point.
Yeah.
Why not the Niners?
No doubt. And Mr. Irrelevant. Like, I want Evan, if he wins this, man, I'm just telling you. The haters are not going to be happy. And I'm just talking about not just here. Obviously, you wouldn't have as many or any at all, but I'm just talking about nationally. And maybe I need to clear or just reset my DVR because I get entertained by all the stuff on all the talking heads, men and women. But Brock is they don't know how to decipher credit. It's just like, they just can't. Like you said, he could win MVP, and there's going to be something on some P-Brain's ballot of, I need this box to be checked.
I can't believe that this guy's doing what he's doing still. It's like, well, I can because he's doing it. Like, he's literally doing it before our very eyes. And who knows if he's going to be the Montana that some people put him into conversations with. Who knows if he's going to be the same quarterback he is next year that he was this year. But all I know right now is this guy has been an absolute joy to watch. As a media member, you and I, it's been a joy to cover and talk about them each and every week because they've been in a position to do some things that are historic.
And that's why I appreciate your friendship, too. And I mean this, Evan. We know how to sit back, reflect, give credit where credit is due, share some concerns or thoughts. But my line of react to new information, I'm saying it's mine. That's my line.
No, it is.
It's real.
Yeah.
And I believe that is a non-haters line. You know, we can have a disagreement. You could enlighten me, and I'll be like, you know what, Evan, I didn't see it that way. But I do think of Kaepernick, not being negative here. I do think of Jimmy Garoppolo, and nobody can tell me any different. I thought Kaepernick was the next Michael Vick, and there was Kaepernick mania, and that went away fast for all different reasons. Mm-hmm. And my point is, Jimmy Garoppolo looked like he was going to be the guy here. That went away fast. His own fan base stabbed him in the back. So, you know, I would tell Brock Purdy, cash in, because tomorrow's not promised. And, you know, he's not doing anything different to where, you know, he's taking anything for granted. But, Evan, we see in sports all the time where something looks like it's going to be here a long time, and then you look around, it's like, oh, man, as you said, I believe on Tuesday, that era is over. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Brock does this. I mean, man, he's up there with Montana and Steve Young.
And look, we're not asking for picks. We'll get to that next week. We'll break down the X's and O's of the game. We're going to have some fun when Steiny's back off of hip surgery. That's going to be awesome. We're looking forward to that. But for today, we're not asking for picks. We're asking for support. Yeah. And if you can't give it, we want to know why. If you want to give it, we want to know why. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go to Ozark and bring on Rob. Wants to talk about rivalry. Rob, my man, how are you?
I'm good, guys. How you doing? Bang, bang, Niner game.
There you go.
Oh, man, I'm out here at enemy territory, freaking living out here in out here in Springfield, Missouri. God, all I see is this Chief Red. And, you know, everybody's telling me after this game, oh, you going to come to the parade with us? I'm like, what do you guys mean? To the funeral? Oh, man, I can't believe all these Raider fans and these Chief fans.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah,
appreciate the call,
we know
man.
who he's rooting for.
Yeah,
he's in the belly of the beast.
I wonder.
Yeah, no Bay connection there as far as, you know, see the other team win. He ain't rooting for Kansas City, hell or high water.
No, he is not. All right, Raymond's out in Richmond. Let's get out to the Rich. Raymond, what's going on? How are you?
Evan, good. What's up, guys?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I just want to say, as a Niner fan, there was nothing sweeter than Marshawn Lynch not getting the ball at the 1-yard line.
Wow.
So for Raiders fans to root for KC, how can you live with yourself? That's complete fraudulent.
I get that, but isn't this different because of the Bay, though? That's the picture we're trying to paint because of that Bay pride.
That's true.
No, I don't think it's different, man, because, you know, they're always throwing salt on us, and it just makes us more seasoned, baby.
All right, I got you, Evan. I just pictured we were in prison, an episode of Oz. He was like, you know what? You ain't in the nation, bro. You can't talk me into it. So I get it. I do get it, but wow,
you know,
man,
from that show, watching Oz and other jail-related, but sometimes you got to form an allegiance, you got to form an alliance to get what you want.
Yeah, no doubt
Sometimes
about it.
you got to be friends with the enemy. Again, the friend, or was it the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Wow,
and right now,
man,
the enemy is the Kansas City Chiefs in my mind. I don't know about you. If I'm wrong, please tell me. 888-957-9570. Ivan's in Castro Valley. Ivan, what's happening?
Hi, thanks for having me. I enjoy listening whenever I go to work here at College of Marin or at the State. So thank you all for entertaining us.
Right on.
So I'm a Raiders fan. I've been a diehard Raiders fan for my whole life. And also being an A's fan, so having to sit through the Giants with their dynasty as well as the 49ers Super Bowl trips, being on the other side of that, it's been tough, you know, but I do feel like in this sort of situation, and as well as when it was Chiefs versus Tom Brady's Tampa Bay, it's like I don't have to root for either of them. I could root for none of the above. I could root for the halftime show. But I do feel like lesser two evils. 49ers haven't won one in a while. The Chiefs are in our division. I'll be happier with the Chiefs loss. I'll leave it at that. So, you know, there is some solidarity in that.
Wow. Speaking of which, Evan, I just thought another caveat to this whole, it's been a while for both teams. You know, being the like, so it ain't like where you're at. I'm so tired of watching this, and I get that. Let's be honest, 1994 for the Niners and the Raiders has been forever.
Well, again, and maybe it's people that are around my age and younger or older. I think a lot of the disdain that you feel between both sides, it feels like it's from some of the older cats. I wonder how some of the younger cats are feeling about this too. If you grew up and you don't really know a championship between either side, maybe you don't want the other team to get it because you haven't seen it, but maybe you want your team or your friends to celebrate their team. I'm curious. Like, I really don't know. I mean, to me, if the Raiders were in it and the Niners are currently in it, I got friends on both sides of the bridge. All I know is that the joy that I feel from the other people getting vicariously to kind of live through them, it's worth it for me. And again, that doesn't make me better or worse than anybody else, but it's just how I feel. So I want to know how other people feel about what we're talking about today, which is an idea of trying to unite just for a week, these 49ers and Raiders fans at 888-957-9570. Andre's in Oakland. Andre, my man, how are you?
I'm all right.
What do you got?
So I just wanted to comment on the Raiders about how they came back and left. You know, that's like a marriage or something like that. Like, you leave me, then you come back, then you leave me, then you want me to be the same. They left. They discarded their Bay Pass when they did that, I feel like, right? And then the Warriors were always a San Francisco team. I guess people in Oakland were mad when they went to San Francisco, but they always were a San Francisco team. That's why I never went to a game. So
he said never.
You know,
yeah.
Never. And when the Raiders left that time, I just threw my jacket away. I had a little old school jacket, puff coat with the Raiders on the back and the front.
Man,
so I just root for the other team sometimes to make people mad.
Yeah, man. Evan, he feels, boy.
I feel it, man.
He said threw it away.
Well, as soon as some people chime in on the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union on the subject, maybe it's you don't want the support from the Raiders fans. Maybe you embrace it. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not feeling the love that I want to feel.
Yeah, I got you.
And look, it doesn't mean the Niners are going to go win the Super Bowl, but if they do, I would hope that we as a Bay Area can unite and feel some sort of joy for those that are, reveling in success.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't felt that for 30 years.
But, Evan, I'm going to be honest, the more I'm thinking about this conversation, and I've been nothing but truthful, and I know you have, we're a rare breed. I'm thinking about it more now with that call and the venom that was in his voice, and you mentioned disdain. I'm just like, you know what? They don't want to see another one under the tally for the Niners, and I just find it just so symbolic that the fact that the Niners and Chiefs, if we can make the argument, Raider rivals, that they're going to win on the Raiders' home turf. So I could understand.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
You kidding me? This game, it could be it could be anywhere. It's in Las Vegas. Hoyt Kyle celebrating. So I ain't switching, but I could kind of. I understand it.
But I don't know about you. I feel like I know people on both sides of the bridge that don't really consider that the home of the Raiders. Like, I know that they left for L.A. before.
It ain't the Coliseum.
It ain't the Coliseum, and they're about to tear that thing down in a year. Like, I just know there's a lot of people that consider there being one home. Many, in the same way, Goo, that I think a lot of 49ers fans still don't necessarily consider Levi's their home. It's still Candlestick.
Yeah.
Like, that's still the original location.
We got Niner fans like John Curley, never been to Levi. He won't go.
Yeah, he refuses to break out the passport and get down
outside
of the city.
One.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He said he will never go to Levi's Stadium because it's not Candlestick.
And he meant it.
Oh, I believe him.
Yeah, he'll be at the parade, though, I'm sure.
Oh, he will. Yeah. And I hope a lot of people on both sides can come out and celebrate, whether it's you're celebrating the team, whether it's you're celebrating with your friends. We're not putting the cart before the horse and saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. But if they do, it's an opportunity to get out, support great businesses, support your friends and family.
Civic pride.
Exactly. Have a little civic pride. For the area. Shout out our guys in Oakland. All right, let's get to one more call before the break here. Again, a reminder that in half an hour, we're going to talk to Danon Hughes. He does pre and post on our sister station in Kansas City for the Chiefs, former wide receiver, get a player's perspective on the big game, along with maybe a little bit of the rivalry that he's feeling between the Chiefs and the 49ers, as this is the second time in 4 years that they have met in the Super Bowl. By the way, the 4-year anniversary of Super Bowl 54 between the Chiefs and the 49ers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mario's in Jacksonville. Wants to talk about rivalries. Mario, what's up?
Oh, for sure. Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. Heard you guys are doing good today. Hey, listen, I was listening to the fans that's been talking and stuff like that, and what I'm hearing is I'm hearing 3 different generations of fans hollering about how they feel about this game. First and foremost, I'm like that old guy that says, hey, listen, I wish both of them could lose, because I'm a 52-year-old Oakland Raider fan, and I've been under the shadow of the 49ers for like 40 or 50 years. They got like 6 or 7 championships, and the Raiders got one. At the same time, the 49ers have done what they've been able to do and stuff like that, So if it was up to me, I would want them both to lose and stuff. But the fact that shadow, that 49ers shadow has been over Oakland and the Oakland Raiders, this is why you're going to have a hard time to get that unity going on because of that shadow. We've been looking at the 49ers. We've been trying to. Our ownership is not that great. So they're making a lot of bad decisions, and we're watching this success going on the other side over there. So and that's where I'm at right there, that the older fans, if you've been a fan since the 70s and the 80s, you watch all of what happened, including team leading stuff. You watch all of what happened, and the 49ers have consistently been successful. So it's really hard. I personally am more inclined to, if I had to do anything about this game, is be a fan of the players. I want to see Brock Purdy win because I want to watch that movie because I think it's going to be an awesome movie.
Wow.
But Patrick Mahomes, because he's in our league, I don't want him to win. I don't want the Chiefs to win, but I don't want the 49ers to win either. But once again, Patrick Mahomes, a dynamic, awesome player who he is and stuff like that, But I think the older fans are going to have a harder time to support the parade and the 49ers because we've had to be suppressed for so many years under the shadow of the 49ers. Thank you guys for taking my call. Have a great day.
Oh, good call, man.
Good call, Mario. Thanks for chiming in, man.
Yeah, he said 3. It always boils down to age, I guess.
It can.
Yeah.
Look, I mean this. Like I grew up with fans on both sides of the bridge. Like I've never considered myself that big of a hater to the point where I would say, again, even if you don't want the team to win, the team on the other side of the field, in my opinion, the Chiefs, is a common enemy for both sides in the bridge. But if you can't do it, we want to hear from you. If you can, if you feel like you can cross over, if you want to support, this is a safe place to talk about it. 888-957-9570. We do have to get to a break, though, here on a Football Friday, brought to you by Flag and Anthem. What's coming up next on the game, your calls, and also, of course, at 12 o'clock, Danon Hughes, Kansas City Chiefs pre- and post radio, 4-time Super Bowl champ at 1 o'clock for the San Francisco 49ers, Jesse Sapolu. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And also a reminder, if you want to be featured on our Red and Gold hotline, give it a ring now and leave a message and let us know how excited you are about the 49ers being in the big game. 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. 9880, brought to you by Some Station Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at sommstation.com. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back on Monday with Daryl DeGruber Johnson as always. Your calls ahead on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in with Daryl the Guru Johnson, taking you up until 2. A couple of great guests coming your way. Danon Hughes, Kansas City pre and post, is going to be on at noon. And then we got 4-time Super Bowl champ Jesse Sapolu at 1 o'clock. Yeah, he's got 4 of them things.
He wears all his at once on Super Bowl Sunday?
You think he can fit them on his hand? I mean, those are some big rocks, dude.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
they've gotten bigger. I wouldn't tell him that. You see these Super Bowl ring now, Evan.
I wonder what the average cost of a Super Bowl ring is.
It's in the millies now.
Like, they were talking about how Christian McCaffrey and his bride and the rest of the McCaffrey family can't afford a suite at the Super Bowl at Allegiant Stadium because they're going between $1.5 and $2.5 million, the average price for a suite at Allegiant Stadium.
Good God. And they're going to get that chicken from somebody.
I also do believe they can afford it.
I
just don't think they want to spend the money.
That's the problem I had digesting.
Don't think they want to spend the money. Yeah, I think they could absolutely afford it. But we were talking about the San Francisco 49ers and, of course, their big game coming up next week at the Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs. It's the 4-year anniversary, Goo, of Super Bowl 54. Unfortunately, the Niners did lose in that game. And I want to start, before we get into that Jed York sound, just off the top of your head, like what do you think has changed the most between 4 years ago and now in respect to the Niners?
The quarterback. That would be number one. And the owner that you, Willard, and Dibbs and I talked about yesterday, taking a step back, not making it about him, and letting the guys that he hired, one, trust them and let them do their thing. And that's the biggest difference, I think, Evan. How could I forget? You just mentioned the McCaffrey family. The addition of Christian McCaffrey, making this offense explosive.
I agree. I think the biggest difference is the offense. Okay. And that's why I would feel more confident in this Super Bowl than the last one. Because if there's anything that I feel like I've learned from Mahomes and the Chiefs in the last 4 years, or really since they started making their deep postseason runs, it's that, yes, you do need a good defense.
Yes.
But unless you have a historic all-time defense, you are going to need firepower. You're going to need at some point in the game a quarterback or a particular playmaker to go out there and help you put together a sustainable drive, a deep drive to chew up yards, especially against a Chiefs defense that I think is better than either the Lions or the Packers that they've faced so far. So we're going to see if this Niners offense, that again was, I think, number one in terms of point or yard differential this season in the NFL, can they be the driving force? Whereas in 2019, I think we all identified the defense as the driving force.
No doubt. And the word that I've kind of hated, labeled on Brock Purdy, Evan, to be honest, and Jimmy did okay in that game. There was a quarter and a half to where you thought Jimmy might be Super Bowl MVP. My point being is nobody will lie to us and say, you know what, Jimmy wasn't more than a game manager, but like that applied to Jimmy. And if you're listening, I respect what you've done, but I don't look at Brock Purdy and the quarterback position limited like I did under Garoppolo. So with that said, it's kind of funny, Evan, that you talk about, and it is part of the matchup, the Niners offense maybe being their best defense after the last two games, looking at the Niner defense to where anybody that knows what they're looking at will say, you know what, that's not the Niner D we're accustomed to. So I say all that to say is I'm more curious to see what this Niner defense can do to Patrick, how that's going to play out. And they both are equal. But, Evan, I'm more confident that the Niners can be the Niners offensively than I am all of a sudden now after 8 quarters of watching Packers and Detroit kind of do what they kind of wanted at times. What can the GOAT or the baby GOAT do to this defense? Can the defense get their stuff intact?
Can they play up to their talent level? Can they play up to the amount of money that they're making on that side of the ball? That's what we're going to find out. I wonder what the people think about the biggest difference between 19 and now 23, or I guess 20 and 2024.
Okay.
What's the biggest difference between these two Super Bowl teams? It's the 40-year anniversary of Super Bowl 54, which the Chiefs defeated the Niners 31-21. What's the biggest difference between now and then? Right. Because there's a lot of players on both teams that were on those respective teams. One, of course, was winners. One, of course, was losers. But 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to get in on that. To me, Goo, it's interesting because I think the Niners' offense is more dynamic.
Yep.
The defense though it has a lot of similar pieces, has taken a step back in respective areas. Mainly, I think the D-line. Like that 2019 D-line was dominant against both the pass as well as the run, but mainly the run defense is different. To me, also, I think when I look at the Chiefs, though Patrick Mahomes is still the quarterback, and he's the baby goat like you mentioned, that offense to me is not nearly as dynamic as it was in 2019.
Yeah.
I think their defense is better, but I think that's why we were talking about yesterday about why the Niners deserve to be favored, why they're 2-point favorites and all the rest. I think the biggest difference is if I'm looking at Kansas City, I think their offense, statistically speaking, has taken a step back. This is not the same Patrick Mahomes that he was even a year ago, but he's looked similar, more similar to that player in the postseason. Yeah. So which Mahomes is it going to be?
Yeah, not Jerry Rice, but Rice that's catching the ball.
Rasheed Rice.
Yeah, thank you. It's opened up something. And I think, Evan, when you talk about a defending champ, it's like, you know what, guys? We're lucky to be here. We had the drop season all season long. I had the Chiefs in the coffin, and then here they are trying to do their best vampire impersonation of they're holding on to balls against one of the, if not the best defense in the NFL, and the Ravens. So now, Evan, you are right, but it's about what can you be for 60 minutes, and that, for both teams. And I'm just like, man, I can't wait to see how it manifests and what comes of it.
Which is why I get also I don't know if it's a feeling of inevitability surrounding the Chiefs just because they got the same head coach, the same quarterback, the same Hall of Fame tight end. All three of those guys are probably going to Canton one day. Meanwhile, the Niners are trying to force their way into that Canton conversation, right? Nick Bosa looks like he's on track to be a Hall of Famer. I would say Fred Warner right now is on track to be a Hall of Famer. Not that they are if they retire today, but they're on that track. Yeah. If Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl at age 24, he becomes, I think, one of 3 quarterbacks across history
You're in the
to do that.
diamond lane. Yeah, a lot can happen. You could have a blowout. Tranny could go out. But he's in the diamond lane of greatness,
And so is Kyle Shanahan, right? And you talked about this too. Kyle Shanahan, I think for a lot of people, does need a chip to affirm what we believe, which is how great of a play caller he is, how forward-thinking of an offensive mind he is. But can we really say that you're in the same breath with the game changers or the transformational coaches, even ones that have been in San Francisco like Bill Walsh? Can we put you in the Coryell, the Walsh, whoever else you want to put in the conversation for great dynamic minds? Can we really put you in that conversation if you don't have a Super Bowl?
And I'm going to say no.
And I know Don Coryell doesn't.
No doubt. And Andy Reid didn't have one in Philly. And Johnny, one of our biggest arguments and fights was, and I took the L. But I took the L later, Evan, because now he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion. I'm talking about Andy Reid. I was going to ask you and the listeners, is there any other 2 coaches that you would take before Andy currently, Andy and Kyle Shanahan? My answer, and the reason I'm asking you, Evan, is hell no. There are not 2 that I would take before, and I know the hoodie's not an option. You could put him in there if you like. But it just speaks to the greatness that is the head coaching position going into this battle, and all that Kyle is missing to me is that, it's a big thing, but that win. And this will be his second opportunity. And you can say what you want. Had he won and they held down while he was an OC in Atlanta, he had to be a Super Bowl winning coach, Evan, but he wouldn't be a Super Bowl winning head coach. So this is different. That's why you talk about the 4-year anniversary of the loss in 2019, which I felt like they outplayed Kansas City, neither here nor there. You kind of just, for Kyle, you want him to go get it, man.
That's funny to me too, though, because, and I don't know if it references a moving of goalposts, but let's say Kyle did win the Super Bowl with Atlanta, right? Would people still be saying, well, you don't have a Super Bowl?
I believe so.
You think so? Just because he was a head coach, he doesn't have it yet.
No doubt about it, right.
Because it's weird. We hold the downfall, we hold the collapse against him as the OC.
This is what we do.
Even though it was your boys now in Washington, Dan Quinn, who's the head coach. His name never gets brought up in this because it was the offense's fault, so it's Kyle's fault. But now it sounds like, okay, well, if he did win a Super Bowl, we wouldn't be giving him the credit for it because he didn't do it as a head coach. So Dan Quinn gets all the glory but none of the blame. Kyle Shanahan gets all the blame but none of the glory.
And that's how it happens, Evan, when you're trying to get something to fit your narrative. Oh, there's a trend. Kyle can't come back. And it was fact. 28-3. They shouldn't have been passing neither here nor there, but that falls at the doorstep of the head coach. Regardless of who was the coach. If that was Bill Walsh, he would have had to take that blowback. You're the captain, James T. Kirk. If the Enterprise crashes, that's on you, not Spock, not Dr. McCoy.
Well, it also sounds like from what Jed York was saying yesterday that Brock Purdy is on Kyle Shanahan. And also Peter King spoke to this yesterday on Wilder and Dibs, so we can kind of compare and contrast sound the amount of ruffled feathers that surrounded, surprisingly, the last pick of the draft. But here's what Jed York had to say about Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy in regards to how just forward-thinking he was when he saw this guy first play.
We haven't really talked much about Brock, but that's a good example of Kyle's directness. Last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, obviously, we've invested in Trey. Trey's doing a good job. We're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest. And he let it play out the right way.
Wow, Evan, hearing that a second time, and just me, I thought it was that was weird. You didn't have to say that, but that was his truth. And he was actually giving kudos to Kyle Shanahan for being that up front with his boss. Because what was your first initial thought that you shared with me? Okay, why wasn't the best quarterback on the field? And I'm going to go CNN. I think it was politics. You're right. You're paying one quarterback $20 million, and you invested 3 first-round draft picks in Trey Lance, so follow the money, Evan. And it's kind of funny. That would have never came out had Brock Purdy and the injuries never had happened. I'm wondering right now, are we seeing Brock Purdy on the field?
I wonder. That's interesting.
That would have been something they would have taken to their grave.
Because the owner's also saying, well, we let it play out the right way,
right.
Which is 2 guys getting hurt. That's how Brock got on the field.
No doubt about it.
So if 2 guys hadn't gotten hurt,
you wonder,
would we have seen him at the beginning of the season? I think there would have been a quarterback competition. Darnold probably wouldn't have been in it. Probably would have been Trey. Yeah. And then, Brock Purdy, and they would have duked it out for it. And I guess there was technically, allegedly, a competition, throughout the summer, but it was Brock's job. John Lynch said he was the guy. Kyle Shanahan said he was the guy. And I just wonder if quietly they were kind of not hoping, but wondering,
how do we get him on? How does he get to number 1?
How do we do this the right way? How do we get it to the point where we think this is the best quarterback on our roster, but he is the 7th round pick? To the politic point, this is the 3 first-round pick trade that we got.
He's got to play.
We got to give him a chance.
No doubt about it.
But it never really sounded like they really believed that he was going to change their minds, and that Brock Purdy was going to be the guy that changed their minds.
No doubt, Evan. And you tell me if this sounds like Trey Lance shade, because it's not. But it's damn, I almost want to give Kyle credit, and I will, Evan, just for knowing and watching, Brock Purdy's our best quarterback. Again, you couldn't just say, hey, huddle up, everybody, Brock's starting this week. It was just something he saw from his expertise. And now you look at what the Niners offense is, obviously with the addition of McCaffrey, but that's just interesting to hear Kyle go to his boss. And it was almost, you tell me if I'm off here, Evan, boss, I got something to tell you. You might not like it, but our third-string quarterback is the best one we have. And I spent 3 first. I talked you into it, but he's better. I got to give Kyle keeping it real.
Got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man.
Jed York also told another story later about Kyle Shanahan and his involvement in the Christian McCaffrey deal, because right now there are 2 game changers that are on the team compared to their predecessors, right? And we talked about the biggest difference between 2019 and this year. Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey on offense. Well, they got one through the draft. felt like he was the best guy for the moment he stepped in the
Mr.
building.
Irrelevant.
Christian McCaffrey, however, they had to go out and trade. At the time, it sounds like maybe something that Kyle wasn't necessarily on board with. Here's what Jed York revealed yesterday.
He thought it was a lot to give up for a running back, and I think John and I thought it was just the right amount to give up for Christian. And I remember that very vividly, where it's like, look, it's not a pass rusher, it's not a quarterback, but it's a good player, but, like, do we want to give up that much? And, like, collectively, it was, do you want him to go to L.A.? Like, do you want, like, this is where we are, right? And I mean, as somebody that plays poker a little bit, like, you don't go all in on, like, 6-jack offsuit, right? When you have pair of jacks or ace king, like, you might not win the hand, but, like, that's the time that you want to push your chips into the middle. And I feel like that's where we were with Christian, and we did give up a lot. But I think we have one of the best, if not the best player in the National Football League on our team. And, for Kyle, because he cares so much about the overall organization, and you look at us when we draft, when we do things in free agency, it's generally on the defensive side of the ball. Like, we generally do not draft offensive players super high. We're not doing a ton of stuff in free agency for offensive players. It is more that he's focused on the defense because he knows he's going to spend more time on the offense. And I think it was just making sure that he felt comfortable knowing that, like, it might not work, but it's a bet that we're all willing to make.
So they had to sway him.
Life is, I just pictured, like, give me that movie. What did it look like? And did you have to call Kyle at dinner or in the morning? But Evan, I'm just telling you this. I'm giving your credit yesterday. All of us are for kind of backing off and not talking. But if I'm Kyle, Evan, could you kind of left that one out 9 days before the Super Bowl? You know what I'm saying? Just like, that's your truth, but you kind of went too inside baseball. Now I'm picturing, what was that dynamic like? Was Kyle like, I'm cool, man, y'all doing too much, not for a running back? And now this dude's the savior. But just from a Kyle, if I'm in his shoes today, probably some Jordans, I'm kind of like, damn, boss, did you have to tell the media that?
I think he has some threes on at the podium in the
there
NFC
you
Championship game. But this is funny because we talked about it on the crossover yesterday. I might dig into it again. This idea of what you want from an owner. Well, you want him to be honest, but stick in the background, but you don't want him to be too honest.
No doubt.
I don't know. Does that shine Kyle Shanahan in a strange light?
Am I wrong? I'm stepping on you. Am I wrong for any Niner fan just to think, oh, Kyle wasn't gung-ho about bringing in McCaffrey?
If it was up to Kyle, Christian McCaffrey wouldn't be on the team.
I don't think you're too far-fetched.
But I also think it dispels something else about Shanahan, which is he has the final word, right? Like, he brings the hammer down in every judicial meeting that happens when it comes to personnel. Because clearly,
he had to be swayed.
He wasn't the first one that said, let's go get this guy. It was John Lynch, and it sounds like Jed York that had to convince him. But he's open to it if there is evidence, if there is, a pushing to, and maybe it was also, it sounds like something that had to do with that, not wanting the Rams, who were the other team in play, to go get him in your division.
No doubt. Because basically what they were telling him, I'm paraphrasing, they were like, dude, you might not be, if the Rams get him in McVay, we got to deal with them.
Yeah.
And oh boy, imagine him being with the Rams.
And they ended up basically having to give up only a second-round pick for him because you got all those thirds recouped.
And now look.
Through the draft.
But
now look at you.
If I'm Kyle, I just tell my wife or my best friend or my dad, like, I love my boss, but damn, you didn't have to say that.
I don't know if I actually don't think Kyle Shanahan minded him saying that. Because he also gave him the love for identifying his quarterback in the first place.
Well, let me do this. Not trying to cause drama, but what if that had been secret all up until yesterday? What if you're McCaffrey driving to the facility like,
my head coach didn't want me?
You're right. Hey, boss, let's have a beer. Give me a shot. You really didn't think I was I'm just saying.
Well, if you're Christian McCaffrey, I think you knew he wanted you when he gave you the ball 30 times like the first game that you were on the field. What was it against? I don't know if his first start was against the Rams, but that was one of the first games McCaffrey played and like really started in. And remember, he had the LaDainian Tomlinson, right? He had the passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown,
in LA.
And a receiving touchdown against the team that might have gone and traded for him in the Rams.
No doubt about it, man. I just thought that was funny. The timing of York, after we were like, he's just been in the back chilling, and now he's chatty Cathy.
Yeah, he was breaking news yesterday.
Right. And then he said the V word. Vividly, he remembers, like, Kyle might not have been just hey, think about it and give us a call tomorrow. I could see, like, damn, Evan, what you doing? For running, you had to convince me, you had to sway me. But it all worked out.
But Kyle Shanahan also, and this is something that look, I know it's easy to say now, 2020 hindsight, but it did take gumption, I think, to identify Brock Purdy as the guy, even though he got on the field due to injury in the offseason. After you got to an NFC Championship, you're still a 7th-round pick. It does take gumption as a GM, if you're John Lynch, as a head coach, as Kyle Shanahan, to say, no, this is the dude.
No doubt.
And it sounds like it's because they always kind of had that in the back of their minds, but then once he got on the field and got a chance to prove it, everything they saw in practice or behind the scenes was exactly what they saw on the field.
And I got to give Steiny the win. We love you, Steiner. I got to give him the dub for this one, Evan. He was like, "Goo, they see it, and don't you see? They see it in practice." I'm like, nah, it's the games. But, Evan, you're right. Seeing those guys front and center every day, Kyle had the thought, and I appreciate him keeping it a buck with himself and his boss, Evan, to be like, yeah, I went and did all that for Trayman. I'm watching. You know what? Lubman's better. And that you got to give him not an award, but just some credit for being real, man, regardless of the politics and the money aspect of it.
No doubt. Yeah. No doubt. I mean, Jed York is revealing all the kind of difference-making decisions that the 49ers have made in the last couple of years, really in the last 365 days, it sounds like, that have resulted in the place they are now, which is a chance to capture their 6th Lombardi trophy. So, speaking of difference makers, our difference maker of the week on the hardwood, because the Warriors do play tonight. Yes, they play at 5 o'clock in Memphis, hoping not for another repeat of MLK Day against Grind City, but they play the Memphis Grizzlies at 5 o'clock, tip-off at 5, 4 o'clock, Warriors live here, always on 95.7 The Game, and it's time for our difference maker of the week, who is none other than Draymond Green.
Beverly with the ball, guarded by Wiggins, screen set by Embiid. Beverly takes advantage, drives in, but Draymond closes the gap, blocks the shot. Curry gets it to Kuminga. He goes in and goes over the head with a dunk. Make it 100-91.
Tim Roy on the call here on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green, the difference maker of the week, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Yeah, also seeing unfortunate and sad news from the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Carl Weathers has passed away at the age of 76. His family put out a statement.
Man, rest in peace, man.
R.I.P. Apollo Creed.
No doubt.
R.I.P. Man.
It's short, Evan. I ain't got to tell you.
Happy Gilmore, Action Jackson. I mean, the dude was in I think I read over 75 films throughout his life, and he was amazing. Man. So, R.I.P. to him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Fantastic film, action star, movie star, and he passes away at the age of 76. But unfortunately, we do have to move on, and we will do so coming up next with Danon Hughes on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He is the Kansas City Chiefs, both TV and radio, pre and post analyst, and he's going to give us some insight onto the other side of this thing as the San Francisco 49ers look at the Kansas City Chiefs coming up next Sunday, Super Bowl 58, of course, in Las Vegas. A chance here on the anniversary of 4 years ago in which the Chiefs were victorious against the 49ers to reflect back, to take a look at what's different between these two teams. We'll talk to Danon Hughes about that coming up on the other side. Also a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Go check out the fantastic interview this morning with Bryant Young on the Morning Roast using the Rewind app. And, of course, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Danon Hughes on the other side with Evan and Goo. Evan in for Steiny on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Will be back on Monday off of hip surgery. Daryl the Guru Johnson with us as always. Let's get out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line and bring on a guest I'm looking forward to chatting with. Television, radio broadcaster for the Kansas City Chiefs, also a color analyst down there for our sister station in KC. Danon Hughes, former wide receiver for the Chiefs. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for having me, guys. Looking forward to next week. It's going to be an exciting time out in the desert, right?
Well, of course, you're very familiar with the first matchup between these two teams, and it's something we've been talking about today. The 4-year anniversary of Super Bowl 54, Kansas City, San Francisco. Obviously, the Chiefs got the better hand of the 49ers in that matchup. But I want to start here. What do you think has changed since they last met in the Super Bowl? First from the Kansas City side and then from San Francisco.
So I think when you look at the Kansas City Chiefs and then Patrick Mahomes, I think the assumption has been that Patrick has been the same quarterback and the success that we've had in 6 straight AFC championships has been the same. But this team has been different. When we got rid of Tyreek Hill via trade, the team changed, and the offense specifically changed, and the defense elevated their game. So I feel like this year, what you see is a more methodical plan of attack on offense as opposed to quick strike like we've been in the past and like we were
in Super Bowl 54. And then defensively, you're just seeing more consistent in dominance. They've played the story for the season, and the success of this Chiefs team has been the defense this season. And who would have thought that would be the case when you have Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes? But that's a fact. As far as the Niners, I feel like they're very similar to what they were back at Super Bowl 54. Extremely solid on defense. Offense, more capable. They're probably more high octane on offense than they were back then. When you replace Jimmy G with Brock Purdy, and you have the outside guys that are making big plays, and you have McCaffrey in the backfield. Probably the addition of McCaffrey opens that door for them to be a stronger offensive force than they were back in 54. So you got a top shelf offense with George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Debo and Brandon going against a top shelf defense for the Chiefs. And then the offense for the Chiefs going against an extremely solid defense, especially that front seven. So it should be a formidable matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait. D, I was telling my co-host, when you guys had that home game against the Raiders and the receivers were letting Mahomes and Andy down, just the team down, I kind of put you guys in the coffin. I was like, you know what? Something's off. It's just not their year. Rice comes back, that great win against Baltimore and Buffalo. But over here, the Niners defensively didn't have their two best games, one against Green Bay, as you saw, and last week against Detroit. Do you think Andy and Patrick are feeling some sense of confidence coming into this game that they can do something against this Niner defense?
You know what? Even though we were winning the game, we won the games against the Bills and the Ravens, we didn't play top-shelf offense. So I don't think that what maybe has lacked on the Niners side has increased in any confidence level on the Chiefs offense. This season for the Chiefs has been totally about us. You can make an argument that the Chiefs team could have ended the season 15-2 without, if it would just been 4 drops, 4 specific drops by wide receivers. Like, not that a game comes down to one play, but technically, if you look back, there are 4 games that came down to one play, and those were drops by our receiver. So we have been kind of up and down, inconsistent. So I don't think just because we've played much better in the postseason this year and gotten tough wins on the road that's any kind of incentive for extra positivity. They realize that we have a tall task at hand, and we got to this place differently than we have in the past. But I don't think just because you guys have given up a lot of points or more points than you're accustomed to, that opens the door for us to have any extra confidence.
Former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver and now current television radio broadcaster for the Chiefs, Danon Hughes, joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line here on 95.7 The Game. You mentioned Mahomes specifically, and in terms of the offense, when you were watching him this season, I know he's coming off an MVP campaign, obviously defending champs. To me, I'm not sure I saw the same Mahomes this year than even I did last year. Do you think that's just a case of the drops like you were talking about and not having as much help on the outside, or do you think it's because Mahomes has taken a little bit of a step back as a quarterback?
I think what we've seen from Patrick Mahomes is maturity and an evolution more as a complete quarterback and more so as a leader. And the reason why I say that is I think there'll be listeners out there that say, well, he's won 2 Super Bowls, 2 MVPs. He's been to 6 straight AFC championships. Like, how much better can he get? Well, he got better this year, more so on the leadership side and understanding the dynamic of not having to make the play all the time. And that's what maybe he's done in the past, and he's been successful. But as the season started moving forward and some of those inefficiencies happened on offense, you started to see kind of a shift in Patrick Mahomes where instead of forcing the ball downfield, making the big wow plays downfield like we've seen in the past, he was just going to take what the defense gave him. And if it meant running the ball more like we've seen in the postseason, he hasn't checked out of those plays. There's a lot of plays that are run-pass options, and he's sticking with the run, going with the safe, shallow crosses and 5- and 10-yard routes, and moving the ball down the field, taking up a lot of the clock.
not throwing the ball in jeopardy positions, not putting his receivers out there in jeopardizing positions. So I feel like Patrick Mahomes this year and last year recognized something specific about this offense and was able to make crucial adjustments. Last year, after we lose Tyreek Hill and we got Juju Smith-Schuster and Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney, what did he say? We're going to be just as efficient. He specifically said this, but we're going to look different. Everybody thought he was crazy. We just lost one of the top playmakers in the game via trade in Tyreek Hill. What do you mean? And then lo and behold, we go and win a Super Bowl by basically throwing the ball to 10, 11 guys a game. This year, just the same way. Rashee Rice, a rookie, comes in and assumes a number one role as the wide receiving threat on this team. And what does he do? Adjust his game to expose defenses with Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce more. So it's just a maturation process. So impressive for Patrick Mahomes.
It is, Danon, and you got me in my feelings now because when you talk about Mahomes, he's so great. I was with my partner watching last year's Super Bowl, and I said, is Mahomes actually going to win this on one wheel? You know, he's got one good wheel, and he got it done. But I want to ask you about the defense in Spagnuolo. Are you shocked that the defense took the steps that they have this year? Because I am. I didn't know they had it to this degree. Speak to us about his job and the defense for the Kansas City Chiefs going into this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was shocked because I don't think I'm ever shocked with what the Chiefs organization has done. But I will say there were some surprises. You wondered how the young talent from last year, especially with the immediate success that Trent McDuffie had, Joshua Williams, Jalen Watson, Nick Bolton was in his second year. George Karlaftis was a first-round pick. You wondered, okay, well, what would that sophomore season look like? These are still young guys outside of Chris Jones on this defense. What is that going to look like? So with the injuries that we saw last year with L'Jarius Sneed, the injury earlier in the season to Trent McDuffie last year, you just kind of wondered. But I don't think surprise is the way I would say it. But then as this season moved forward, and you saw the physicality by the defensive backs. Normally, and I'd probably make this argument with the San Francisco 49ers, their defensive backs are really good based on the front four and the front seven and their dominance. You can make an argument that the Chiefs' defensive backfield is really good because the defensive backfield is really good and the front four and front seven are making their noise based on the defensive backfield and how long quarterbacks are having to hold on to the ball and how they're not comfortable throwing the ball downfield because our DBs are all over the place. So I think it's two different dynamics of success, and it's really good to see a defense be dominant when you have such a great quarterback.
Joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, Danon Hughes, television radio broadcaster, Kansas City Chiefs color analyst, also played wide receiver for the Chiefs back in the day. Danon, I want to talk to you about the head coach matchup in this because you've had the chance to play for someone like Marty Schottenheimer, who I think gets unfairly associated with coming up short. Kyle Shanahan kind of is in that category right now here in the Bay because he's done some great things, 3 of the last 4 years, NFC Championship games and beyond, but he hasn't got the big one. And now I know that Andy Reid stood in his way in 2019, but do you look at Kyle Shanahan as someone that can't get it done, or he's just ran into, in various situations, greatness in front of him? How do you break down the head coaching matchup in this big game?
You know what? I think what you see from Kyle Shanahan is maybe a younger version of Andy Reid. Like, you think about the success that Andy Reid had with the Eagles and winning the NFC and going to NFC championships, winning the NFC East consistently with Donovan McNabb, and then coming up short and then having his one opportunity and ultimately going against Bill Belichick. Like, that's the one year he made it to the Super Bowl, and he had to go up against Bill Belichick, arguably the greatest greatest coach in history, and winded up losing. He didn't have that postseason extreme success until he came over to the Chiefs. That's kind of similar to what Kyle has faced in his career, having that success to the limit and then ultimately getting into a position where you're facing one of the other great coaches of all time. So I feel like his time will come. Hopefully it doesn't come this weekend,
and it doesn't come against the Chiefs in the future. But, I mean, he's such an absolutely great offensive mind. He comes from a great lineage. Obviously, he's been around success, whether it was with the Denver Broncos back in the day when I played and now with the Niners. His time will come. I think you got a great thing out there with Kyle Shanahan. He identifies with the players extremely well. And from a Chiefs perspective, we just hope that success doesn't happen in next week.
No, awesome. I got to be transparent with you, Danon, because when Christian McCaffrey came here and had the impact on the Niners offense, I was telling people out here, and I wasn't being negative. I was like, you know what? The Debo-centric offense that we were accustomed to under Garoppolo is somehow Debo wasn't retained. This Niner offense could afford to lose his services. Then they had the 3-game losing streak, and it just hit me like, how dare I, not hate, but miss out on what Debo means to Brock Purdy pre-snap, the stress he puts on defenses, and the fact that you played football and seen a lot. Can you speak to just how what I want to call it rare, or how unique Debo Samuel is as a football player and how Kyle uses him?
Well, it's amazing. I mean, he's such an amazing talent. And when you consider the success of the Niners when he's on the field, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Brock Purdy, I mean, it tells you about how complete a unit they are. But with Debo, with his running ability, his pass-catching ability, his speed, and his tackle-breaking ability, those 4 things to have as a wide receiver or a slash guy are phenomenal for any offense and headaches for any defense. And doesn't matter how good we're playing, doesn't matter if you were playing the 2000 Ravens, they would break the huddle and everybody would look to see where Debo Samuel was, because he has that kind of impact on the game. And to your first part of your point, I think that when you talk about what they could have missed and what maybe they don't need, I think it speaks more to how we should, as fans, appreciate the level of greatness that we're seeing and the level of athleticism that we're seeing on both sides. Like, you think about the Detroit Lions and what they were able to accomplish with Amon St. Brown. You got, their quarterback situation, the storyline behind them, and then you guys and the young talent for the Green Bay Packers, not having a receiver or a tight end with more than 2 years of experience and able to have their kind of success on the field. And then obviously on our side, what we see from Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and now Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Like, this is a window of time where there's some great football and great players like Debo and others that we should just be able to relish, get some popcorn and watch and enjoy.
Well, we're definitely going to have our popcorn out on Super Bowl Sunday coming up next week. But, Danon, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you taking us behind, at least here in the Bay, enemy lines. But we're looking forward to a great game, and we appreciate your time.
I appreciate you guys having me.
That's Danon Hughes joining us here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Again, he does color analysis for the Kansas City Chiefs, television, radio, all the rest, and, of course, played in the league. So,
man, no doubt, Evan checks all the boxes. I mean, again, I know it's Friday, and we got another Friday before the game.
Yes,
but I'm juiced, Evan. Like, there's so much, man. You just talked about it. You asked him about the head coaching matchup. I believe it's Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader, or Yoda and Obi. It's just like, no, I'm serious. The pupil and the teacher or whatnot. And Andy's already got 2 rings. And then young Brock Purdy, who Kyle was not afraid to tell his boss, I think we got a problem, but it's a good problem, and we're watching that play out, and I'm just thinking come next Sunday if somehow the Niners win and this story is concluded in regard to Mr. Irrelevant leading his team to a Super Bowl, Evan. I mean, man, that story will never go away.
Well, I know that it might not be as exciting as Super Bowl 58, but you also got something coming up to tell the people about, correct?
Boy, you are special. Evan, right. Tomorrow, matter of fact, at Dick's Sporting Good at Ceremony Center in Daly City. I'll be there 12 to 2 hanging out. You could come get Niners gear, take advantage of their sales they'll be having, and there'll be a special, get this, Evan, appearance from an NFL player. Stay tuned to find out who that'll be, but in the meantime, you can get all the info on our events page at 957thegame.com. You'll be on the air 12 to 2, so you can't come. Yeah.
Wish I could. I also want to remind people that speaking of our events page at 957thegame.com, you can go to breakingtea.com cancitysupporters.com/957 the game. That's our merch store. Get out there to grab all your red and gold gear before the big game next Sunday. We got Christian McCaffrey tees, Brock Purdy tees, all the rest. Grab your red and gold gear right now at breakingtea.com/957 the game. That's our team store here at 957 the game. Also, of course, you can grab gear from all your favorite shows. Rats on the Table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. You can also grab stuff from the Morning Roast, Willard and Dibs, all the gear and the rest. Again, you can catch and buy at breakingtea.com/957. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We got Jesse Sapolu. We got to the Kansas City Chiefs side with Danon Hughes. Go use the Rewind app on the Odyssey app to check that out. And, of course, we got the 49ers perspective from a Super Bowl side coming up at 1 o'clock with four-time Super Bowl champ Jesse Sapolu. So looking forward to that. But, Goose, something else he kind of touched on, which we've been discussing, is the difference between the two teams, right? And I think he also gave us some insight into just what the difference is offensively with the Chiefs. Yes, the lack of weapons, but also maybe a lack of an aggressive, kind of go for the big shot, the kill shot type of approach from Patrick Mahomes. He's not someone that anymore is going to look to beat you as much down the field. He can, and you have to respect that. But if you soften that coverage, he's also a quarterback now that's fine with kind of dunking his way down the field.
And here I go, Evan. A great point. No shade at Breida, but the real cheetah is in Miami with Tyreek Hill. And I feel like you're describing him. You are right. And it's just incredible that they did what they did last year without his services. And I had forgot 10 different receivers caught passes in that Super Bowl. And he was making receivers that we thought were has-beens, still show something. And it's incredible, Evan. You're right. It's like a baseball team. Here I go with a bad analogy. We hit you with home runs last year. Now we're just getting timely hits. You know what I mean? We're butting guys over and getting that 2-out hit to get the run across. But the fact that you can go from that and be dynamic in 4th of July and firework type of offense, and now here you are, like you're saying, moving the chains, but you still got the maestro, the conductor, Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. It's special. And it's something I would hope that the 49er fans think they have with their plethora of weapons.
And Danon also enlightened me a little bit because, again, when I've watched the Chiefs this year offensively, I felt like I had been watching a different Mahomes. And he's talking about it not so much as far as taking a step back, but just playing, a little more within what the offense has. Because, to his credit, I believe when Patrick Mahomes has not turned over the ball in the playoffs, they haven't lost. And so far in this postseason, right now you look at the interception to touchdown ratio, 4-0, 68% completion percentage, about 239 yards per game. That's relatively modest. Yeah. In the Super Bowl, I don't think he even passed for 300 yards last year, but he was 21 for 27. He was efficient. And so how can the 49ers try and disrupt what he does as far as being an efficient passer? Because that's been Brock Purdy's game the whole year. But quietly, Patrick Mahomes has dialed it back, not as far as his skill set or talent, but the numbers have come back down, even though he might still kind of be the same guy. It's just interesting to me watching him this year versus the previous years because we're not seeing the 400-yard, 4-touchdown games that we're accustomed to from him.
No doubt about it, but Evan, what if I told you my infinity for him grows because of that? You know what I'm saying? It's not just backyard football, let me step back and chuck it, and he's brilliant doing that, but now it's more of the, not that he wasn't using his smarts, but it's more technique. We never question him at the line of scrimmage. I do wonder, Evan, if the Niners if the Niners front four struggles, do we see more blitzing from Wilkes that I don't believe we've seen a lot of if they try to manufacture pressure to try to get to Patrick Mahomes and rattle him?
Well, I'm not sure because taking a look at the AFC Championship game, for example, the Chiefs controlled the clock in that game. And I know that the Ravens also gave them 3 turnovers, and so they had the ball a lot. But I'm looking at a team that ran the ball 32 times, so clearly they're okay with putting the ball on the ground. But you look at Mahomes, he completed 30 passes for under 250 yards. He was about 6 yards per completion. That's not a guy that's trying to drive the ball down the field. So from a defensive standpoint, if you're the Niners, yes, you can dial up pressure and you can blitz, but I do feel like we're just going to see them try and get home with 4 because if you blitz and you bring that extra man, Mahomes is just going to get the ball out quick, and he's okay with essentially throwing handoffs by getting those 4, 5, 6-yard completions. So I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot of blitzing.
You know what's interesting? The way you described that, I described Brock Purdy throwing it to his guys, whether it be Debo, McCaffrey in the flat for those 4 to 6 yard wops. Sometimes even more, Evan. But it will be interesting to see. And it's a hard job for everybody involved, just from an offensive standpoint with the Chiefs. How are they going to try to slice and dice the Niner D and vice versa?
I'm with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be taking your calls after the break. Of course, we're discussing the biggest differences between these two teams on the 4-year anniversary of Super Bowl 54. Again, that was the 2019 season in which the Niners unfortunately fell to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. What's the biggest difference between them? How have the Niners grown? Has Kyle Shanahan grown? That's also something I want to dig into because there was a piece of sound after the Super Bowl 54 that sounded eerily similar to a piece of sound we've heard during this playoff run. And I wonder how people feel like that reflects on Kyle Shanahan. Is he different? Has he evolved? Has he matured? Or is he the same guy with a different quarterback, and is that going to be the difference? So 888-957-9570. We'll get to that after the break. And a reminder that it's a Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Also, since the Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip that starts tonight, again, 5 o'clock tip, Warriors live 4 o'clock, 95.7 The Game. They're in Memphis. But it's Super Bowl week next week, so Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors live and the Warriors games will be on the FM station, 95.7, of course, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the free Odyssey app and our YouTube channel powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week, all right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you. Evan in for Stein with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Jeff Garcia. Autograph limits and exclusions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, you all right?
I hope I am. Boy.
Dude,
security, Goody. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you might want to get out to Dick's Sporting Goods tomorrow on Saturday.
I love it.
I don't know if it's a meet and greet or a meet and...
What?
I don't know, something else.
Boy, I'm bringing Mia.
Yeah, exactly. Just soften... Lighten the situation a little bit. We got to lighten the mood here.
Whoa. Yeah.
Oh, man. Half hour away from four-time Super Bowl champion Jesse Sapolu joining us on 95.7 The Game. Use the Rewind app, the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app to go check out Danon Hughes. Fantastic conversation with him. But right now, I want to get into something else he brought up about these head coaches, right? About Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan. And a theme of the day, in addition to uniting the Bay, which is yes and no, is what's the difference between these two teams, right? The team from 2019 and the team from now 2023, now in 24. And the head coach, like when I say Kyle Shanahan in 2019 compared to now, do you think he's grown? Do you think he's matured? Do you think he's evolved?
I have to say yes, and I will say yes, Evan, but I still have questions. Can I say that? You don't get back to this point with a rookie quarterback. I'm just going back to last year, a first-year starter. If you have not grown and been able to change your mindset or thought process to a degree to look at the game and understand that you're looking at it on the field through a youngster's eyes. So I'm going to say yes, but I'm not saying he's perfect, Evan. I know you didn't ask that.
No, he's absolutely not perfect. And no head coach is, by the way. Even Andy Reid. I mean, Danon Hughes compared Kyle Shanahan to Andy Reid, and I think that's an obvious or an apparent connection. The fact that Reid got so close in Philadelphia, couldn't get the big one. Kyle Shanahan has yet to get the big one. He's favored to get the big one next Sunday in Super Bowl 58, but will he do it remains to be seen. My thing about Shanahan right now, and I wonder how people feel, is if there's a situation, for example, like in Green Bay, like even in Super Bowl 54, or before the half.
Go ahead. That was the one.
There's an opportunity to get aggressive, to try and dial things up, right? To try and go and get a score, but also maybe leave yourself a little bit vulnerable. What kind of Kyle Shanahan are we going to see? What are we going to see from the in-game decision maker? So I have two pieces of sound, right? This is from the 2019 Super Bowl after an unfortunate loss.
Pain.
But someone asked him about that very situation right before the half and the aggression. And here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say.
Yeah, they had 3 timeouts. It was 10-10. The last thing we were going to do was allow them to get the ball with 3 timeouts, especially with their quarterback and offensive speed. To go in there and score before half felt real good. 10-10, especially with us starting with the ball. Thought it played out all right. Thought we should have got points, but they ended up calling that PI on Kittle, so it took it away.
We felt real good at 10-10. I think that's what a lot of people associate that soundbite with. And the reason why I bring this up, Goo, is because I had the chance to speak to some 49ers fans, both in the office and outside of it. And going back a couple of weeks to the divisional round, something that just was in everyone's minds when it came to Shanahan in that spot was this soundbite after the Green Bay game in which he appeared to be okay.
Lay it on me.
With the score being 7-6.
I mean, I like that they didn't score. I like that we won at the end of the day. We did try to score. We had a chance there right after on second down. Thought we had a chance for BA over the middle. Would have been a big play that got us inside the 10 with 2 shots to take it end zone. We didn't have the time to get it over the mic, and we ended up checking it down, and then we didn't get it. But that's how it works out. I thought we make sure they don't get another chance, but it's not like we were just playing for a field goal. We called for a big play. They played pretty deep.
So there was some contextual situations there, but again, the takeaway is you didn't want the other team to have the ball.
And you know what, Evan? What I take away from that, just hearing you say that, the ball, it's like, I understand coaching and being safe, but too often I hear Kyle talk about what the other team could possibly do rather than keep your foot on the pedal for what you're trying to do. It's always, it's kind of what we're reactionary, Evan. It's like, go guns blazing. And again, I don't know in a week next Sunday if he's learned or grown from that, but I'm watching. But you are right. That is kind of cryptic in the sense that I feel like he's so worried about the worst thing happening instead of what they can do guns blazing.
Well, that's the thing. And I wonder, too, this is why I feel like this is a huge test.
I was interested you found that. Wow.
Well, it kind of was connecting the dots, but also listening to fans that felt the same way of an apprehension from him in that situation. Now, again, the situations are different, but the tone to me sounds similar.
We were okay by not scoring.
We were okay with the score being what it was.
I hear you, man.
And that type of conservative tone that I'm hearing, I wonder if that's going to be the same in Super Bowl 58. And here's the reason why. I think Super Bowl 58, in many ways, is not the final test, but the biggest test for Kyle Shanahan from the standpoint of conservative or being conservative, because the biggest difference that we've identified between these two Super Bowl teams or Super Bowl appearing teams is the quarterback. You didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
That's objectively clear to me, from the playoff path to the game and everything. You didn't trust him.
Nobody can argue that.
And I don't think anybody would fault him for it. But now you have a quarterback that I think the majority of people do trust. The fans, 49ers faithful, they trust Brock Purdy. Does Kyle Shanahan, in the biggest game, in the biggest moment, will he trust his quarterback to try and get aggressive against a Chiefs team that has a better quarterback than Jordan Love, that has shown they can lap you if you give them a chance at the tail end of the first and beginning of second halves? How aggressive will Kyle Shanahan get in Super Bowl 58? That, to me, is the test of whether or not he's a different person, a different play caller, more specifically, from 19 until now.
No, I love that, Evan, and I'll tell you what, regardless of who you are or where you rank or what your job is, nobody can manipulate what we're going to watch, because those answers to those questions are going to reveal themselves. And you are right. I think about the Green Bay game, and I know he didn't throw his quarterback under the bus, but, you know, he didn't say Brock had the best game, but going into that half, there were almost would be pick six to Savage or whatnot.
Yep.
So I could kind of, see some nerves like, man, Evans not having his best game, but I don't think they can win this game with that mindset from Coach Kyle Shanahan. So it'll be interesting, Evan, to see if he's learned from kind of the big stage and be ultra aggressive or just aggressive. Because if somehow they don't win the game, could you imagine coming in here Monday, if those questions were to resurface? Those are the things that linger and have the fan base not turn on you, but question the said coach.
And look, to his credit, the conservative approach out of the second half against the Lions did
that
work
helped,
in his
no
favor.
doubt about it.
You got the 3 points that ended up being the difference in the football game.
Yeah.
The difference is Dan Campbell's not on the opposing sideline in Super Bowl 58. It's Andy Reid. And I think more importantly, Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes as opposed to Jared Goff.
Evan.
So, I think this is a game where I don't know if we'll see Kyle Shanahan stray away from who he is, because, again, it's gotten him to this point. I don't think he's someone that just switches up the process. Like, I don't see him, for example, taking the ball if he wins the coin flip.
Okay.
He's probably going to defer.
Doubt. I would. Yeah.
But, again, with less margin for error against the best team from the other side of the bracket, I do think there needs to – like, the Niners will have to play better than they have in the division and the conference championship.
There's just no doubt about it, Evan. And I don't want to go hoop on your Embiid injury, but I just think about trust the process. And it's almost like I could hear Kyle telling us, I'm on this big stage. I'm not going to get overwhelmed and kind of, goes back to the Dan Campbell thing. You've been ultra aggressive the whole year, and then you kind of pucker up. But to Kyle's point, it'll be interesting to watch. And Evan, it won't just be you and I watching Kyle. There will come situations, down and distance, times of when people are going to be able to judge, his decision making. And Evan, sometimes you get credit. I know it's going to sound crazy. You get credit for a decision, and like Campbell, he calls a play, the receiver drops the ball, but we all can see that the play was there. That wasn't on you. But if Kyle doesn't take those chances and basically entrust his players, then that's where it comes to me to where it's like, you were just so tight, you didn't even want to trust the players to make the play where aggressive was the call.
And it's not just about trusting Brock Purdy specifically, although he's the one that orchestrates it all. I think it's also about trusting better playmakers on this team than you had on the team 4 years ago. Putting the ball into the hands of McCaffrey more early and often. Deebo Samuel, who's a better version of himself.
ASAP.
And he was getting active in the first half of that Super Bowl last year. I think he touched the ball once in the second half. Wow. So you got George Kittle. You now got Brandon Ayuk, who wasn't on that team. It is, yes, about, I think, trusting your quarterback to deliver the football, but also allowing the rest of that offense that I think everyone and their mom would identify as head and shoulders above what you had 4 years ago, trusting them to make the plays to maximize your points.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is from our girl, Lori Matthews, on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Tell me what you think, Evan. Kyle also needs to remember that Brock Purdy has never been here before. He's in his second year as quarterback. Take what the defense gives you and get the ball to your playmakers. Chiefs, not as good against the run. And it's kind of funny when I hear that last part. She is technically right, Evan, but we saw what Baltimore didn't do in regard to rush attempts. But it's not a season-long, hey, Evan, can you improve your run defense? It's just 60 minutes, and maybe 30 of that, all depending on time of possession. Maybe your defense is only out there 24. So you're asking them one day, to be better against the run as opposed to a whole season worth. So I do understand that's her Achilles heel, but it's if we have a good day stopping the run, if I'm Kansas City Chief defender, that can go a long way to propelling them to help the team win.
Yeah, look, the trenches are a big part of this, and I know I made this mistake yesterday, but the one time where Mahomes has lost in the Super Bowl, it's because they got killed in the trenches.
And he had no O-line. Yeah, he had injuries, but you're right.
He had no offensive line. He was running for his life. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers got pressure.
You're right.
But also Tom Brady, conversely, was standing upright most of that football game, and they were able to run the ball as well. So, the 49ers have multiple ways to win the game. I think the Chiefs do as well. But I also wouldn't expect the Chiefs, and maybe this is part of it for some people too, I wouldn't expect the Chiefs to do the Niners any favors, like turning over the football, or even in those big fourth down situations. I feel like Mahomes is probably, for example, if the 3 spots in the NFC Championship game, Dan Campbell, look, he took points and then they were 0 for 2. If the Chiefs go for 3 fourth downs, I feel pretty confident they're going to get 1. They're not going to give you anything.
No doubt about it. And you just mentioned it, unlike the Niners who've played 2 games, playoff games, the Chiefs have played 3.
Yeah.
And you're talking about your boy hadn't turned it over in regard to making a mistake and an interception.
Nope.
And, all of a sudden now the receivers got stickum. I know they had a couple drops against Baltimore.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? That was symbolic that who caught that third down on his ass?
Marquez Valdes-Scantling.
Yes,
the guy who was dropping balls earlier in the year.
No doubt about it. And we won't bring up Tony. Yeah, he's deactivated.
Kadarius?
Yeah.
You think he's going to be active for this one?
No, hell no.
What do you mean? It was
Somebody had AI. I got duped last night again.
Oh, boy.
And it was Andy Reid at the presser, and he was saying all this stuff about Tony, and he was cussing. I go, Tupac, move over. Andy, you're going to get fired. And it was AI, you know what I'm saying? But it sounded like Andy just saying all this stuff. And I was like, come on, man. Internet, man. Stop it.
Andy Reid embraces all of it, though. It's funny, like, to hear and I get it, like, he's on top of the world. He's got 2 Super Bowls, but that's also part of this, too, Goo. Like, if you look at the pressure, right, and we've kind of discussed, is it more on Brock, is it more on Kyle? I know that they're the favorites, and it's not because of this, but if I'm thinking about pressure, because of what the Chiefs have done and because of what they have to lose if they lose this game, and then looking at the Niners, how much they have to gain and how much they do have to lose, I wonder if fans, because this is the way I'm feeling, I feel like the pressure is on the Niners. Like heading into next week, heading into Super Bowl week, I think we're going to see it build.
I'm not mad at that.
I think pressure is all squarely on San Francisco.
And would you tell me if I'm on your street with that? Evan, am I wrong to go back to the last 2 NFC Championship games, regardless, a chance to go to the Super Bowl? You guys didn't win. And then if I can interest you in the 2019 Super Bowl where you were up 10 in this same game, like you've been so damn close. So I do feel like the team that doesn't have any hardware that's been knocking on the door, the pressure should be on them more so than – I know Kansas City's not going to be like, oh, we lost, we got 2 Super Bowls. But no, Evan, I'm with you. It's almost like I don't like the fact that Kansas City they got the mental version of house money in a sense that we've done this. Not every time we lost, but the Niners haven't. Like there's that Steve Young monkey on his back. Like I feel like the Niners, starting with the coach, that's on his back.
And I know it might seem counterintuitive because the franchises, Niners got 5. I think the Chiefs are going for their 4th. But the Niners have not won a Super Bowl in this millennium. I think there's many fans that don't associate Super Bowl or Super Bowl wins with the 49ers. They are kind of the new kids on the block, and they got the brand new toy in Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan has been knocking on the door for quite some time. If they don't get it done now, I think this is the best team that they've had in the Kyle Shanahan era. And also looking at the Chiefs, this might be the weakest version of Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's interesting, Evan. And what scares me about that from a Niner standpoint is, okay, obviously the Chiefs know their shortcomings, and they can go add talent, maybe at the skill positions or whatnot, just their team. But if they were to win this and have that sense of superiority, you wonder, okay, Kyle, when are you ever going to win it? If you come out the NFC, you still got to face a guy now that is the modern day Tom Brady that's got 3 of the last 4 super. You know what I mean? You'll always, and you can do it. But we saw how lucky they are to get there just this one when we thought it was going to be easy way, talking about the Niners. But just that guy that is in his Steph Curry zone or his LeBron James zone of always having you got to take the throne from him. You want to kind of do it now, like you said, Evan, before they go get reinforcements and get right back here.
Yeah, and if you're the 49ers, I know that it looks like things are going to be bright. And look, they could be right back here in the same situation next year because the team doesn't look like it's going to change much. You want that win under your belt.
But
you've also been extremely healthy this year. You've also had great production from a multitude of players. Everything from a salary cap structure perspective has been shifted and reorganized. You don't know if Trent Williams at a year older is going to be the same player. Like, there are questions that we're going to talk about throughout the offseason about the direction of this franchise.
No doubt.
But that's another reason why I feel like there's so much urgency on this game. If you can get this Super Bowl, if you can get this win, then it makes all those questions that we're going to talk about and dig deep into 7 feet under, we're going to be looking at those with a little more light because you have the ring, you have the chip, you have the trophy. And you took it away from the person that took it away from you 4 years ago.
No, I totally agree. And, Evan, I'm not a coach. I'm not in that building. But with whatever decision we had to make as an organization moving forward, that deep breath of we got one and we're working from that. You know, we got one. We're not good, Evan. We want 2 and 3, 4, not 5. But, you know, everything would be different in regard to the stress level to me of seeing your new team, the decisions you got to make, still chasing it as opposed to having that one.
And we're 10 minutes away from talking to someone who's got 4 of them.
Damn.
Jesse Sapolu, offensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers, is going to join us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line in 10 minutes. Looking forward to chatting with him. You know, he comes from an era, Goo, that we talked about throughout the week about how that era was once you're in, you win. Meanwhile, this era is you're in and you might not win.
What do you call it?
I don't know.
We've lost the last 2. Right?
Yeah, second place. You're calling it second place.
Tricky.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're 2-point favorites in this football game against a Chiefs team that, again, like, I feel like if you're looking at the state of these 2 franchises under these head coaches, this is the strongest the 49ers have been. Not to say that they can't get better from now until next year, but if we're just looking at the Kyle Shanahan era, this is the best team that I have seen under Kyle Shanahan. Under Andy Reid, this is the weakest Kansas City Chiefs team that I've seen. That doesn't mean that they're not damn good.
No doubt.
That doesn't mean that they might not win the Super Bowl. In fact, a lot of people, I think, are going to be picking them to win the Super Bowl.
Do you think it would hurt more from a Niner standpoint if
yes.
they did? Okay.
Yes.
That's what it sounds
like. It
like.
absolutely would hurt. Not just because you came all this way and you fell short, but because if you can't get this one,
oh, man.
When are you going to be able to get Kansas City? Like, is it going to take an injury to the quarterback? Is it serious? Like, is Andy Reid going to have to, miss a season? How are they not going to fall? How is another team going to knock off Kansas City if San Francisco can't do it this year?
And they're man. And when you think about it like that, Evan, it's like so much for both teams on both sides in regard to, again, I keep talking about the fallout. And if Kansas City can look around and say, you know what, to the whole league, Evan, and the whole world, we were limping, we were wounded, and look, we still got the trophy. And then from the Niner vantage point, like, man, that was probably the least best version of themselves, talking about the Chiefs, and we couldn't beat them.
Yeah, from GB Audio on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Even Brady lost 3 Super Bowls. Should have been 4 if the Seahawks ran the ball. Anything can happen in football. I agree. I mean, Tom Brady had his time in New England ended by Ryan Tannehill. The quarterbacks that he lost to in the Super Bowl were Eli Manning and Nick Foles.
Eli twice.
Exactly. Eli twice. And for that reason, we think about him as being a Hall of Famer or in the conversation to be a Hall of Famer. Brock Purdy, why not him? Like, why not him?
I love that.
To knock off, I know that Mahomes has gone through quarterbacks that some people would say are better, right? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. They haven't been as efficient, but they're more dynamic playmakers at that spot. But that doesn't mean that Brock Purdy can't beat Patrick Mahomes.
No doubt, Evan. And the NFL has never had a Mr. Irrelevant throw a pass in the league, and now this guy's on the cusp of maybe holding up the trophy. Paramount Plus. The movie is coming, the Brock Purdy movie. I don't know what is good, Prime, whatever you want, Evan. It might be at the theaters, but I told Grandy I'm looking for somebody to play Brock. And Brock's young enough to play him.
I was going to say, he's 24 years old. It might not even be someone we know about right now that's playing Brock Purdy at that point in 10, 15
We'd have to
years.
get him a stylist, though, give you some drip.
Well, I was going to say, you could probably just pull someone off the street if you're looking for Brock Purdy's style.
Oh, boy.
A flannel, maybe some Levi's.
Brock has the Norm collection. He looks like Norm with the white pro kids or whatever he's rocking. I'm playing.
Brock Purdy would be fly in any era.
But I go back to Monday's show with Lowe. He's going to get some chicken. A raise is imminent. It's
you think
coming.
So?
I do.
I don't know if they can do that. Well, there's a Super Bowl bonus.
Well, you're right there.
Hey, so Brock Purdy, here's an extra couple $100K, even though you're playing $30 million football.
You talk about return on investment, man. It's through the roof the Niners.
You feel bad for him at all?
I don't, because whatever went into the calculations and science of, you know what, Evan? We don't think you're good enough to be in the first, second, third. Like, I'm not saying he earned that. He's busted his ass, but I guess whatever he did and however the science worked out, they felt like that's when he should be drafted. So I don't feel sorry. Oh, damn, Evan.
Well, I'm curious. Like, I do kind of feel bad for him.
What part?
Well, the fact that
because he's living a dream now that he earned.
He is.
Okay, so that I don't feel bad. But you're talking about the chicken aspect.
Yes. Because he's given you production of a $30, $40 million
Now, what if he has a 2-interception game, they lose? Would you come in? I'm just asking.
Well, he threw 4 picks against Baltimore.
But he still got you there.
He did.
But would you still feel that way? Because right now, people are feeling like, Brock's the next. He's the next, and I get it. But what if you kind of find out, not he flames out, but there was some turbulence. Would you still feel sorry for him after a bad game, I guess?
Even if he doesn't have a $35 million performance in the Super Bowl, he's still outplaying his $800,000 or $900,000 contract.
He beat Jared Goff.
He beat all those guys. Jared Goff is the number 1 overall pick.
Geno Smith last
Jordan
year.
Love's a first-round pick. Yeah. He's beaten every single NFC playoff team.
This is crazy.
Now, he is 2-3 against the AFC this year.
I don't like that. And we saw Baltimore put hands on him.
Yes, we did. But coming up next, we're going to chat with 4-time Super Bowl champion Jesse Sapolu, offensive lineman from the great 49ers teams of the 80s and early 90s. That is what is coming up next on 95.7. The Game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also a reminder, again, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Go check out our interview earlier with Danon Hughes. You can rewind and go check out the interview with Bryant Young. Hall of Famer was on with the Morning Roast earlier this morning. We're going to chat with another Niner legend on the other side. Jesse Sapolu is what's coming up next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Goober Johnson back after this on 95.7 The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Hoping to have our guy back on Monday, maybe even, I don't know.
Steiny! What do you think he's doing on a payday Friday?
I actually don't know.
Taking a walk?
Well, he's probably laid up.
Yeah, well,
he's got a brand new hip. I don't think he's going to be walking anywhere anytime soon.
We were talking canes and everything, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We love you, baby.
We're going to be walking to the cafeteria after the show.
Hey, I got Willard's birthday gift in my bag.
You want to tell people what it is before he gets in here? Or you think he's listening?
No, I think he might be listening.
Might be listening.
He keep his ear to the street.
What is it? You tell me.
Yeah, that's not food.
What do you got, Jesse Sapolu? Hoping to have in just a couple of minutes. Also, a reminder that previous segment was brought to you by In at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at In at the Tides. Winter midweeks rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and bottle of wine upon arrival. Might be something having to do with Mark Willard's gift, TBD. Book ahead at inatthetides.com.
I'm so sorry for being unprofessional.
What do you mean?
Chris M.
What?
Words are incredible. They could just put you in a good mood or sour you on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Street clothes Steiny. Because we just watched AD last night not play.
Oh, my gosh.
And they won.
Yes, they did.
It's fixed.
LeBron's expendable. It's official.
Get him out of here. Boston's Detroit. Something's up. I think their coaches, something's up. They don't respect them.
Well, Mazzulla, I don't think is the right coach for the team.
Okay, well, there you go.
But I also wonder, it's around this time, like the All-Star break's coming up soon. People, it's like the dog days of the season.
So? They let the Clippers come in there and take their Twinkies. They let
But that makes sense. Like the Denver loss and the Clippers loss makes sense. Those are good teams. The Lakers without LeBron and AD, it's like, what the hell's happening?
Somebody should get cussed out, though. Evan, at home on a national. So you think they just found out, oh, you know what? That doesn't excuse Jaylen Brown. They play more selfish basketball than they ever had. Just they're off. That's how I look at them. They're a good team, but Evan, something's off. You don't just lose to a Laker team with no spread was minus 15.
Oh, my God.
Think about that.
Well, you made a lot of money on the money line.
Not me. I got to have money.
Wait a minute, but okay, because we've done this just to digress for a second.
No.
I got a lot of people saying that after the last Warriors game against the Sixers on Tuesdays, Klay Thompson wasn't in the starting lineup, right? That Klay Thompson is all of a sudden someone that you don't necessarily need.
Oh, boy.
Do Lakers fans look at LeBron like, oh, him and AD weren't out there, so we don't need him? Like, just because you win a game doesn't mean you're a better team.
No doubt about it, Evan. And that's ludicrous. Shout out to ATL. But I will say, I looked at the other guys, the others, and they looked empowered like, what did Kuminga tell us? And I know these guys are a little older than Kuminga, some the same age. I got to get the ball to my OGs. Obviously, he's mastered that now. He's just flowing. But, Evan, I guess there is something to playing like LeBron and AD don't have to because they're OGs to where I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And you guys just, too short. Get in where you fit in. And that might be harder than we think for guys like AK, I ain't calling them that, Reeves, and the rest of the gang. But how did they were balling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading the YouTube chat. But again, First NorCal Credit Union.
We love you, Steiny.
Chris M. Steiny's on the Embiid load management treatment. Get off Embiid. He's hurt. Steiny's actually hurt, too.
I wonder if he's got a case. Like, why did he play against the Warriors? You were offended. I was.
I still am.
And now look. And a torn meniscus, if that's what it was last night on X, now all of a sudden it's a meniscus injury. Dibbs, he's had everything under the sun happen to his body. I mean, Evan, how is he just not ruled out, or is this something 2 or 3 weeks of rest and you come back and you're good?
I hope it's only 2 or 3 weeks, but if he misses that much time, he's going to be missing out on a potential accolade, right? He can't make an All-NBA team.
Do we really care?
No, well, so I don't care if I'm Embiid because I've already been paid. But if I'm Tyrese Halliburton, I absolutely do care.
Supermax.
Because, you don't get to qualify for an extra $40 million.
Now that is wow,
because of a CBA regulation.
Now that's a problem.
That's messed up. If the Pacers want to pay you and you are on an All-NBA team, you should get paid. But he's not even going to be able to so here's my thing. If you don't have enough games played because you're hurt or you're load managing or whatever, well, then we factor that into the decision of whether you should win an award or be on a team. But you shouldn't be stripped of even the ability to make a team just because of a game requirement.
Yeah, no
That's
doubt.
how I feel.
I appreciate that.
All right, waiting on Jesse Sapolu, hoping to get him here in a moment.
4 rings, Evan.
You going to ask him what he does with them?
You know, at the end.
Dude,
but 4.
Well, he's a pretty down to earth fella. Like
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't think he's the kind of guy that flashes him around.
If you are that guy or gal, Evan, wouldn't the Super Bowl be the day you could do it though? Just go Mr. T. Have him on every finger, however many you got. Like, that's the day to me. Like, I get not going to the mall and having it on, but just if you have 4, on Super Bowl Sunday, rock them all.
Yeah, I mean, if I had 4 Super Bowl rings, if I had 4 championship rings of any kind, so in high school is probably the closest that I got to like being on a championship team. I came in second place like twice in North Coast section playoffs.
Who'd you lose to?
Jared Goff. Marin Catholic.
Oh, man.
Marin Catholic.
Oh, Evan.
I don't know where those medals are, though, or the trophy or whatever the second place handout was. Like, I threw that in my trunk and I forgot about it.
Wow.
I don't want silver. I don't want silver.
Win or go home.
I want the Lombardi.
There you go, baby.
That's what the Niners are trying to get next weekend.
Shout out Michael.
I mean, I'm sure it feels good for them to hoist the George Halas trophy. And, they're talking to Michael Strahan at the podium, and Kyle Shanahan's this, and Brock Purdy's that, and George Kittle's with the one-liners. They had us in the first half. All of that does not get remembered, however, if you don't win the Super Bowl.
No doubt, Evan.
Doesn't.
Unfortunately, the Niners have. The Niners have been runners-up, regardless if it's the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, and you just want that to come to a head next Sunday in Vegas, man.
It really does. Also, the idea of, again, I just keep going back to this idea of the pressure and the pressure that's building and mounting for the biggest American sporting event, singular sporting event that we have.
Yes.
It's like, it's just hard for me to not look at San Francisco. Like, do you think the Chiefs feel like they're playing with house money? I'm not sure I'm there yet, but do you think so?
And it scares me about this game. Evan, I promise you, in a crazy way, and obviously it'd be 2 in the last 4, but you got 2. And nobody, no matter what happens Sunday from a Kansas City perspective or just a average football fans' perspective, there's nothing going to change our view about Patrick Mahomes and how great he is. And to me, there's a comfort level in that of knowing, I've proved my greatness already, but to a degree, Evan. But I'm telling you, and I've said it to you guys all week, if Brock Purdy were to have, I can't look you in the face right now and say I'm 100% sure Brock's going to have this Niner job for 5 years. If he wins this game, I would triple down on that, Evan. So I guess, to me, that's what's at stake. His future is the starting quarterback, him being Elliott Ness and untouchable because he can milk that, and maybe, Lord knows, they get 2 or 3, but I don't know if that makes it like, that's how, Evan, had they lost to Green Bay, he would, not just him, he would be, or we would be talking about Cousins. I keep going to the Shasky tweet in the stands at half. That was real. And Evan, had they lost last week, it's Brock Purdy's fault, but please just tell me I'm not crazy coming from the prism of, hey, if Brock had a bad game, maybe you talk, and then followed up next season 8 games or 4-4, and maybe he ain't. He's looking like maybe Jimmy. The table would be set different.
I wonder though, like after 2019, there was a clear shift from the front office that the quarterback position needs to be upgraded. We need a different skill set under center.
You think it happened then, huh?
Oh, absolutely. That's why they went out
next year when he got hurt and had that high ankle sprain, got hurt in Seattle, the COVID year. I thought that was where they were like, it was half of, or probably more, Evan, real quick, his play, but he can't remain healthy.
That, I'm sure, was part of it. He's an injury-prone quarterback or he can't catch a break, however you want to feel about it. But I also think it's because they recognize playing against Mahomes, you kind of need a dual-threat quarterback.
Damn.
And not that Brock Purdy is the runner that Mahomes is, or Josh Allen or Lamar or whatever, but he just showed us in the NFC Championship game that he can use his legs if he needs to.
No doubt.
That he can take off. And more importantly, he can extend plays and move the pocket. Jimmy Garoppolo could not do that. And the amount of happy feet that we saw across his entire time in San Francisco gave us pause. So I think the change that we saw and what Jed York is talking about, how Kyle Shanahan was going out trying to bring in quarterbacks. Trey Lance was the first one, but I think that's a reaction to what he saw and diagnosed in the 2019 Super Bowl.
That's interesting. And, unfortunately it didn't, or do we say fortunately it didn't work out because now inserts the best quarterback. That was crazy sound, man. I can't wait to play it for the guys.
It's always weird how we go back and look at sports and the reactions and some of the things that unfold favorably for certain teams. Now, Niners haven't won a Super Bowl yet, and we don't know if Brock Purdy is going to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but you look at the Warriors, right? They got Kevin Durant because they lost in the finals.
Wow.
Kevin Durant doesn't come to Golden State and help them win 2 more chips if they beat LeBron James and they close out a 3-1 lead.
That, Evan, wow. I was doing weekend radio and nighttime radio, and we would throw out, and I hated it. My partners, was it worth losing the and I'm like, rip the mic out, like, no. But they were like, you got 2 with Durant.
Yeah.
But
should have had a third, or could have had a third if not for injury.
I know this is Friday, Evan, but one of my sports regrets is the fact that we didn't get to see the Warrior team, the originals, even with Harrison Barnes, I mean this, not be able to come back and take that from Cleveland without going to get Kevin Durant. Now, I know Steiny and I, we talk about it even at the bar. Oh, they needed him. Everybody knew. But, Evan, that was 3-1. They had their ass dead to rights. There's no doubt in my mind, had they ran that same team back, they would have had action on Cleveland. I know you might think, I'm curious to get your, do you think that's so far? They were up 3-1. Dre got suspended. Had that version of that team come back, I think they beat Cleveland.
Well, not to go too far back down memory lane, but I think the biggest threat to them was the team that almost knocked them out of the Western Conference Finals. Yeah.
Boy.
Because by going to get Durant, you don't also, you get the best possible player on the market, but you also just absolutely eviscerate them.
I hadn't heard that one.
And any chance of them beating you again or coming close to beating you
I
again.
like that.
Yeah. I see a thug thizzle on in the YouTube chat. You need a dual threat quarterback like Tom Brady to beat Mahomes. I believe Tom Brady had 6 Super Bowls before he played Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl. And if Brock Purdy had 6 Super Bowls, if Jimmy Garoppolo had 6 Super Bowls, then we could have a different conversation.
Yeah. Raider for Life on the YouTube chat, Evan, said, don't worry, everybody lost to DLS. Is that De La Salle? When your high school losses?
Oh, no, we didn't lose to De La. We lost to Marin Catholic.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, I was like, he didn't go to De La Salle.
No, but De La. Yeah, shut up, Lucas.
Luke, director.
Yeah, allegedly. No, he is. He's awesome and has been helping us out a lot today.
I didn't like that, Evan.
What?
He sounded like Steiny. Allegedly. Wow.
Purportedly.
Evan, I ain't used to the thug life, Evan. Wow. Lucas, you okay? Oh, man. Look at Grandy's head down. Yeah.
Dude, you don't see what goes on behind the scenes after the show. The amount of times he just gives me the cold shoulder. Okay, finally take it out on it. No, just kidding.
We love you, buddy.
Yeah, we love you guys. We like our entire station. How do you think it is interesting? So Danon Hughes brought this up earlier about the Chiefs, about how he's seen Patrick Mahomes grow as a leader. You think that they were just talking about love around the station? You think the Chiefs have loved each other this whole season? I didn't see a whole lot of love at the tail end of the regular season.
I'll tell you what.
I saw respect.
To get to this point, to get up out that rut, if that's what we want to call it, and we won't place the blame game on who was the reason for the rut, but the fact that you could fix it on the fly, Evan, I'm going to say the love was there. And the anger or the disappointment or rage came from what the world was able to see. We're not being professional. We're losing games because, and Danon had to, Evan, the Eagle game, how many games did Kansas City lose because of a drop? My point being is, if the structure wasn't there, I don't think they fixed this. So to answer your question, which is an interesting one, I don't think they stabbed each other in the back. Now, Tony's a different story. I don't know if you saw his IG Live Sunday morning when I woke up, and I thought that might have an effect on the game. It didn't. But, Evan, I'm going to sit here and say, you know what? I think their culture actually deserves, this is crazy, a medal in the sense that, okay, it was a go time, and we answered the bell collectively. And maybe it's just Rice coming back. But, dude, I'm watching these games, and he's catching. I'm like, man, not Jerry Rice. Like he has an impact. They look normal. They look like themselves. And I know, again, you keep talking about it. If I'm Tyreek Hill, I'm just like, man, they won one without me, and now they got a chance to do it again.
But that was a mutually beneficial move because clearly Tyreek Hill is now one of, if not the best receivers in the league.
Neighbors with Rick Ross.
Yeah, he's doing all right in Miami. Although I think actually his house might have burned down.
I think he needed a new roof. But yeah, he's still
exactly.
there.
Yeah. Shout out to Tyreek Hill. But also, you're right. The Chiefs haven't needed him. I mean, they won a Super Bowl last year. Even if they don't win it this year, you can't say that team is one that needed to keep Tyreek Hill or needed to keep some of these receivers that they saw walk away. I guess last year would be Juju Smith-Schuster.
Well, how about this, E, real quick? I think they know it's apparent that they need a different version of that. Like you talked about the changes, and I don't think this is the way Mahomes wants to play or Andy Reid. They missed that luxury. And now I'm not saying they're going to go spend on a Tyreek Hill, but maybe you get some explosiveness in the draft and get something to go with what you have because, yeah, they're playing this way come Sunday, E, but I think they really, truly miss being able to go over the top and just have that threat to open up everything underneath.
Probably, but they quietly have that. I mean, MVS is a guy that can beat you downfield. The question is if he's going to catch the ball or not.
He did last Sunday.
He did against Baltimore, and that was the one that iced the cake. So I think they do have a couple of weapons, clearly not as many as San Francisco, but the thing about Kansas City, and you talked about drafting, that is going to be the path for continued contention for San Francisco because anytime you have to pay, whether it's a quarterback and, Brock's going to get paid down the line, I don't want to talk about that, but you paid Hargrave this offseason, you paid Bosa this offseason, you've already paid Debo, Kittle's making money, Fred, big dollars, Trent Williams makes a lot of money. I'm just going down the line here. You're going to have to pay Ayuk this offseason because he's contract eligible and for an extension. You're going to pay him. Anytime that happens and your salary cap gets clogged, no matter how you maneuver and move around the money, you're going to have to draft well, and you're probably going to have to hit on some guys in those later rounds. The Chiefs have done that to their credit enough to stay in contention. The Niners, that's going to be their biggest challenge to me is who are you drafting?
Man.
Because this last draft, outside of Jair Brown, who was their first pick, and I know they didn't have a first or a second, and they're going to get their first back finally this year because of all the ones they gave away. Ronnie Bell's a fine player,
I hear you.
but doesn't look like they have a replacement in the near future for George Kittle. Jake Moody
That's a great call.
is a kicker that you trust sometimes, you don't other times. I'm just trying to think of, they didn't spend any draft capital on an offensive lineman, which has been perhaps an area of concern this year. They're going to have to do that this upcoming offseason. So they're going to have to, their future does lie in a way in the draft because these players are going to get older.
Yeah, and Evan, everything you're talking about, because we know the draft is a crapshoot, it just puts more pressure on where they're at and maximizing and taking advantage of what's in front of you. And what's in front of you, Evan, is a chance to win Super Bowl 58, get that title, and then still do and mosey on down the road. But now you're looking at the Montana era, the George Seifert era, where you're talking about multiple rings as opposed to just, can I get this one? But to do that, and I know that's for another day, it'll be via draft. You're right.
Well, right now the Rams got more than you.
Man. And
Sean McVay's a Super Bowl winning coach.
That is amazing.
The Seattle Seahawks, well, I guess Pete Carroll just got fired, but the Seattle Seahawks might feel like they're banging at the door with a brand new head coach. You never know how things are going to play out. I think the Niners will still be in contention. They should be favored to win the NFC West. They should be favored to win the NFC going into next year.
I don't look down on Arizona like I did before. I don't know. Kyler showed me something. I know it wasn't wins. Connor on the ground. Evan, a do-over in Arizona? You never know. And the NFL was worst to first. That's where we see it more often than anything else, or MLB a little bit. But, I'm like, we're just like, oh, it's theirs, the NFC West. But you don't know. And that's why next Sunday is important. Cash that chip.
Haven't been able to do it in quite some time. Oh, let's bring on Richie from Queens. Richie, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Richie. Hey, guys. How are you?
All right.
I spoke to you guys at, I think it was your show. On the East Coast, I kind of get confused. But you guys had asked me what song I would use for the Niners before the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay. And I came up with another one bites the dust. But after these 2 games, I'm thinking maybe I should have said glory again and we will survive. Because it has not been as aggressive and as dominating as I thought it would be. And, on the East Coast over here, most people are saying that, Casey can't lose, the whole Kelsey's back, and Mahomes is, third Super Bowl by the time he's 28. But I still have faith in the Niners. I still think that, it's funny too, guys, how Purdy was on the fence in those 2 games where, hey, he's our guy at this point, where if one of those games doesn't come through, the question marks arise. But the fact is, he did what he did in the second half. He was great. But I am so disappointed with their defense. Their defense is taking a back seat to what I thought they were. And they're going to need that because I think Mahomes is all of a sudden getting receivers. And like I said, Kelsey's coming around. So I don't know the feeling on the West Coast, but I'll still stick with them because I did pick them to win it. But it's been tougher than I thought it would be.
Thanks, Richie. Appreciate the call. Yeah,
no doubt. That's our guy. I do remember Richie. Evan, when this is over, nobody's going to ask me about the week that was with you. I mean, just a bunch of good stuff. But the one thing that you kind of instilled in me, or the one thing I'll remember, is just my take on the Niner defense as a whole from start to finish. And you're not giving any hall passes, but to Richie's point, Richie, I feel you knocking. You are not by yourself. Had the Niners and Brock Purdy not pulled it out, but the defensive side of the ball, the fall off that I believe we've seen, I still haven't gotten over, Evan. And that's the biggest question mark, and I'll save it for next week. Going into that game is, can Wilkes and whomever take those 14 or 13 days and get it fixed to, do I dare even say, Evan, tame Mahomes? Because that was not the Niners. I know you could go when they were ahead. They were different. But, Evan, you got to admit, this is not what you thought. That first half against Detroit, I don't care how that wasn't the Billy Sims Lions.
No, it was not. No, they were kicking your ass in the first half.
It's incredible.
And there's a profile today on Steve Wilkes and ESPN that might give us some insight as to how they could combat the Chiefs. So I want to talk about that in our short segment coming up on the other side. I also see a Teague, and I want to make sure we have some time for you.
You said you had a gripe too, Evan.
Oh, that's right, I do.
We got to get to it. I remember.
Thanks,
Play the music.
Yes, I do have a gripe coming up on the other side as well. Reminder on a Football Friday, by the way, brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Also, of course, we got our What's Bugging You segment coming up on the crossover, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. So looking forward to that. It's not the gripe I have coming up next. And I think who's also got something for you on the other side, because we always do here on a Freestyle Friday, a Payday Friday. Thank the Lord. All that is more. It's coming up next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs reminding you that Safeway is a proud sponsor of the San Francisco 49ers. And I'm not sure if you heard, Dibbs, but the champs are heading to the big game.
Is that really happening, Mark?
That is happening, and it's exciting. Kind of like when you get a digital deal in your app.
95.7 The Game.
All right, one final segment for the crossover. Also looking forward to what's bugging you coming up, presented by ATCO during the crossover. I do too. I'm disappointed, but it's not the gripe I got coming up in a minute, Goo. But Evan in for Steiny, Daryl the Guru John. So let's get to this call before we dig into our final segment of the show, at least on this side of the program. Tegan's out in Fairfield. What's going on, Tegan? How are you, my man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Yeah, man. So I've been listening to you guys for like the last hour or so, man, on my way to work and everything, man. Man, look. Oh, yeah, no. Hey, check me out. I've been listening to 95.7 The Game since 2012, bro.
Look at it.
I got time to listen to what y'all got to say and stuff, man. You feel me? So, man, but like I was saying, though, I've been listening to y'all for like the last hour talking about, y'all bringing up the old Super Bowl or whatnot, and you feel me, and how we can do this different, do that different. The Chiefs should be worried and all this. So I'm a gobbledygook, because I can't say what I really want to say. But man, this is what it all boils down to. Leave no doubt. Okay, go out there and play the game, man. You look for this entire season. We've been having to prove we can do this, we can do that. It didn't matter what it was. I'm talking, and look at the hate Purdy still be getting and stuff after having to prove twice You feel me? That he can come back and play this game how it's supposed to be played from his position. This little dude out here moving his legs. He out here gunning it, even though that little ricochet off Cuzzo helmet, you feel me, should have been a pick. But hey, oh the hell well, you feel me? What really it boiled down to, Ayuk and that hand-eye coordination. You see what I'm saying? So we've been showing all year that we can get the job done. You feel me? And the Chiefs, come on, bro. They was playing like crap.
You should have beat them the first time. If your coach was more aggressive, y'all should have beat them the first time, and I really believe that.
No. But see, here's the thing. We were up in that game. Why? Just because the final 6 minutes come down to it, the defense break down. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it was the defense. Like, even though offense was failing to go score when they had the ball and everything like that, if you have a championship defense, you know nobody scores, bro. We got the lead. We holding them on every down till the offense get out here. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got to have that, I'm sorry to say this, but you got to have that killer, I don't give a shit, I'm going to go kill you type of mentality for this game. You see what
Yeah, sorry, there's a magical four-letter word in there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tegan.
Have a good weekend. But we get it. But
yeah.
I wonder, just real quick before we get to your gripe, how much of that starts with the head coach? You're talking about the players, caller, but also that it starts with the head coach in regard to being aggressive at certain different junctures of the game, like halftime. You ask me, and I don't know the answer. Has he grown? If I look at that Green Bay game, I'm going to say no, but I feel it in my gut. But, Evan, it starts with him. He's got to be aggressive when the situation arises. He's got to meet it.
Yeah, and I also think, look, if you take a look at Andy Reid, I think the biggest difference, you can make the case, the biggest difference between him and Philly and the biggest difference between him and KC is Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's the biggest difference, is a quarterback. I mean,
wow, E.
I don't think he's necessarily been.
You might be onto something.
I don't think he's been so much of a better, manager when it comes to timeouts. There's still some times when you wonder what but when you have the best quarterback in the league, it tends to bail you out of some situations where we would second guess you otherwise.
Wow, that's nice, E.
And again, Andy Reid's a brilliant head coach. I think he's the best head coach in the league.
Right?
But yes, obviously having the GOAT currently is going to help you in that endeavor. So that's my point about Kyle Shanahan. You have, I believe, a franchise-level quarterback. If they lose the Super Bowl, and this is maybe, I didn't explain it well enough in the last segment, the difference in 2019 was when Jimmy lost, I thought there was a shift as far as what they wanted from the quarterback position. I don't think if the Niners lose this Super Bowl, we're going to be seeing in the next year, within a year, them drafting another quarterback and trying to groom a guy to take Brock Purdy's spot. I think from what we heard from Jed York, what we've seen from Kyle Shanahan's actions, what we've heard from John Lynch, this is their guy, win or lose.
No, Evan, I agree wholeheartedly, but I will say, forget everybody you just ran down. Those are the most important. But from a fan base to this day that won't give, Niner fan or not, Brock Purdy is just due. You and I, all dependent on how this game plays out and Brock blew it or whatnot. I think the clock starts ticking on the fan base in regard to we can do better or upgrade. Because I believe had you not escaped Green Bay, that's what we'd be talking about today, and I mean that. And I believe had you not escaped Detroit, not that he deserves a criticism, because I'm perplexed and flabbergasted, Evan, that he's not getting his propers, his draftism. Something's up, because this dude's been brilliant, but I feel like they're a loss away from some people. Oh, I think we need this. He can't make us. Like, that's not over with. But I think if he gets this victory, night-night to all that. 5 years.
Well, I hate to break it to you. Even if they don't win this game, you're stuck with him. Like, he's under contract for the next,
that I got you. Right.
4 or 5 years. And also, if you're making NFC Championship games 4 of the next 5 years, like Kyle Shanahan is done, you're probably in a decent spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're sitting with a chance to maybe win it all. And that's why we're having these conversations. It's because it's been a knock-knock on the door. No one's home yet. We're trying to see if we can kick that door down.
No doubt about it. And this is go ahead, Ev.
Oh, no. My bad.
Well, we got what's bugging you, so I was like, I wanted to hear your gripe. But
okay, so here's it. And we don't have to cue up the music. Yeah. It's just kind of a quick thing,
all right,
really.
Go ahead.
So we all know, and you brought it up, Steph Curry, right? He makes his 10th All-Star game, elected by the coaches to the game, so shout out to him. There's only 12 players that can make an all-star team.
Which is so dumb. Put 15 so nobody gets left out, but go ahead.
But I kind of like it because it means you're a top 25 player, right?
Oh, Evan. All right, go ahead.
Now, I know there's East, there's West, and some players are better than others in the conference. Blah, blah, blah. There was a snub, I believe, in the Western Conference. His name is De'Aaron Fox. I thought he should have been an all-star over Karl-Anthony Towns.
Wow.
That was...
Okay.
But I understand why you have him, why you don't, yada, yada, yada. My issue is there can only be one snub. If you're actually going to call someone a snub, you can only do it for one person. De'Aaron Fox, I believe, was the most deserving of the people that got left out to make the NBA All-Star team in the Western Conference. Okay. What I'm hearing last night on the TNT broadcast, and God love Brian Anderson.
I love
He's
him.
A fantastic play-by-play broadcaster, might be one of the most versatile voices in the game today. Every single time Lauri Markkanen makes a shot, well, the All-Star snub is at 27 points. You can't be a snub if you weren't the guy that got left off the roster. I'm sorry. If you want to expand the rosters, if you want to have more people in, that's a decision you can make. But there can't be, everyone cannot be a snub. And to continuously harp on it throughout the evening in which a game, yes, he knows he didn't make the roster. Yes, we know that he's not an all-star. Quit telling me he's a snub because he's not.
Evan.
He just didn't make the team.
I watched that whole game in its entirety and never once had the alarm of, he keeps calling Markkanen a snub. That's brilliant.
Especially converse, you're looking at Tyrese Maxey on the other side.
He is incredible.
Unbelievable. Had 51 points. But he's calling him, the first-time All-Star Tyrese Maxey. Opposite, the All-Star snub, Lauri Markkanen.
But Markkanen should have made it. He's a baller.
Who should he have made it over?
See, that's what I don't like, Evan. Why are we at 12? If you're trying to promote the league, don't like the baseball all-star. I know that's everybody. Give me one. Come on,
but
man.
There's always going to be a
De'Aaron
snub.
Fox and Sabonis.
Let's say it's a 15-man roster. Okay, so that means Lauri Markkanen, De'Aaron Fox, and then Sabonis are probably the next three that get in.
Yeah, but
there's
Evan,
going to be a 16th
not the Pony
man.
League. It's not resources. It's not the little Union City Little League that doesn't have the money for little Johnny. Just add 3 more spots, and then there'll be a snub.
But where does it stop? Where does it stop? I'm serious. Okay, if you want
I feel bad for Fox and Sabonis and Markkanen. Really, I do.
What about Jamal Murray? He's a defending NBA champion. Can he be on the All-Star team? Because he'd be a snub.
You are so right, but that right there, that should bother you.
Well,
the Murray one don't bother you as much, though.
Well, speaking of what's bugging me, we're going to get into that on the other side. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
20 people make it, Evan.
Dan Dibley will be with us on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson back after this 95.7 The Game.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can feel magical. What sorcery is this? None at all. It's just real food made for the health of dogs. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I know we do radio, but it's like reality TV sometimes. I feel like during the commercial break. You guys are unbelievable. This is the crossover. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley, Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's time to be back Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, yeah.
The Breaks.
Yeah,
That's always been the name of the podcast that I've wanted to do.
The Breaks.
The Breaks.
Break it up, break it up, break it up, break
pretty
it
dope.
I like that.
Curtis Blow.
I'm fixing it, Grandin.
And we may sort of do our version of that 3 times next week on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday when the Warriors play early East Coast games. And
X-rated?
We're going to, we threatened that yesterday. We threatened that, and so you'll just have to tune in and find out. But yeah, we'll do our own 3 times Super Bowl party app and YouTube only.
Dope.
And yeah, maybe you get some stories, man.
Last time we did that, we were able to cuss. Then some said, "Oh, you went over the threshold." There was some power to just like let one go.
I know.
Yeah. I kind of used a few.
I don't know about cussing, but I think there will be some libations that take place.
No doubt.
Mean, if we're going straight to the stream,
why not?
We might as well be sipping on something.
Willard got a bottle for his
big old bottle
birthday.
sitting right
Happy
here.
birthday.
Yeah. We'll just leave it in here. We'll get after it on Monday.
No, I didn't see it.
Like
little black, little cognac.
A cognac?
You got some of the yak?
The Valo- look at that.
Yeah, the Valone cognac.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
That's from you, Goo?
Yeah.
What a good guy.
Got a little relationship with him.
Yeah, that's good.
I was going to bring yours, but then I was like, then that would take away from his birthday. So
For sure.
I'll bring one next week.
I appreciate that. Valentine's is right around the corner, and, you and I got love like that.
Yeah,
so.
my God.
Just drop a bottle off.
Yeah, and I could maybe repurpose it for the wife.
That's what we need.
Raise your hand if you've already made any Valentine's Day related purchases.
Well, you guys are out on your own island. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, just
what?
Yeah.
You can't ask that question and then be the only one to raise his hand.
Yes, I can.
You know what that is?
And he was proud.
What?
That is,
It's a
I'm
setup.
looking
It was crickets
I'm
over
looking
here
for
for
some
good.
people in my fraternity over
There's
here.
an expression for that I will save for Monday when we're on the stream.
I could have not raised my hand, but then I'd have been a liar. I'm not going to lie.
You only
I
asked
wanted
that
to know-
question so you
No, I
could
didn't.
flex.
No.
Oh, look at it.
There's no flex involved. I just want to know if y'all are like this. Call it a public service announcement. This holiday has a way of sneaking
Jay-Z.
up on dudes.
Thank you.
Because we're not thinking. We're just like, it's 1:51. What's dinner? That's like as far as our brain goes. That's why advertisers come to sports radio stations. Oh, your Teddy Grahams and all the stuff that you're hearing about because they know. They know that we're sitting there doing nothing.
But what if you want your Valentine's to be every day with your mate?
Oh, my God.
Then you better work hard on
feels
making
like,
it every day.
You know,
Even
like
I
I'm
know that's not a
forced to
thing.
give all the flowers you told me to give.
Exactly.
I act like it's natural. You know,
Totally.
I like organic.
Valentine's
I don't
Day
like the pressure,
every day.
dude.
Like the lettuce. He likes it organic.
Yeah, someone who doesn't have to deal with this, like how far out do you start looking?
Ask
seriously.
Willard. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Was it 3-4 weeks?
No, it's when you see something.
Wow, look at it.
When you see
Inspiration.
something, you do it. Power of now.
But see, you and Christy are
Let's go.
and Dibs. You guys are you're still your stuff is brand new. I'm 20 in. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
you guys are brand new. I look at
yeah,
his
but-
eyes are twinkling already.
This
You
is our-
learn from him and
this-
Dibs.
this
Mine is Hey Sam, how you
This is
doing?
our third one. This is our third one. It's not our first.
Oh, okay.
It's our third trip
All right. You could. I would
through
never
February.
know. Yeah.
I treat Valentine's like I'm a major league player. If I go 1 for 3, I'm going in the Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. I'll take a 3.
Yeah.
It's a Friday 3.
Can we have some
Randy's
fun,
really
though?
tough though on giving out any love.
Real
to the
quick,
Dibber.
we
Go
sat
ahead.
here yesterday at the same time, and we
Number
gave
3.
York love, and then he goes and Willard. I don't know if you guys heard the sound, Dibs. Of,
Yeah, you didn't like it.
Which one?
Oh,
we heard a bunch of it. Which one are you talking
The one
about?
on McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Playing poker.
yeah.
You didn't like it?
No, it's not. I didn't like it. It's like you didn't have to put me out there like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Meaning like-
Dibs,
like
I really
Kyle-
didn't want
I
you
wasn't
on
all
my
the way
team.
in.
Like Kyle was like, we're really going to give up
And
that.
I understand that.
We don't
but
need a
why
running
did-
back.
Did you have to do it 8 days before the game? It's just interesting, Willard. We gave him kudos for being quiet.
he was but no, he's sharing stories.
Okay.
Again, my thing about being quiet, I don't want, like, if the questioning had been like, okay, Jed, thanks for all those stories. Who do you like in the third round this year? Now I'm out. But if he wants to sit here for the first time in 6 years, and what I sort of read yesterday as take stock of what's taken place.
Can do that.
Take stock of how you got here. You hired Kyle, and how did you end up with Brock? And then it was a state of the union through the rearview mirror.
Okay. What do you give me for
this?
this?
He shared some stories. I don't think he sold them out.
It's your 20-year anniversary, wedding anniversary. I'm at the dinner. I say, toast, toast. I hit the glass. And I say, I remember when Diz wanted to leave her, and I talked him out of it. I can say that. It is truth, Willard, but that's not the time to say it. I have to talk him out of it. People going to be like, whoa.
So I had to take the keys out of his hand.
He didn't say that.
Willard, but that's how it felt.
I know. We're going to give up that for a running back?
Right.
For a running back?
Right.
Well, but that's how the league looks at running backs.
He couldn't go to L.A., though. That was real.
And I do think that now is the time for that because you're in between weeks, and if you do it at the end after you win the Super Bowl, well, fine. Now you're just bragging because you won the Super Bowl, and if you do it after you lose the Super Bowl, nobody wants to hear from you. So I do think now is a good time for him to step out, and I do think it's interesting that you have these other stories come out now in this week about this and that about the Niners and all the praising that's gone on about the Brock Purdy selection and all the rest of it.
Well, before you go, Evan, do you think McCaffrey already knew that about him coming to San Francisco? Because that was my concern. If Evan, for the first time, heard that, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? Just if you're McCaffrey. The first time you're like, oh, Kyle, you weren't in all of them. Okay, what up, coach? But damn, that's all. That's what I asked Evan.
And my thing was like,
I doubt he knows that.
Well,
I doubt he knew that then.
I'm sure he also felt the love when, his first start against the Rams? He throws for a touchdown, receives the touchdown, and rushes for a touchdown. By the way that he uses him immediately, he probably was like, well, I guess, this player's pretty good.
Did you take it as like Kyle was not in on the idea or Kyle was not necessarily in on giving up that much capital? Like, I didn't take it as Kyle didn't.
I took it as both.
Didn't want Christian McCaffrey.
He didn't think he was worth it.
How the hell would an offensive coordinator not want Christian McCaffrey?
Because he was too expensive.
Well,
and it's worked out, though.
To be fair, a lot of people thought it was. I remember seeing like C grades and C plus grades from the trade.
Bleacher Report crushed the 49ers.
Yeah, they said it was a dumb deal.
Crushed them. Yeah.
Well, a lot of that was the injury history of McCaffrey. And, here you have it. And I don't think that he has missed any game since he started.
Not a one.
I mean, he
won one game.
He left a game. He left a game, but he didn't miss any.
Right. And here you are in the Super Bowl with the number one running back. And
Week 18.
We did the exercise yesterday on who those picks have turned into.
Mm-hmm.
And, you'd be hard-pressed to know them by name or really know their resume. And I know they're young players, and they all were drafted last year. And the other pick is a pick coming up in this year's draft. The fifth is in this year. It was a 2, a 3, and a 4 last year, and a 5th in the upcoming draft. And, you'd be hard-pressed to know who those guys turned into.
Yeah, unlike,
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, which exactly who those guys turned into. So, no, it was clearly worth it. I mean, at the time, I'm trying to, put the hat back on. I don't think I was apprehensive, but you always have the risk of, well, if it's a running back, number one, he's getting a little older. Number two is the injury history. But I think to that point in that season, Brian Baldniard came on and said he'd played 95% of snaps to that point of the year. So the 2 previous years were due to injuries that were a little flukish. It wasn't like he was injury prone. So I remember being completely okay with what they gave up for it. And I think you even put it into words, Willard, with how much they were going to get back due to the coaches that were leaving. It's like you're basically only giving up a second-round pick.
Yep. I also think that we learned this lesson repeatedly, and I get why it makes us nervous. But I still question whether the phrase injury prone even exists. I don't even know if it exists. Oh my gosh, Christian McCaffrey, he gets hurt. Right, it's football. It's just like a year ago, Kyle Shanahan hurts his quarterbacks. No, he doesn't. They've had a bunch of bad luck at that position last year to the point where you ended up with 4 injured quarterbacks by the time the season ended. No quarterbacks. But and I know the Trey Lance conversation for some people is different in terms of how they were using him and all that stuff. But the injury history of the 49ers and the suggestion that their style of play hurts people I think an underbelly of this year that we haven't talked about enough is that got debunked. Because
I was like, wait, but Steiny and I were kind of, is there something to that? But
in the NFL, it's just, you're just going to get hurt, man.
Right,
you're just going to get, like, if you're on the field, you're injury prone.
No, I mean, Jason Barrett on line one. Like, there are players that get hurt more than others that
that's
had
on
history.
Okay.
Like, you've been hurt going back to college. Like, I think there's, but I'm generally with you. I don't think it's a 49ers thing specifically.
And I think that even players, if you've suffered now, I mean, Verrett's a fair example. I'm not saying there aren't bodies that don't just completely break down, but if somebody has suffered injuries in back-to-back years, I don't know that that's got anything to do with what's going to happen the next year.
Well,
you know what I mean? A lot of it's got to do with fantasy football. Christian McCaffrey was acquired at a time where the NFL world was mad at him because he was a wasted pick.
No, that's real, man.
For so many people. And so the fan base looks at it, and you've got this sort of negative vibe about Christian McCaffrey. Well, he's going to be number one on the board again now next year because of the way he played this year. So I haven't run those numbers. I don't know. But if someone's been injured the year before, does that up the percentage chances that that player is now injured the next year? I don't know. I doubt it. But, Jimmy Ward was another great example of someone who got re-signed by the 49ers, and the fan base is like, what are you doing? And then he was fantastic.
He balled out.
He was fantastic for a long time. So.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Well, it sounds like that's, I don't know if it's bugging you, Mark, but, something you've been certainly sitting on. You guys ready to get into what's bugging you? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Goo, what do you got?
All right. It's not 1977 anymore. You can't smoke everywhere, but where you can smoke, guys, is outside. And every day I embark into this studio, people are waiting for the bus, and all I ask, a PSA, if you're about to blow out the smoke, just look to your left or right to see if another human being is coming, so you don't just blow it like today it just went a heater all in my face, and I felt like, you know what, lady, that could have been avoided. I didn't say anything, just smiled, but it was yuck. If we had a shower, I would have showered. So when you smoke, just PSA, look around and say, you know what, let me think of my brother or sister, and maybe I don't want to blow it in their face, because secondhand smoke stinks.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Practice that line.
No, that was
that line at the end.
I was off the top.
He's been sitting on that one for a while. We were talking about that.
Evan?
What, the one outside?
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying right outside. Because
I did tell you that.
It also happens to be where a lot of people get on the bus, right outside of Idiot Kearney. Yeah, right. A lot of people getting their heaters in before they get on the bus, and they're just sitting there, and you're walking through secondhand cancer. No one likes that.
Wow, Willard, today it hit me. Like, whoa.
No good.
Yeah. Then I come in here, and they're like, oh, this dude been smoking. They don't say it, but
right, but it's all on.
If I'm going to cruise around smelling like smoke, I better have been at a blackjack table and had some fun.
Oh, boy.
Not just like walking to the office.
I could take him at the table.
Yeah. That's just comes with the territory.
You just hit me, though, because I'm going to Vegas in about 6 or 7 weeks for March Madness, and that is one of the only things about the trip that I am like.
Got to bring extra clothes.
The Regal
bring a lot of clothes.
About it, like
2 suitcases, one for what you worn and one for what you hadn't worn yet.
When it's really when you get home and you unpack and you start doing laundry, it's like, oh my God, these clothes stink, and it does make you appreciate what we have in California and what we've had for the better part of 30 years now, where you can't really smoke anywhere other than the bus stop outside our building.
Right.
Apparently.
It's worth it, though, when you could double down with that 11 against
for sure.
We'll let the polo, let the polo stink.
You'll say it stinks. Yeah. Dibs, you want to?
Oh, he's looking at you.
Yeah, I know. I got it coming.
Ask me the question.
Dibs, what's bugging you, man?
What's bugging me or who's bugging me?
Both.
You, Evan.
I know.
I was driving into work today, and I was thinking about our guy, Matt Stein.
Yes,
actually, we've been texting back and forth, and I was thinking, you know what? What can I do to make Matt feel better? I know he's laid up, so I said, hey, are you still playing Words with Friends? Because he and I had a Words with Friends back and forth going back about 10 years. He sent me his ID, and I started a game with him. Words with Friends is a lot like Scrabble, so we're having this back and forth, and I'm thinking, you know what? Good for me reaching out to Matt, because I know he's not totally laid up.
Yeah.
But he's not ready to get back and do what he's doing. So I get in the car, and I played a good word, and he played back, and I'm like, you know what? I'm a good friend. And I tune into my favorite show, Steiny and Goo, with one of my favorite hosts, and you know this, Evan. You know me. I've been a huge fan of yours.
Thank you.
And today.
Not today, though.
Today was not the day, Evan. It was an Evan day.
Oh, boy.
I tune in, and you are burying your coworker for... Oh, I can't wait to see him with a cane. I'm going to be laughing.
Was it?
I got jokes and all this. And I thought, man, you know what?
Oh, my God.
Grandy's right. I don't love the young people because you whippersnappers have no idea what it's like to get old. I don't love the young people. Thank you, Grandy. Well played. So what's bugging me is all you punk kids in your 20s and 30s with no appreciation for what it's like to have your knees go south or to lose a hip. Or to
go under the knife.
Or like Mark Willard, who hurt his back getting out of the car some time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
No,
Don't bring me into this.
Let me work.
Don't bring me call him Embiid. I feel great. I feel great. Don't bring me into this.
Let me work,
I hope my knees are working. I got sneaks on right now. We're good.
Time decision.
I'm good.
I'm going to bring it home with this. Shame on you, Evan.
Yeah.
You're better than that.
I tried to read him the riot act. Yeah, I didn't let that go.
I almost pulled over.
What's funny about
I was
it?
going to fire off.
You set me up. I mean, it was a freaking Lob City. You asked
Lob
me.
City.
You asked me, hey, what do you think about Steiny using a cane? What do you want me to do?
I didn't expect Eddie Murphy jokes. Right. Willard, he went on. I'm like, boy.
Dude, he had jokes.
I thought of Norm. I'm like, hey, stop it.
Yeah.
I thought of my pops.
I mean, whatever. It's bugging me, but not really.
No, I feel bad. It just feel more bad for my father. He's been dealing with that for years. I feel bad about it, but you had me reflecting. I'm gonna be at the ship, just sipping on my pop. And, oh, what did you do today?
I might be at a different
Those
table
5
today.
minutes, you are a terrible human being.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Just pour a little out for your boy Steiny, who's coming back on Monday.
Yeah, I might even have to go to church on Sunday. I don't know.
Yeah.
The odds.
Say hi to Brock for me.
Exactly, Brock Purdy. All right, what's bugging me? I don't mean to make it dark, but there's a story earlier this week that did piss me off, and I don't mean to make it all about the entire population of Wichita, Kansas, but there's a couple of idiots that went out, stole a Jackie Robinson statue, and burned it. And that is what's bugging me this week. People still in 2024. I know it's 1% of the 1% of the 1%, but the amount of people that still think that kind of thing is acceptable, it's right, is just repulsive to me. And I also saw there is a good ending to the story because MLB stepped in. There's a donation of $180,000 to go replace the statue in Wichita, Kansas. But if we're looking at the type of things that have happened this week that are on my radar, that's what's bugging me. It wasn't the snub in the NBA All-Star game, though. That was a fun bit. Yeah. It was people burning a Jackie Robinson statue. He's one of the greatest Americans in the history of our country, and his image and everyone that he still has that he's related to on this earth deserves better than that. So that's what's bugging me.
Yeah. What you got, Willard?
I got a few that I'm working through right now. I got to pick one.
You're not writing them down,
I got to pick one. No.
That's a good one, Evan. Thank you for bringing that.
Yeah.
All right. You want to know what's bugging me?
Yep.
Those adorable Kings fans. They're bugging me. They're bugging me. Did you see the Western Conference All-Star reserves were announced?
Oh yeah.
I would like to name the names who were named as the Western Conference All-Star reserves. I'm gonna go through these names. You tell me if you've heard of any of them. Steph Curry, Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis, Devin Booker, Anthony Edwards, Paul George, and Karl Anthony Towns. Flipping royalty. And the Kings fans,
well, they're hurt.
The Kings fan, y'all have been running around like something's wrong with that list because your adorable little point guard, who's playing worse than he did last year, was supposed to apparently take one of these people off the list. I am not here to say that De'Aaron Fox is not a deserving player and a good player. But Kings fans, get in line and wait your turn because that's how it works. Oh, this is BS. De'Aaron Fox, unless you have a reasonable take on which of those NBA behemoths are supposed to go away in favor of De'Aaron Fox, then zip your lip and wait your turn.
If I see
That's how
another
it works.
emergency podcast from a Kings fan about no All-Star, I'm like, whoa, what happened?
But your thing, Goo, is you just want the rosters expanded, right?
That's all. No, Dibs, it's not Union City Little League where we need the resources. Just put 17 on. They ain't got to play, but we get away from this.
Yeah, you don't want to be an all-star if you don't get to play. I mean, and I think about my own all-star journey as a Little League player. Third alternate, you get a hat, but please don't show up to the game. You're sitting in the bleachers with the rest of the alternates, and then, Lucas is in Tahoe, and little Timmy gets sick, and Billy broke his foot, and all of a sudden, now I'm an all-star. This is cool. But we don't need more than 12 guys on an NBA
I'm going to throw Evan under the bus before you walked in. His mini gripe was Cat should have been off, Fox should have been on, and he went in.
Well,
that was the one he said he would have took Cat off.
So what I heard from Kings fans was they're the 5 seed.
I thought they were mad about AD.
They're the 5 seed. They should have it. So now you want to take someone off of the 1 seed?
And I ain't putting Sabonis in.
You want to take off 34 and 14?
I can't do it.
Towns and
can't do it.
I mean,
you
gotta wait your turn. That's how it works.
I think he's the 12th man. But also, you don't to Dib's point about playing in the All-Star game. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing when Barry Zito got the pitch for the A's in the All-Star game. And he came in, he threw 2 pitches, he threw 2 balls, and they took him out. And I was like, what the hell was that?
Perfect.
Well, okay. I was like, I didn't even get to see him throw a curveball. It was the whole point of him breaking off a hook in the All-Star game. If you're not going to play, why would you even want your player to be there in the first place?
Right. And I think
again, the players who are playing, are they actually playing?
They are playing. Right. Absolutely. They're not playing defense. They're playing offense.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah, they're playing.
It's a pickup game.
Jokic doesn't care.
Yeah. Total snooze.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Snooze.
We can have this debate as we get closer to the game. I actually enjoy the game. It's 3/4 of, watching the best of the best score. And then it's about a quarter, maybe 6 minutes. It's become more competitive of late.
Now they go to a score, so the clock's not even in.
Right.
That's true.
The Elam.
The Elam. Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Cutting room floor, by the way, was the San Francisco Giants rotation. So, plucky little trade with the Oakland A's today.
Evan talked to us.
And I don't care.
Steal for your A's.
I don't care that Ross
Actually
Stripling.
not. They got to put like $9 million.
Go ahead, Willard.
I don't care that Ross Stripling's not on the team anymore, but the day after Corbin Burns gets yeah, absolutely. Like everybody
Evan,
was
it didn't even take that much.
There was 2 prospects, but were you watching yesterday for about a half hour? Everyone's like, but there'll be more. There'll be more.
Watch out for DL
and
Hall.
then it was like, there's more. It's a draft pick.
Man.
That's what it took to get Corbin Burns.
2 prospects and a pick.
And the Giants did not get involved in that, and instead the next day sent another veteran arm out the door. So now your rotation is exactly what?
Man.
It's Logan Webb.
Yep.
It's Kyle Harrison. It's at some point Robbie Ray will show up. Maybe earlier than that, Alex Cobb shows up. And Tristan Beck or... I'm sorry, what? And you're reporting in 13 days?
You forgot their 5th starter, who is Billy Breakeven, which is...
Thank you.
And I can't help but go back to the owner's comments. We want to kind of maybe come close to breaking even.
When will it stop,
Off you go,
man?
DeSclafani. Yep. Off you go, Stripling. See you later, Hanny. Those are 3 of the highest paid guys on the squad.
If your last name is Johnson and you are involved with the Giants ownership group, let me be very clear with this sentence. I don't trust you.
Ooh!
Period.
No,
that is what's bugging you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. What else is bugging you?
20-game season,
Man.
162.
My kids, but we're not going to get into that.
Well, you're going to get to them earlier today, right? Because you got an abbreviated show.
That's true.
You know what that is, right?
Dibs, real quick.
It's an abbreviation sensation.
I get back to them earlier. I don't know if that's a good thing today.
And I'll be saying it on air. Do you know about meniscus? Because what's up? Say Joel's out. You don't have a torn meniscus and you're coming back. Say he's out.
Well, depends which way he goes. If you go meniscus removal, 6 weeks, you come back, but you have no meniscus for the rest of your life. If you go meniscus repair, 6 months, night-night. And that's the way it goes. When you're my age, and I tore my meniscus at 43 or 44, not an NBA player at that point, It was easy.
Would that be bone on bone?
Correct, and that's where I am now.
Oh, my God, Dibs.
No, but sure you will when I get my knee replacement here in a couple of months and I come in on crutches.
Don't bring in a cane.
Dude, you're gonna be all over me.
Taking your parking spot.
When you are a 28-year-old MVP candidate, you most likely have the repair, which means they take your meniscus and they
shave it.
No. They put it back together. Mine, they go snip, snip, bye-bye, bone on bone, whenever. If you're Embiid, you want that meniscus. You need that meniscus.
And that's real quick, that's how long?
6 months.
Oh, it's over then.
Yeah, night-night.
Well, he doesn't know. I mean, they don't know what they're going to do yet, but I would guess that they're going to go the repair as opposed to the removal.
That is tough.
I mean, that's what
had
most
no business
athletes
playing
do.
against the Warriors. He looked like he was off from the outset.
Yeah, he didn't look like he wanted to be there, and he probably didn't want to be there. I don't know if you can A to B, whatever he was dealing with before that game specifically led to this, but I mean, Draymond certainly thinks so.
He wanted that MVP.
Yeah.
He could he could have only missed 5 more games to not be eligible anymore. And
Talk to me about Halliburton, because Joel, you got your MVP.
Well,
but
the
you're about to
Players
lose 30 or 40
Association was a
million.
part of that. The Players Association was a
shame
part
on
of pushing
them.
that through. Exactly.
Well, except hold on, I thought the great NBA players led by Draymond have always said we don't care about anything but the playoffs. I have a hard time getting out of bed for games in March.
He did.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Then don't.
Yeah.
Then don't. And you're not going to get any sympathy from us about your awards. That's who cares?
Yeah. Your contracts are tied to it, though. If you're Halliburton, you might be out $43 million.
Now that's real.
Then sign a different contract.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Shout out Joel Embiid. We are out, and we look forward to seeing what you guys got coming up next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got a fun question for you.
I'll be the judge of that.
I knew you'd say that.
Of course.
Before I ask it, Tim Kawakami in 15 minutes. Okay? TK Pod. Which
TK's been all over the place.
Yeah, TK's getting that he's getting that FaceTime. Standing next to Jed York, getting all those stories. So we'll talk to TK about everything going on because, oh, by the way, we'll weave this into the conversation as well. I know he's been covering the Niners all over the place, but it was TK on this show, I want to say 6 weeks ago, maybe, somewhere in that neighborhood where he's like, oh, there's going to be a trade for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Oh, and I get it. That was the tone then. The tone feels different now, but I want to be ready for anything 6 days to go. So TK in 15 minutes. But here's the question. And it's two-parter, Dibs. So you got to answer one, and then you got to answer the other. I won't give them both to you at once because then, as we know, you'll only answer the second one. It's one followed by the other.
Okay.
All right. And you too, y'all. 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers better now or were they better in 2020, 4 years ago?
Well, that was 2 questions, but...
No, it's one question.
They're better now,
It's
Mark.
an either-or question.
They are better.
Are they better now?
They're better now.
Okay.
Their offense is a lot better. Their defense is a little worse. So, to me, a lot better of the offense is stronger than the little worse that their defense
There you go.
is.
So we're asking for an overall net answer.
Right.
Can I adjust on the fly and turn it into a 3-part question?
Oh, let's go.
Okay,
I'm here for it.
Second part. Are the Chiefs better now than they were 4 years ago?
Defense is a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Offense is significantly worse.
Okay.
The Chiefs...
The net is?
I think the net is they're the same.
They're the same?
They're the
Okay.
same.
All right.
I think they're the same.
So the Chiefs are the same. The 49ers are better.
Chiefs are different, but the net of it is that they are the same.
Are you more or less confident this time around?
Way more confident.
Why?
Much more confident.
Why?
Because the Niners' offense is a lot better, and the defense is only a little bit worse. The Chiefs' offense is worse, not a lot worse, but they're worse. The defense is a lot better, but I think back to that game 4 years ago, and the X factor in all of football is the quarterback. And I have more faith in this quarterback than I had in that quarterback. And I remember watching that Super Bowl and having the Niners be up by 10, thinking, this is a surprise. This is really cool. Can they actually do it? If the Niners are up 10 in this game, my feeling will be, yeah, Niners, you're better. You should be up 10.
I'm with you completely. So I accept your answers to the 3-part question. I go back to how I felt in the fourth quarter, the Niners up 20-10. And I have to be honest with what the vibe was then. I was like, huh.
Yeah.
That, if I was going to make a noise,
that was your noise.
That encapsulates how I felt. Huh. And it was like, are they actually going to do this?
Right.
The answer was no. They were not actually going to do this. But
Spoiler
I was
alert.
surprised. I was surprised that was the position they were in. And I don't know if I really knew that I felt that way before the game. Sometimes you don't know until the game actually starts. But the organic emotions that were coming out, surprised. I'm like, so now go back to the beginning. I guess I didn't think they were going to win. I didn't think that they would have the Chiefs with just 10 points with 7 minutes to go. Right. This time, now maybe it changes at kickoff, but this time I think they're going to win. I think they should win. I am more confident. Here's the issue, Dibs. I think you and I are in the minority.
Among Niner fans?
Among 49er fans.
Well, and I saw that the spread has now wriggled back down to 1.5.
It has?
That's what I saw.
Where do you go, by the way?
I was looking at the FanDuel. We got a crawl.
Okay.
We got some horse racing on, which has me seriously distracted.
Yeah.
We got the 8th going off at Fairgrounds.
And there's a horse.
Yeah, there are a lot of horses. And I thought I saw the FanDuel scroll listed at 1.5.
Where I go, it's still at 2. But
Okay.
yeah, it's gonna play pickleball back and forth with
I would
each other a
check
little bit.
where I go, but I'm currently in a feud with the people where I go.
Okay.
Because, they're offering me these, hey, get back in deals. And I said, dude, that's no deal. It's no deal. So why would I want to do that? And they've had no response.
I don't know. Maybe it's a good deal.
It's not a good deal.
It's not a good deal? I did get the email.
like-
I haven't placed a bet in a little while. I got one of those emails today.
Yeah.
Did you know that you still have a balance?
Yeah, I got the same one.
Yes, I do. I do know that, and I'd like to keep it. Thank you very much. But I think we're in the minority.
Interesting.
I think a lot of you, and I think Grandy and Lucas are 2 examples. They've already admitted it in a court of law known as our phones, where they texted us and said so. They believe that the 49ers are better than they were 4 years ago, and they are less confident in their chances to win this time around.
That, to me, is a wild combination of thoughts. Because unless you think that the Chiefs are a lot better than they were 4 years ago, and I won't speak for them.
But they're not. I mean, they're clearly
their defense
not.
is.
Yes, but they were a clearly less dominant team this year than they were probably at any point over the last 4 years.
In the Mahomes run, for sure. I agree with that. But I'm just surprised that they would think both of those things together. That, the Niners are better, but they're not more confident in that. That comes to me as a surprise.
Let me read exactly what was said here, because both of them will also admit that they don't necessarily know why they feel the way they feel. Grandy said, do you think the Niners are better than in 2020? I do, even with the defensive issues. Do you think the Chiefs are worse than in 2020? I do, but I'm also less confident this time around, and I can't really explain it.
Maybe that's just being a fan and you have PTSD over the fact that Kansas City beat you 4 years ago and you don't feel like, they can actually do this and get it done.
That's definitely part of it.
Yeah.
That's like the experience of having lost
to this guy,
to this particular team one time already is absolutely part of it. The other thing that I think, like my answer, the reason I'm more confident, I look at it as much more A to B. Like, last time your quarterback was Jimmy Garoppolo and this time your quarterback's Brock Purdy. That automatically means you have a better chance. You have a better player at the most important position. Good enough? I don't know. One football game. Lots can happen. He's still young. Ball could bounce. He could make a bad decision. I don't know. That's all possible. But I think proven through all kinds of stats and our eyes, the 49ers have a better chance to win a football game when Brock Purdy is quarterbacking it versus Jimmy Garoppolo.
But 21-5 as a starter, and I think if you wanted to extrapolate that all the way out, you look at McCaffrey versus Raheem Mostert and Tevin Coleman. That's not even close. Joe Staley, great left tackle against Trent Williams. Trent's better than Joe. Apologies, Joe, but Trent is a better player right now than Joe was 4 years ago.
I like where your head's at. Like, what position was better 4 years ago? Give me one.
I'm just going through the offense right now, and I'm thinking Kittle now versus Kittle then, and Kittle now is better than Kittle then.
I mean, even if you said same. I guess Kyle Juszczyk is starting to decline maybe a little bit.
Ayuk against Emmanuel Sanders.
No question.
Right?
No question.
And, Deebo Samuel versus... I'm hard pressed to even remember who the other receiver was.
Well, I would argue Deebo has been unlocked in ways now that a younger Deebo had not even been unlocked in that form yet. That running back thing sort of seemed to develop out of 2 seasons ago when they ended up losing to the Rams in the in the NFC title game. I don't know that we even knew Deebo the same way we know him now at that time. Yeah, I guess we could go around to maybe in the secondary.
Yeah,
I like a Jimmy Ward, and especially with Hufanga out. Yes, I would argue that their safety position is a little bit compromised as compared to 4 years ago. But man, you're not going to find a lot of answers there. Nick Bosa was on both teams.
Yeah,
you're not going to find a lot of answers there as far as where are the Niners worse now than they were 4 years ago.
The defense is where it gets interesting to me because the defense that we know from the last 2 weeks is different than the defense that we thought was the defense all year. So which defense shows up on Sunday in 9 days? Is it the team that looked like a top 3 defense for most of the regular season, or is it the defense that got gashed against Detroit? That to me is probably where the game ultimately swings either way, because if the defense doesn't play well and Mahomes gets comfortable and Mahomes plays like he did against Baltimore, where he was almost perfect, he wound up 30 of 39, I think, in that game. He was remarkable.
Right, but they scored 17 points.
Right, but he had his way.
Oh, no,
he controlled the ball.
Mahomes has been fantastic in the playoffs, but this is part of my point. I can't even really tell you exactly why the Chiefs' offense this year just isn't very dynamic. They're not going to hang 30-something on you.
Yeah.
Watch, they now go out there
they've only done it 3 times all year.
They're like, it's very unlikely that they're going to go out there and hang 30-something on you. And as a 49er fan, I'm sort of conditioned that if you don't get north of 24, the Niners should win. Now, can the Niners be held to 17? It happened. Happened 3 weeks in a row. They lost all the games. But again, I'm going by likelihood here. Is it likely that the 49ers are going to get held under 24? No. Is it likely that the Chiefs are going to go blow by that number? No. Shouldn't we be more confident this time around? I got another answer, by the way, as to why people are potentially willing to admit this is a better team, but less confident this time around. There's a second answer that I think is really key. We'll get that to you next. TK is going to join us. Get online. We'll take your phone calls as soon as TK is done yapping at us. 888-957-9570. Need to get some red and gold and station merch ahead of the big game. Visit breakingtea.com/957. That's our merch store. Great stuff in there. We got McCaffrey, Purdy, Deebo, some show-specific merch here on Willard and Dibbs and the Morning Roast and Stein and Goo, all of it. Plus, we're also sponsored by Safeway. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And warmth this week at Safeway. Honey.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
He's a busy man, Dibbs.
Lucas, our producer.
No, Lucas is not busy. He's not busy. I'm still trying to figure out what he does. I do know what TK does. Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, and the TK Pod, part of the Odyssey family. He doesn't miss a big moment. No. We saw you standing next to Jed York like a big muckety muck yesterday there, Tim.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people saw that. Yeah. It was me and Jed together. That's what it was. It was kind of our joint press conference there. We decided we had to say some things. It's just hilarious what people react to. Like, I'm just there talking to him afterwards, but people seem to react to my reactions to Jed York. That was the big news.
But
my facial
I thought you had great balance with your phone, the way you held it. You stepped back. I thought you had good elegance, good poise. It was well done, Tim.
That's how you do it, man. The interviews, there's a style to interviews. It's just hilarious. It's funny. It's a group session. You're trying to just make sure you're in there. And I was not asking that many questions because I was going to talk to him afterwards. So people may view it as they view it, but that's the inside look at us standing around talking to Jed York.
Perfect. There it is. Tim Kawakami joining us on the Boxer and Gerstein guest line here on Willard and Dibbs. What'd you make of it, though, Tim? Jed doesn't talk a lot. So this is both a question of why did he choose to speak now, and what did you make of what he chose to talk about?
Well, he's talked before every Super Bowl in different, like in New Orleans way back when. He talked during the week. The last Super Bowl 4 years ago, he talked to the same kind of thing. He dropped in the media room the week before. So this is kind of standard. There's requests for him. Like, I had put a request in for him. I'm sure I was by far not the only one. So like John Lynch talked today. Obviously, John talks more than Jed, but you kind of run your guys through the week before, and instead of backing everything up into this crazy week coming up in Las Vegas. So there was no surprise he's talking then. And it's a good time to talk. He is at time, and he told me, like, he was on my podcast, I think last year. He doesn't want everyone to look at him like, hey, you're doing something. No, it's Kyle Shanahan and it's John Lynch. You kind of get that approach. He's around. You can see him. But this is a good time for him to kind of like, what's happened here? What do you think's been successful? You look back on some failures. I talked to him, of course, about Jim Harbaugh, just the coincidence of Harbaugh having his intro presser at almost the same time that Jed was talking yesterday. Just kind of, he runs this place. He's the one who hired Kyle Shanahan. He's the one who's signed off on all these moves. I think it was a good time to have him talk about that a little bit. As he's the owner, he can say some things that other people can't say about how, Shanahan told him early in training camp last year that their young last pick of the draft was actually their best quarterback. That hasn't actually been said like that by anybody. Kyle Shanahan has kind of hinted at that. He strongly hinted that to me beginning of this year, but the owner can go ahead and just say it. Other things that I think there was perspective out of Jed that maybe it's been developed over the years. There's kind of he didn't say we have to win, or the whole thing's over with. He had some, context, some patience. And I think that's the bigger picture here. Like, you didn't get here by your crazy moves. You got here by your calm, thoughtful, kind of thought out things. And that included, finding your way to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. It took a while, right? I fired Jim Harbaugh and ended up with Jim Tomsula. That did not work out. Then that led to Chip Kelly. That did not work out. And kind of through that process, learning process, painful process, whatever it was, all those things, he got to the right place. He got to Kyle Shanahan. He got to John Lynch. This is their second Super Bowl they've been together. Maybe it's their first championship. We'll see. But it's not terrible for the owner to talk about this. Right now, kind of away from the super glare of what's going to happen. You don't necessarily want to see 1,000 media people in Vegas. You kind of want to do it in front of the local people that and that's what that was yesterday.
Is part of what he went through what has led him to be less vocal and less omnipresent in terms of being a vocal owner?
Yeah, I mean, you have to hire the right people, right? I mean, he was popping up all the time because he had announced firings, and then he had announced a hiring, and then he announced the firing, 11 months later. You don't want to be that visible because you're coming out and it's always, in terms of failures, in terms of restart, in terms of here's what we got wrong and here's how we'll do it better. You hire the right people, and you don't always know you're going to. They it turns out they did finally with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And then you don't need to say as much because guess what? They're the ones running it. They're the ones speaking, about what they've done, explaining what they've done and where they want to go. You hire them to do that stuff. Now, I think the owner should check in sometimes. I think we should hear from the owner for the big picture stuff. Not all the time, but some of the times. But the main people who are talking, who are explaining, who are doing stuff are the general manager and the head coach. And when you hire the right people, the owner does not need to speak that much. I mean, again, I always appreciate when the owner speaks. I always appreciate when Joe Lacob speaks, believe me. But this is set up, this franchise is set up for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to speak for the team, and they are the ones who do.
Tim Kawakami with us, Willard and Dibbs. You've been down there talking to everyone, gaining perspective after these two playoff games. So, Tim, I want your perspective. What's up with the defense?
It's not playing that good. They have played really well when they've needed to, but the yards, especially the rushing yards, has been, I think, a shock to them. It's been a surprise to, I think, all of us who follow this team. They have been a very good run defense over the years, recent years at least. And they gave it up to Detroit for sure. I think there's some issues on the perimeter for sure. I think Talanoa Hufanga's injury, now I hadn't really thought about that, but there's a run stopper. That safety who is a run stopper, who fills the right lane at the right time, they don't have that. I don't think Gibson and Jair Brown and or Logan Ryan have played poorly, but we've all seen the replays. There's been some missed angles. That may have changed the 15-yard gain into a 50-yard gain maybe, or an 8-yard gain into a 20-yard gain. That doesn't always happen with Hufanga, or maybe that's even a forced fumble. I think Chase Young instead of Cleveland Ferrell, which has happened late because of Ferrell's injury, has been a difference for sure. And, just a couple little things maybe because they're not dominant. They're just, solid. And then you take a couple pieces of that and you add lesser pieces and you go against teams that are game planning brilliantly, as Detroit did on the 49ers, then you maybe have some issues. So I just think that there's, it's not been the team that we've seen over the years, but it's also not the same players maybe is part of it, at least two of them. And the guys who are out there just have to play better. There's been some moments where they have not played extra hard, and that's surprising. And they're talking about that this week. That's just not, as John Lynch said, it's non-negotiable. Effort is non-negotiable. And it's been negotiable for a couple plays, a couple huge plays recently. That's just part of a team that had a defensive unit for sure that has not played as well as it should. If it doesn't play very well in the Super Bowl, I think the Chiefs are going to win. It's just simple as that. I think they know it. We don't know what's the result's going to be, but I think what's good about this game for them, good or bad, is that they know they have to play their premium game. They cannot play a B-, C+ game, and I think they've played B or C games in the NFC playoffs, which is amazing that they've gotten through it. But playing by far not their best, and that's offensively and defensively. If Brock Purdy rolls out, a span like he did in the first half of the last game or most of the previous game, 49ers probably lose. If they give up 180 yards rushing like they did Detroit, the 49ers probably lose. If they don't get a couple big plays out of Christian McCaffrey, they probably lose. They know all these things. You hate to say that you need this motivation in the playoffs, but maybe they weren't exactly, razor sharp the last two. They won anyway. That's good for them to know. It's good to know that they could come back. It's good to know that this is not a team that panics. It's got some culture. It's got some, understanding of what it takes. But they know that this happens. They go down 24-7 to Patrick Mahomes, they're going to lose. I don't think I have little doubt about that. And if they have any doubt about that, I'm sure that was erased by any film session they've had so far this week.
Yeah, and if you give up 24 to Kansas City, you're doing it wrong because their offense has not been that dynamic. So offensively, though, Tim, for the Niners, how do they go about penetrating a very good Kansas City defense?
Well, the Kansas City defense is good. I think it's better than the one that beat the 49ers 4 years ago, but it does give up some running yards. And that's the surprise of the Ravens game, was that they did not try it more because the Ravens are a pretty good running team. Obviously, with Lamar, they're a great running when he's set loose. 49ers are going to run the ball. I think that, again, has been part of the weirdness of the last two games, is that they've run it here and there. They haven't been terrible running it, but they certainly haven't controlled the game running the ball, which is always the Kyle Shanahan goal. You run the ball, and then you play action pass over the top. They have not been able to get to that because they're just not chewing out those 6-yard, 8-yard gains. They popped a few, but they have not been consistent running the ball. They're going to do that, or going to try to do that against the Chiefs. I don't know that they're going to drop back and throw it 40 times and win this game. Not with the way the Chiefs pass defense is playing, not the way that pass rush is playing. So I think they attack it by the old Kyle Shanahan standby. Maybe 49er fans don't love it, but you win the game that you're supposed to win by winning with a running game. And if they can, stopping the run. Those two things. I thought that was going to be the key to the entire postseason. It has not been because they've been outrushed in these two games and still won. But the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, it just feels like you try to deflate the game. They did it 4 years ago, right? For 3.5 quarters. They played Mahomes great, by the way. I think it was a better 49er defense in 19 than it is now, but some similar players. I think you try to run hard, get first downs, move the chains, put pressure on Mahomes. I think the 49ers pass defense came up to defending Mahomes. We shall see. And you win it with the running game. Christian McCaffrey, I think, is probably the most important player in this game. And, might be able to, win this game almost by himself. Just by having McCaffrey gives you an advantage over a lot of other teams.
Tim Kawakami, know you got to run real quick before you go. A few weeks ago, you told us there was almost definitely going to be some sort of a Warriors trade. Has your thinking changed?
Yeah, I'll say as of that moment, that's what I thought. Some things have changed, specifically the Draymond, Kuminga, Wiggins kind of, fusion that's looked pretty good. I think there's a chance of a trade, maybe a pretty good chance of a trade. I don't think it's as major as they were looking at a few weeks ago. I think they were going to, a few weeks ago, they were ready to trade Wiggins for almost anything. But things change, right? You have to judge what you've seen recently. That's what you've got to judge things by. Wiggins has played better. I don't think they trade Wiggins just to trade him anymore. I think they were ready to do that a couple weeks ago because you couldn't play him with Kuminga. And if you can't play him with Kuminga, you must play Kuminga. But now that you can play them together, I can see them going through this maybe with a minor move here or there, nothing major. We'll see. If they get a great offer, they'll do it. But they're not trading Kuminga. And I don't think they've got great offers for anybody else on the roster. They're not trading Curry. So I don't see the major move right now that I was thinking a few weeks ago. But again, that was a few weeks ago. Their games were played. Lineups were shuffled. I think the commitment to Kuminga kind of has settled that down right now. It could change again, in a few days. But at this point, I wouldn't imagine a super busy trade deadline for the Warriors. But we'll see.
Always great to have you, my friend. Thank you so much for doing it.
Yeah, guys, anytime.
All right, there it is. Tim Kawakami, the TK Pod, part of the Odyssey family, the Athletic, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. So, yes, the chances of a Warrior trade have gone way down, and I sort of like where the discussion is going with regard to the 49er defense. Like, I think you acknowledge both emotions right now at the same time. Yes, 49er fan, nothing can get in the way of your joy. They're in the Super Bowl, but also, the hell's going on? And Steve Wilkes today spoke publicly. Yeah, he said it was embarrassing.
Embarrassing, Mark.
Use that word. Use it. Yes, because it is. Like, I will be here to defend the athlete almost every time when it's physical errors and there's actually underlying good play. My God, the Niners are in the Super Bowl. But if we're talking about effort at this level, what are we doing?
Right?
What is this, Little League? Has there ever in the history of the Super Bowl been press conferences or say, Coach, why did you think of your team's trying?
Effort.
What?
It's crazy, but you could see it on the film.
You're exactly right.
And I'm sure you saw it in real time, and then when you watch the film and you sit down with your defense in the meeting room, and you play back that touchdown where you've got Young jogging and Kinlaw trailing and Givens not really busting hump to get in and make a play on that touchdown run, you pause the tape and you look at the room and you go, guys, what are we doing? Classic Mark Willard. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
The one thing you can't worry about at this stage is effort. You're in the NFC Championship game, and you're getting it handed to you, and you got guys jogging around the field.
I mean,
that is embarrassing.
Especially some of the new guys. I mean, Chase Young, you're like, you sold under a lucky star, dude. You got traded from the Commanders to the Niners in a contract year. You got Bosa on the opposite end. You have everything sitting there for you. Show the world that you are your draft status. Show the world that you're worth what you think you're worth on the open market next year. And instead, you're putting that on tape, high-fiving Jahmyr Gibbs as he waltzes into the end zone?
You got to be close to him to high-five him.
What are you doing?
Seriously.
It's crazy. And the Niners I'll give them this. They do a great job of no matter what happens, that press conference comes around in a couple days, and their vibe is like, we're chilling. I got Yeezys on. We all get along. Here's George. He's funny. Here's Fred. He's really an elder statesman.
Here's Nick.
Brandon,
he's really mellow.
He's very quiet.
Here's Brock. He loves Jesus.
Here's Brandon and Debo. They're cool. Okay, we're all chilling. I don't really buy it. I think there is some stuff going on behind the scenes right now where people are getting verbally undressed in meeting rooms. I think there is concern all over the place in terms of how the hell do you put that on tape in the NFC title game? And by the way, I'm even going to point out my guy. He's had a hell of a week of like, wow, NFC Championship comeback. Right. But you've looked bad half the time in these playoffs, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Tim actually mentioned it.
And the 49ers are probably wondering why.
Right.
He's not the guy. He has not looked like the guy that we saw for the majority of the regular season.
Green Bay, we all want to say, well, it was wet ball and bad conditions. But Detroit, you didn't have that excuse. In the first half, and Tim was talking about giving your B or B minus effort. Well, they played a D minus first half, and they probably played an A minus second half, both sides of the ball. And you can't do that against Kansas City. And I'm with Tim. If you're down 24-7 to Mahomes at the half, he's not letting you back in. This is not the Detroit Lions, and we're going to bite kneecaps and go for it on fourth down. This is a situation where you can't fall behind Mahomes by 17.
No. Well, I mean, in general, you can't fall behind anybody by 17. Right. You don't fall behind by 17 and win the football game. By the way, I don't think the 49ers are going to do that. It's not like they've been making a practice of falling behind by 17. That was one game, and the Lions do have a phenomenal offense. But there are some underlying things here where people are doing uncharacteristic stuff, and I think it has something to do with why the 49ers in the playoffs have been good but not great. We can all admit that. They have not been the absolute best version of themselves. Let's be real. If this matchup had been handed to odds makers 3 weeks ago, no one's played yet, okay? Or even give the Chiefs their win over Miami in the Ice Bowl, whatever the hell was going on that day. Niners haven't played yet. They're the 1 seed. If you had said, okay, Vegas, give me your faux spreads based on these matchups, what happens if it's Niners-Chiefs? Yo, that spread's 5.5.
Yeah, I was thinking 4.5, but you're probably right.
That spread's 5.5 is my bet. And now it's 2/1.5.
Yeah.
And it's because of the stuff we're talking about right now.
Well, it's because of both sides, because Kansas City went to Buffalo and won.
Fair.
And then they went to Baltimore and won. And the way they won against Buffalo, it wasn't flukish. They were trading punches. Back and forth they went until the fourth quarter when things tightened up. Buffalo gave them one. Kansas City coughed one up. Buffalo missed a field goal and you escaped. But then you went to Baltimore and you handled the number 1 seed. I mean, you handled them. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive. Baltimore did, and seen. That was it until the very end of the game where they took the 3, knowing they needed a 3 and a 7.
Yeah, I mean, they did they gagged some stuff up. Obviously, I mean, the one that stands out to me, Zay Flowers, fumbles at the 1-inch line.
Yeah.
But, that's part of the deal, and it was a good play made by the Kansas City defender. I'd love to take your phone calls on anything we're discussing. Big Mike is in Alameda. Hey, Big Mike, what are you doing?
Hey, man, just listening to the logic that you guys are distributing out. Thank you for taking my call, and happy Friday to everyone.
Yes, yes.
I really don't have much to add. I think the last segment before you guys were speaking about what's going to be the difference in the game, and I just have 4 small points. I think coaching is obviously going to be the major difference, because I do think both teams are equal in talent and in personnel, but it's going to come down to a time period where Shanahan's going to get into a gray area where he's unfamiliar, and his reputation is to panic, and I'm hoping that he can overcome that. I do believe that it's also going to come down to turnovers and penalties.
Hey, Big Mike, can I ask you a question? Give me an example of Kyle Shanahan panicking.
Well, I'm referring to the 2016 Super Bowl with when he was with the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
He might in a situation where he needs to run with McCaffrey, and he might pass, or he might do the other where he may have to pass the ball and he runs. Situational football like that. 3rd and 1 calls, maybe 3rd and 5, 3rd and 8, things like that, getting out of 3rd downs where, a solid play can get you out of that situation. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Because he panicked, in 2016. And I do believe that's what all the fans are worried about, his reputation. And Andy Reid has been there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they've been there.
Well, I mean, obviously, Kyle's been there, too. They've been there together. Big Mike, thank you very much. I'm glad he said that. I listened to Guru and Evan do a whole segment on this as well, and I just was burning to get in here and ask everybody a question. Why don't you trust Kyle Shanahan? I'm not talking to everybody. A lot of you do. A lot of you have arrived at the same place that like every quarterback he's ever worked with has arrived at. I would love genuine answers to this question. Why don't you trust Kyle Shanahan? Like the point that was just, he panicked. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He dropped Matt Ryan back, and Matt did not throw the ball away when he could have. We can do hindsight 2020 on every play call ever. This is my favorite one. Well, in 2020, Mark, the score was 10-10, and it was almost halftime, and he turtled up, and he didn't get aggressive with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'll go, okay, do you think Jimmy was a good quarterback? Well, no, I don't think Jimmy was. Okay, then you just answered your own question. I sort of talked about this a week ago. Does 4 trips to the NFC title game in 5 years not earn your trust? Yes or no? Why don't you trust Kyle Shanahan? It's wild to me. It's absolutely wild to me. So Football Friday, brought to you by Flag and Anthem, and we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Let's take some calls on this. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Stock up on season.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, man, true greatness. Dibbs and I are just talking about something that I started watching on Netflix last night, The Greatest Night in Pop. And it's about the making of We Are the World. So if you were fans of anything musically, say like late 80s, I mean, all the names, Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie and Tina Turner and Stevie Wonder and
Cyndi Lauper,
Huey Lewis, and Kenny Loggins. It just goes on and on and on and on. Really, really fun. True greatness, like Kyle Shanahan, for example.
Right, because that's what I think of when I think about those musical titans. I think about a guy who's never won a Lombardi before.
More on that in a second. I'll explain. Warriors are in Memphis tonight, and Warriors Live starts at 4. We'll bring that to you off the top. It's brought to you by Xfinity 10G network, made for streaming live sports. Oh, I do love that sound. Because it's Friday and it's 3 o'clock, and that may feel a little bit more like 5 o'clock because we got Dubs tonight. But we'll call it the 3 o'clock pop, and it's brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is and wherever you are, join us as we get ready for the weekend, an inch closer to the big one, Niners and Chiefs. We're going to be sipping on their premier light lager called Farmers Light. It's got only 99 calories per 12 fluid ounces. Go grab a 6-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the weekend with us right here on 95.7 The Game. We've been sampling all of those Farmers beers. My goodness.
Wow, jeez.
They do. They go down easy.
Too easy.
Real easy.
And for you, like, goes down easy, and you might even have a second.
Half of the bag?
Yeah.
Easy like Sunday morning, brother. So anyway, no, here's what I'm getting at. And I will say this. I think that this Super Bowl is a matchup of the two best coaches in the league. I really do. If I were starting a football team, I'd pick one of these two guys. But here's what gets me going. Our caller moments ago. That is his reputation. No, it's not. It might be.
For panicking.
Yeah, it might be amongst, you. It might be amongst all of you out there who love to hold people's feet to the fire.
Right.
Even when they didn't necessarily, quote unquote, do anything wrong. Kyle Shanahan's reputation around the NFL is not he who panics in big moments. It's not. Brian Hoyer yesterday came out publicly and said, you want to know what I think Kyle's reputation is? Genius. That's what he is. The freaking dude when it comes to play calling in the NFL. And the more you talk and listen to people who are actually inside the league, the more you realize that's his reputation. My favorite one is this. Well, in the big moments, Kyle is afraid to get aggressive. Oh, you mean like Dan Campbell? This is my favorite thing that happened last week because so many of you have been running around for 4 years going, Kyle won't get aggressive. And then we've spent a week going, that Dan Campbell guy, he got too aggressive. This can beat you both ways. Kyle Shanahan wins most of the games he coaches. And I just wonder for some of you why that isn't good enough. Why don't you trust him? Why don't you think that he actually knows what he's doing? Because he really knows what he's doing.
Well, people want to have it both ways. They want to say he choked in Atlanta when he was the coordinator because he didn't run the ball enough. So he was too reckless there. And
thank you.
I guess it's his fault that on a third down play, it was 3rd and 2, and they chose to pass it, and Matt Ryan fumbled. I guess that's on Kyle. So if he runs the ball there and they don't get it, well, you're just too conservative. But instead, he tries to throw it with a 19-point lead, and his quarterback, who was the MVP, he fumbles, and New England scores again, and they ultimately come back and win it. So is Kyle too cautious, or is he too reckless? And you look at the Baltimore-KC game, and Andy Reid and company had the ball on the Baltimore 12-yard line, up 14-7. They went for it on 4th down, and they didn't get it. And nobody has said a word about Andy Reid and company going forward in that spot and not taking the 3 because they won the game. So is Kyle too reckless? Is he too cautious? You basically want him to do whatever works. So you want him to take a chance, but it had better work
But man, I'll give you an example that I remember talking to you about where the opposite happened with the Chiefs. The Chiefs lost against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Right.
Because what they do right before halftime, they did exactly what so many of you have said Kyle should have done. Go for the jugular, Kyle. Go for it. The Chiefs were riding, and I don't remember the exact number, but they were riding a 13, 14, 17-point lead, whatever it was, against the Bengals. And they were inside the 5-yard line just before half, and they went for the jugular, and they didn't get it. And Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl 30 game minutes later. So, look, it doesn't matter who you are as a play caller. You're going to call stuff that doesn't work. The other team is defending you, and they're going to be right sometimes. And your players are going to execute poorly sometimes. Like we could go back to the Dan Campbell conversation. If Josh Reynolds catches a couple of passes, we're probably talking about pitchers and catchers right now.
Yeah.
So it's such a big wheel of a team, and it all has to work together. But that, like, I'll be honest with you, man, it kind of gets to me sometimes. You're sitting here watching a coach that bounces around in the Final Four almost every year, and every year when he gets here, it feels like half his fan base is like, well, let's see if you're good this time. Are you honestly serious with yourself right now? You have got one of the best coaches in the NFL. Fact. It's a fact. And for some reason, I'm not saying you can't have an opinion. That's fandom. You can look at a game like we all did against the Packers. Dude, run the ball more. But, like, there's something more on a fundamental level here with Kyle Shanahan. That when you get to the quote-unquote reputation, it's a successful coach who I feel like a lot of this fan base thinks literally doesn't know what he's doing in big moments.
Yeah, I wonder where that faction comes from. And I know a lot of it's born out of the fact that he hasn't won the Super Bowl. And his teams have been good enough. And he's been good enough to get close or get there now for the second time, but he hasn't won it. So when you look at why they haven't won it, you can look back 4 years ago today and you could say, was it Kyle? Was it Jimmy? Was it the defense? It was all of it. The answer is yes to all of it. It's never just one thing. And so a lot of people are critical of Kyle Shanahan to the point that he's never been able to get this done. Go to the Super Bowl and win it.
Let's go to Dylan in Canyon. Next up, we'll take your calls on any of this. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hi, Dylan. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Hey, TGIF, man.
Yeah.
So check it out. Yeah, right? Good day, huh? Hey, we're blessed to be in the Super Bowl, man. Like, come on, everybody. Let's just enjoy the ride. Yeah, Kyle's going to be criticized because he is the coach. It's just going to happen. He didn't miss the pass to Sanders. He didn't get Brock hurt in the playoff championship game last year. He didn't get Jimmy hurt when he broke his leg, right? You know? So my point is this. On the defense, I believe since Hufanga went out and Kawakami hit on it when I was listening, Hufanga is the whole reason, big reason why our defense isn't gelling like it was. He was the glue. That man... Right? Don't you think he was flying everywhere?
You know, Dylan, I wonder what y'all think about that because I mean, I love Hufanga as a player. I also know that we were critical of him with how he was playing in recent weeks or even going back to last year before he got hurt. He's a phenomenal player, but he's also a big risk taker, and at times he would over pursue, which is actually what happened in his position, for example, when Aaron Jones broke out on a 52-yard run. It was an over pursuit out of the safety position. So put it this way. Do I think the Niners are worse off because he's gone? Yes. Do I think he's the linchpin to the whole thing? I have a hard time buying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get you, and I hear that for sure. It takes the whole team to gel. Bosa kind of had a down year, even though his mom said he didn't. You know, I still think, the sacks weren't there. So,
That's a hilarious statement. That's such a funny statement. I think Bosa had a down year, even though his mom said he didn't.
But she's great. That was awesome yesterday, listening to her. So, You guys, I appreciate you guys, the work you do. And, I think we're all just blessed to be in the moment and go, we've had all these chances. Kyle's going to ride that horse. I guarantee it. And, I got 49er DNA by association. My old man went to school with Brody at Oakland Tech.
Nice.
So, I've been a fan since I was a kid, okay? And I'm ready. 94 was a long time ago, so let's get it done,
it was.
Right?
Amen. Dylan,
9 days from today, Dylan.
Have fun, man. Have fun. Enjoy it. Yeah. You know what? It's funny when you say that. It's like, 9 days from today, and then you're like,
dude, 9 days?
Nine
That's
more
forever.
days?
That's forever.
Like, this is the first Friday where we're heading into the weekend, and there's there's a Warrior game tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, which is great, but like
they're playing better.
No football.
Don't we have flag football on Sunday?
We do, although
the Pro Bowl.
No, it's shaky with the flag football because the weather report Sunday is out of control.
No, I mean the actual NFL flag.
That
football.
flag football.
Yeah. Oh no, you're not playing.
We're not playing?
Oh no!
Like
Sunday's supposed to be like
I know,
atmospheric river
but
times
it's also
2.
it's changing every hour.
I get that
every hour. Like this morning, they're like, "Okay, rain's done," and I'm like, "Cool." And I ran an errand, and I got back, and like 2 minutes after I got back, I looked outside and I went, "What the hell is happening?"
It's back.
I mean, it was like a waterfall was happening out the backyard. So I don't know what the hell's going to happen, man. I'm just glad that the next Niner game is inside.
Exactly.
That's all I care about.
I would love for it to be this Sunday, and 9 days does seem like a lot, but next week we'll get a good dose of that Super Bowl hype, and we're doing our own sort of Super Bowl show here from 2 to 6.
No doubt. Yes, if you don't know what Dibs is talking about, we invite you to join us for some unique stuff next week because there will be 3 eastern half of the United States Warrior games, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, that would normally we would kick it over to the game and then, we would go home and eat chips, but that's not what we're going to do this time. We might still eat chips, but we'll just do it on the air. So we're going to give you, the listener or the viewer, in this particular case, 2 options, which is you can, of course, listen to the Warrior game and Warrior countdown coverage and all of that on 95.7 The Game, or kick it on over to the Willard and Dibs Super Bowl party where you'll have extended coverage, commercial free, and, a little bit looser maybe. We'll try some different things, and that'll be on the Odyssey app and on YouTube and Twitch. So if you don't have those things downloaded or you've never viewed or taken in the show that way before, this is a good opportunity to do it. Because we're going to have some unique stuff for you coming up next week. Again, that's Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday in the second half of our show, essentially.
It'll be fun, and look forward to getting some feedback on the YouTube and the Twitch pages and getting some of your comments in there a little bit more prominently. But think about the excitement heading into a week from Sunday, Mark, and it's almost 9 days to the minute when that game's going to kick off.
Oh, my gosh, that's right. 3:30, right?
Yeah. And time goes fast, but time also goes slowly as you get ready for that game.
I'm going to be nervous.
Yeah.
Super Bowl, the start of the Super Bowl is like a super nerve-wracking thing. And I think about the quarterback matchup here because Patrick is like, this is what I do the second Sunday in February.
Right.
And Brock is going to be like, wow, I'm in the Super Bowl. I think he can handle it. That's what pro athletes do.
Yeah.
But I worry in the first quarter about, kind of a wobbly mistake, a feeling each other out mistake on the 49ers side.
Yeah, I don't worry about that. And maybe it's because of what you shared either late last night or early this morning. I saw it this morning, but the Connor Letourneau article from the Chronicle when he goes back to Arizona and interviews his former coach and his former teacher and his high school buddy and all the rest of the community out there 40 miles southeast of Phoenix. And you get the sense that this kid is special, and he's been this way for a long time. So as much as, yes, it's the Super Bowl and there will be some adrenaline, I think that Brock Purdy, the person that this article laid him out to be and the person that we've gotten to know, I think he's cut out to tune out all the noise and the hype more than anybody else.
You're probably right. I mean, look at what he has achieved. He's here.
Right.
It's not like last week wasn't nerve-wracking. It's not like being down 24-7 in your own building in the NFC Championship isn't nerve-wracking, and he handled it fantastically. He's gotten better in the second halves of these football games. By the way, that's the other thing that's sort of like I feel like is a slap in the face to Kyle Shanahan, in that a lot of people are getting ready for this game and detail, oh boy, he's going to be conservative at the wrong time. And I'm sitting here after 2 football games of going, Kyle just did what a lot of you have been saying for years he can't do. He just did it. He just did it. Back-to-back games in the playoffs, trailing in the second half. And here he comes for victory. This is supposedly the bugaboo. And so whenever there's been that line of people being like, yeah, Kyle Shanahan can call a play, but when he gets down, what about that? Well, what about that? What about that? Where's the mea culpa on that one? Because that's 2 playoff games in a row where they shook off second half deficits.
Yeah, and against the Packers, they were down with 6 minutes left. Mm-hmm. And Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan making the play calls and Brock Purdy making the plays down the field, get the touchdown, and win the game. And then last weekend, down by 17 at the half. And not only down by 17, but down by 17 and looking terrible.
Totally.
And looking like, man, you were just about 1 series away from that thing ending. And even though you had a very Kyle Shanahan-like opening drive in the second half and you go down the field, it's a run-pass mix, you had to settle for 3. So even though Shanahan looked like he was starting to heat it up and Brock looked better and everyone looked better, you stalled out.
That was not a good moment. That was not like, okay, cool, we got points on the board. That was terrible.
Yeah.
That felt awful. And Kyle admitted that it felt awful in the moment. It was like, we'll take the 3 because we have to, but this is not good.
Right.
That's not going to go well for us.
No, and it wasn't until the Lions go for it and don't get it on 4th down. Then you go down and you score again, and then you kind of feel like, okay.
Now we're in the game.
Right.
And then 1 play later, you're like, oh my gosh, we're going to tie the game.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it happened quick.
But to your point, Kyle and company did something that everybody had said they can't do. And we said it for good reason because they hadn't really done it before. And we've talked to many experts who say, this team, this system is built to lead, run, and win in that fashion. This team is not built to do what they did last Sunday.
Clayton in the Yoon is next up here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Clayton, what's up?
Hey, guys, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I listen to you guys every day. Definitely on that 2 slot's my favorite slot because that's when I'm coming home. But, all these Niner fans just don't remember what it was like with Singletary and back when we were not very good. But, I'd rather be a team that's in the hunt every single year than be like the Jets where we fall flat in our face every single season. So, I think Niners fans just got to be happy with what we got. I think we got a great chance this season, and Christian McCaffrey's about to run all over that Chiefs defense this season.
Hey, Clayton, maybe you can answer a question we were tossing around about an hour ago. Do you think that the 49ers are better this year or 4 years ago?
I think their offense is better this year, but I think their defense is a little bit worse. But I think they have a better chance with the offense carrying because they actually got a quarterback who's willing to take the shots and actually can scramble and actually is a dual threat. Then you got Christian McCaffrey. Like, he's basically a cheat code in cleats.
So are you more or less confident this time around?
I'm more confident this time around as a fan, but I definitely Mahomes has you got to give him his respect because he is Showtime Mahomes. Like, that kid is just incredibly good.
No doubt. Clayton, thank you very much. I mean, the other thing that I think is going on as far as the dynamic, like you brought this up, we were talking about maybe the 49er fan who thinks this year's team overall, the net is that they're better, but they're feeling less confident is kind of a PTSD thing because of 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It's also the fact, though, that team, flawed though it may be, and many, many 49er fans lacked confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo. I wasn't necessarily one of them, but Jimmy was a different experience than Brock Purdy. But go back to that team, dude, they steamrolled people in the playoffs. Like, they blew the Packers off the field. And the Vikings the week before, 27-10 was the final. Didn't feel like a blowout, but it felt under control the whole time. And so it's just that. It's also that. Like, that 49er team swaggered into its game against the Chiefs. The Chiefs also at that point were not quite the Chiefs yet. Like, they didn't have as much shine on them. So I think that has a lot to do with it. I think we look at this roster and go, this is a better roster, but in the playoffs, they're not performing nearly as well as that team did.
Right. And does it really matter when it comes down to one game? We'll see, because that team, to your point, came in with a lot more momentum. If there is such a thing with a 2-week break in between games, they were favored by 7 over Minnesota. They covered. They won by 17. This year, the Niners were favored by 10 over Green Bay, 9.5-10, and had to fight to even win the game. The Packers were 7-point dogs against the Niners 4 years ago, and the Niners were up 27-0 at the half.
Yep.
And they put that thing in cruise control. This time you were 7-point favorites over the Lions, and you were down by 17 at the half. So definitely a different feeling as far as the playoff journey going in, but it doesn't mean that with a 2-week break, any of that matters. I think momentum matters less in the Super Bowl than in any other game at all.
I agree with that. It does feel sort of like a whole new start.
It's like a bowl game.
The whole thing, yeah.
I mean, it is a bowl game.
It is a bowl game.
You know what I mean? Like a college bowl game where
it's a bowl game, except for there are people there.
And it's super. It's a super kind of game.
And it's not brought to you by FedEx or whatever. I hope they never do that with the Super Bowl. They're going to do that, aren't they? One of these days. It's going to be like the Applebee's Bowl.
Eventually.
Or something like that.
If the price is right. I never thought they would do that with the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all. But now even the Rose Bowl has a sponsor.
College football sold everything.
Of course.
Including its soul.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you saw the news of today. 10 seconds on this. SEC and the Big Ten, all the dignitaries are getting together for a meeting. Want to know what they're discussing? I can tell you. They won't say it this way. The downfall of the NCAA. Those two conferences are like, we'll take it from here. Why are we paying you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I'll take 10 seconds on this. It's kind of where the PGA Tour is headed. Because,
good point.
You know, pretty soon these players, the defectors to live and the other players who are stuck on tour, they're going to say, we'll just have our own tournaments.
Yep.
What do we need you for?
Love to take your calls. Rich, Gloria, the rest of you. We're coming to you in a moment. Warriors Live is a half hour away. Warriors on the East Coast next week, but it's Super Bowl week, so we are not going to let you down. We're not taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7 The Game FM, while we continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week, right here on 95.7 The Game. And we're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Find savings on freshness and warmth this week at Safeway. Honey Crisp apples and navel oranges just...
3rd down and 10. Garoppolo airs it out. Sanders downfield is overthrown. And now with 1:33 left, it's 4th and 10.
I tell you, he had him too, Joe. He got in behind him. It's not what Kansas City wanted, but Emmanuel Sanders, He gets by Ward and Fenton. They're trying to double him on the outside, but yeah, just overshot it. So now 4th and 10.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Fire Kyle. I don't even know why he was throwing the ball. I do remember 2 weeks before he never threw the ball, and everyone was like, why aren't you throwing the ball?
Well,
I mean, look, it all comes to the territory. I get it. If he runs the ball and it doesn't work, he should have thrown it. If he throws the ball and it doesn't work, he should have run it.
That was 4 years ago today.
Yeah. Was it today?
4 years ago today. 2-2-2020. The Chiefs and the Niners in the Super Bowl. He goes deep on 3rd and 10 for Emmanuel Sanders. I think he overthrew him, Joe.
Gosh. Say that date one more time.
2-2-2020.
3 weeks later, life sucked.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, a little bit more than 3 weeks, but you're right. 3 weeks later was the disgrace at Chase. I lost 11-5 to O'Neal.
Well,
that was 2-26-20. And then on about March 12th, I believe, is when
everybody got sent home.
Yeah, I got sent home with a do-it-from-home radio kit for a week, maybe 2. I spent about 4 hours in the great Tim Jordan's office in the old building, and he gave me a setup, and I mean I was everyone's running around, everyone's getting a kit, and you're getting this, and you're getting that, and Dibbs, I'm waiting for a mixer and this and that, and
I'll never forget.
I was getting a little impatient, and I'm thinking, all this hullabaloo for a week of radio. Whatever, run the network. This is gonna be a big nothing burger.
I'll never forget it, man.
20 months and 3 shows later, 2 day parts. I get stuck with you, and here we are. I mean,
not so bad.
No, it's actually pretty damn good.
I mean,
turned out to be more than 2 weeks, though, Mark.
God, that's what the 2 things when you tell that story that pop into my head that cracked me up. Number 1 was when my program director at the time brought my stuff over to my house, and it appeared to be some sort of like burglary in process. Like it was like, yeah, I'm going to stop by at some point, and you're like, okay. And then the next thing you know, you're like, who's in the backyard? And it's a man with a mask on, and he's carrying big bags. I'm like, this is terrifying. What the hell is going on? Well, it's a program director with gear.
Totally.
Who wants to try to explain to me how to hook all this up without getting within 20 yards of me. It's just like, what the hell were we doing? And then, of course, the other thing that cracked me up, I should go back and find it, the email from the school that came on a Thursday.
Right.
And was like, look, we're gonna do it from home on Friday. We're going to get this figured out over the weekend. And we'll see you on Monday. We'll figure it all out. Just give us 48 hours.
Right.
And we'll get, we'll move some things around and everything will be okay. And we'll see you on Monday. And my daughter, for instance, who was in 5th grade, never went to that school again.
Yeah.
That was the end of that.
My son, who was a junior, basically had his entire high school ended.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad we can laugh about it now, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That was 2-2-2020 Super Bowl. And, we had no idea at that moment.
The month started with such optimism.
Right.
And it ended with the worst pessimism that we've ever felt in our lives.
Pretty much. Well, ended with me getting bronchitis on the heels of an 11-5 beatdown by O'Neal. Go to hell, Dibbs.
Yeah, go to hell, Dibbs. And we did. We all did.
Seriously.
We all did. Let's go to Gloria in the city. Hi, Gloria. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
What I want to say here, and I want to get this out of my head, the keys to winning for the Niners is that they have to win more often than not in the trenches. And our offense let Brock Purdy perform what Shanahan wants him to do. Take what the defense will give you, and the rest Purdy can improvise. Continue to dominate with time of possession and give Mahomes less opportunities to be great. And if we can master this, we'll win this, because some of Kansas City's deficiencies perhaps will come up. Like, for example, them having issues with their wide receivers throughout the year. It's just been the past 2 games in the playoffs that they came through. But if we can show dominance, maybe some of those deficiencies will appear with Kansas City. What are your thoughts?
Well, Gloria, I think that you're onto something here. Appreciate the call. This is kind of what I think might help the 49ers. I think their defensive backs can hang with the Chiefs receivers much better than the Packers or the Lions groups. I know the Packers group is not known that well yet, but they are young and fast, and they are on the come, big time. The Lions group is known pretty well, led by Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's a very dangerous core of skill position players on that team. I'm not taking shots at the Chiefs group. Rashee Rice, nice player. Isaiah Pacheco's a good running back. But I really think that the 49ers defensive backfield can hang with this group, the Valdez Scantlings and the Sky Moores of the world.
If he plays, yeah.
If he even plays. Justin somebody, whatever the hell their names are.
Justin Ross.
Thank you.
With a Y.
Yeah. Like, you can hang with them a split second longer. I really think you can. And obviously, I have the utmost confidence in Warner and Greenlaw to try to neutralize or be where you're supposed to be with someone like Travis Kelce. And what that allows the defensive line to do, as opposed to pinning their ears back and going crazy, it's to play a game that's a little bit more like what they did against the Eagles. If the running backs are not gashing you out of the backfield and you're putting a team in passing downs and you're able to cover in the secondary, not only do you allow time for your pass rush to get after Mahomes, but he moves so well. So you also have to have gap responsibility at a very high level, which is what they did with Jalen Hurts. They're capable of doing this, and keep him from heading out around the corner and gaining 12 to 15 yards on these scrambles. If they can do that, if that defensive backfield, if Ward can just say, Rice, I got you, and Lenore, and God bless Ambry Thomas, if he could play a freaking football game that's just okay, then I think that this defense has a really good chance to look a little bit more like what we expect it to look like.
You left out the biggest matchup, and that's going to be who guards Travis Kelce. And we can get more into it as the week goes on.
I mentioned it. I trust Warner and Greenlaw to be where they need to be.
I don't know if that is the way you can approach it. I think you need to send 2 bodies to Travis Kelce. I don't know if, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, better in run support and better in zone coverage than they are man-to-man. I don't know if anyone can stick with Travis Kelce man-to-man, so maybe you end up playing more zone than you did in the second half against Detroit. I don't know, but I like the idea of Ward taking Rice away because, like you're saying, if you double-team Kelce and then you put Mooney Ward on Rashee Rice, well, now you're left with Ambry and Lenore having to guard lesser, no disrespect intended, lesser targets for Kansas City, and you like your chances doing it that way much better.
I really do. I listen, this is not my expertise, but I've watched Charvarius Ward, particularly when the Niners take on the Seahawks, for example, just put him on a DK island, and he handles it. Now, part of that is strategic because the 49ers like to get physical with DK, and they like to get him off of his mental game because he loses his bananas, and it works every time. Rashee's not like that, although we are still just getting to know him. He's a pup, and he's turned into a really good receiver. But Charvarius Ward, the former Chief, is going to have every single piece of motivation he needs in this game, and I would have confidence in that matchup in the backfield.
If I'm Kansas City, I'm going to go with a lot of 4 wide receiver sets and just try to air it out. Use Pacheco certainly on the ground when needed, but I'm going to try to make sure that the 49ers are in nickel or dime coverage as much as possible. I want as few linebackers on the field for the Niners as possible. So if I'm Andy Reid, I'm looking at it thinking, we got Kelce, and we're going to use Pacheco, obviously, but I'm going to go to 3 wides, maybe even 4 wides at times to make sure that if the Niners want to match up, they can only have 2 linebackers on the field at most. I do not want to see the Niners in a base defense because that's where they have a huge edge with those linebackers.
Yeah, which is where they like to start at least. They like to get pressure with just that base four, and lately they've not been able to do it. So that's the chess match that obviously these great coaches on all sides are going to be conducting next week. Speaking of the defensive play of the week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. We go back to last Sunday. The Niners trailing the Lions 24-7 at the break. The Niners get a field goal, then a failed fourth down conversion by the Lions. The wild Ayuk helmet catch followed by a touchdown, and suddenly you've got a one-score game. And then it was the play that tilted it back in the 49ers' favor to Sean Gibson flying through the line.
Here is Gibbs. Up the middle, he runs into the wall. And the ball came out. Ball is loose. Who's got it? 49ers recover.
That's Kevin Burkhardt on Fox. That's Eric Armstead, Johnny on the spot with the ball. And just a few plays later, McCaffrey into the end zone, a tie game, and everybody in the Bay Area looked at each other, and whatever thing had just changed in their room, they gave that thing credit for changing the game.
Yeah, that was an incredible thing. And the hit, I didn't even really see the ball come out until you see 6 or 7 49ers jumping up and down, and then you're waiting for that moment where the referee runs in and you're waiting for which arm is going to elongate. Are we going this way? Are we putting up a 2 for second down? Or are we going to do the emphatic point? And then you see him point. It's like, all right, we got ourselves a ball game, ladies and germs.
Oh, my gosh. That was the moment, though, where because you already knew the Niners were back in it.
They're in it.
The Niners are already back in it. You go for it on 4th and 2. You go down. Balls are bouncing off helmets. Ayuk, oh, my gosh. It's 24-17. And you're like, they're in it. You see that fumble, that was when I stopped and looked at the other people in the room and was like, oh, God, they're going to win. They're going to win.
I couldn't even get through the sentence, Niners need a stop here.
Right.
I'm like, the Niners need, ball's out. I couldn't even
The Niners need that. They need that. That's what they need right there.
I wasn't even thinking 3 and out. Just keep the Lions off the scoreboard, and I'll take my chances with Brock again.
Oh.
I couldn't even get through the sentence, Mark. That thing was out.
Unreal. What an experience, man. It was funny. I was on with Gianna and Nicole on KPIX this morning. And thank you. They asked, was that the greatest Niners NFC championship of all time? And I was like, well, hang on a second.
Ladies, excuse me while I educate.
Hold on a second. It was amazing. And maybe for a certain generation, Grandy, you can answer it. Is that your favorite NFC championship for the Niners of all time? Yeah, I mean, maybe you'd say yes. But I'm like, I don't know. There's this iconic thing called the catch. I think that's going to be hard to beat.
Tough.
By anything.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, and I think people should go back and just watch that entire game because that thing was maddening on both sides. If you're a Cowboy fan or a Niner fan, the Cowboys, I think, fumbled 4 times.
Nobody could stop turning the ball over. There were 10 turnovers in the game.
Exactly. Yeah. And the Cowboys fumbled 4 times. They lost 3 of them. The Niners had 6 turns. So if you're watching that, like in this day and age, you'd be pulling out your hair.
Oh, gosh. It was absolutely absurd. But not just the drama of the finish. The reason that nothing will ever beat that is because that represented the 49ers finally breaking through, breaking the Cowboys and the fact that they had been held under their thumb for so many years and were off to the Super Bowl for the very, very first time. Just like having a kid, ain't nothing like your first. Nothing is ever going to beat that game. Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's go to one of our favorites, Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I think one of the things that a lot of people, about Brock Purdy, and, throughout the year, you heard the same thing. Well, he can't do this. He can't do that. I'm not really sure about him. Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one. It's like, hey, the thing that everybody probably needs to focus on is this. If they do win this thing, okay, you're going to have the sports story of the year because you have Mr. Irrelevant, a guy who wasn't even probably going to be on a team, all of a sudden emerges and becomes a Super Bowl champion, and Kyle Shanahan will have his Super Bowl ring that everybody said he couldn't win. And to me, that is just thank you guys.
All right, Rich, thank you. I don't know. Am I is this just too biased for everybody? I feel like, for whatever this is worth, and maybe that's not much, but along the lines of what Rich is saying, the Niners winning is a way better story. It's a way better story than the Chiefs winning.
It depends. I mean, I think it is biased because you can look at the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce angle.
I mean, just from a story standpoint.
Well, I mean, the story of, he drops down on a knee at the 50 in the postgame.
If he were to do that.
Right. So,
by the way, he could do that anyway.
Of course. Tough to do it in a loss.
She'll still say yes.
I don't know. Maybe she. You know what, Travis? That drop in the third quarter, I'm afraid that's going to be a no for me, Travis.
She pulls Mike Singletary out and goes, I want winners.
Totally.
And leaves.
That would be fresh.
That's a great end of the book.
Goes over to the Niners side.
She's like, I'm going back to Tokyo. You waste my time flying across the world to watch you lose?
Yeah. Where's your brother Jason at? Seriously. I think that the storybook of Brock Purdy from Mr. Irrelevant and his whole story, and I do encourage everyone to go to the Chronicle, sfchronicle.com, and read Connor Letourneau's story.
Yep.
It may not even be behind the paywall for those of you who don't partake. It's an excellent story about his time at Queens Creek, Arizona, and his humble beginnings and all the rest of it. So his story, first and foremost, would be one of the best stories in football history.
Of course.
So it's hard to top that. And the Niners getting back there for the first time in 30 years and all the rest of it. But there are Chiefs storylines that are still very scrumptious.
No doubt. But if I'm just looking at it from a football perspective, like if you're a Chiefs fan, let's be real. Obviously, you think it's a better story that the Chiefs win. But to the rest of the world, if the Chiefs win this, go another 7 or 8 years from now, these will all just be lost in the bucket. You know what I mean? It's like I wouldn't.
Just another Chiefs
win. That's what I mean. I wouldn't expect that we could go to Boston and those people would be like, so here are the characteristics of the first Warriors championship, and then the second. They're just like, I don't know, man. You guys won a bunch.
Well, could you parse out all Tommy's 6 in New England?
No clue. No clue.
It's tough.
Exactly. So
although you mentioned the one the other day when he had a $145 through the air and was the MVP.
That was the first. That's
Correct.
why I remember it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, it was just like the only memorable one was 28-3. But outside of that, it's like, yeah, you won and then you didn't. Like there was a year, right? People forget that Eli Manning beat the Patriots twice. There's the one that everybody remembers.
Manning.
Tyree.
Helmet.
Right? Exactly. But then there was the other one. What was the final score of that one?
It was also 20-14 or something.
Somebody had something and somebody else had something else. I don't remember the first thing about that Super Bowl. It just gets lost in the bucket. And that's kind of what this might feel like if the Chiefs win. The 49ers win, that's different. That's so different on so many levels. I'm talking about for the fans who don't have a dog in this fight.
Well, it's really because of Brock Purdy. Let's be honest.
Part of it, but it's also 30 years for
30 years
for a major franchise.
The biggest story is Brock Purdy goes from near zero to hero, and then Kyle Shanahan gets off the schneid, and McCaffrey gets it done, and all the other secondary storylines. And if the Chiefs win it, it's Kelce and Taylor. It's Mahomes might be the GOAT, and it's Richie James revenge game. Don't sleep on the Richie James revenge angle.
Great call. Charles Omena, who limps out onto the 50 and goes, take that. Let's go to Raymond in Richmond. Hi, Raymond. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs? I'm just at work right now. I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
You guys are my favorite show, man.
Appreciate
I just
you,
want to
Raymond.
say the first time in this game, the first time that Travis Kelce comes across the middle, I want Dre Greenlaw to absolutely destroy him, like level him, and then the cameras can cut to Taylor Swift's face. You know, our defense got to come out and set the tone with a play like that, and it's all uphill from there, baby. Go Niners.
Okay, Raymond. Thank you for the kind words. Dre Greenlaw would definitely be the one to do that.
Easier said than done, though,
exactly.
because that's a big dude. And that's it's not like you're going after Mecole Hardman, who's a little bit smaller.
You also, look, I know that, we get excited about that. I don't want personal fouls. I don't want the Chiefs to get 15 yards. Like, you got to do it within the framework of the game. You know what I mean? I listened to Romo on with Bonte and Joe yesterday, and I'm like, oh, my God, you're as crazy as ever.
Oh, he's fun.
Sitting here talking to the guys going, first of all, he still calls the Niners we, which is hysterical. I love it. How many jerseys did he end up wearing in his career?
I think three.
I agree
Raiders
with you.
and Broncos.
Raiders and Broncos. But anyway,
okay,
he's still out here with the we, and I tell you what we're going to do, and we're going to give Kelce something up the chin, and what I want is Kelce at the hospital with Taylor by his side while we're lifting the Lombardi, okay?
And guess what?
I'm like...
He also played for the Eagles.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. Snuck it in post-Niners. 2 with the Eagles, 7 with Denver, and then 2 with the Raiders.
Dude, they wouldn't even allow you in the league anymore. Like, I get it. It's just talk. It's the way he goes about it. But it's like, I just want to win. I'm really not worried about ambulances on the field. Like, I'm
and guess what?
I'm trying to send people to the hospital.
Sometimes you got to take a 15.
This isn't the Untouchables. It's the Super Bowl.
Romo,
okay?
I'm with you. I co-sign on that. Sometimes you got to take a 15, Mark. And that's just the cost of doing business in the National Football League, okay?
Football Friday, brought to you by Flag and Anthem, and we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The Warriors and the Grizzlies are going to battle tonight, and Warriors Live is next. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs, reminding you that Safeway is a proud sponsor of the San Francisco 49ers. And
minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this when the Warriors hit the road, but they hit the road for the moment with some opponents that you figure if they keep playing the way they've been playing, maybe some good things can start even away from home. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network, made for streaming live sports. It's Willard and Dibbs with you as we officially start our countdown to the Warriors and the Grizzlies, as Steve Kerr told us earlier this week, Dibbs. Every single game, essentially, is what they feel is a turning point, needs to be the start of something. They are running out of time, and so even though this is 5 straight on the road, they're going to need to do some work this week.
They do have some work to do, and you've got a lot of games in rapid succession between now and the All-Star break. So tonight, a great time to get out there and get a victory on the road. You're rested, having had a couple of days off. You come in with some momentum, even though you dropped a couple of tough ones. You won your last game. You are playing better. Your wingman, Andrew Wiggins, seems to have reemerged, and you've got a lot of pieces going in your direction. This should be a good time for them to keep the momentum.
Warriors on this trip at Memphis tonight, at Atlanta tomorrow, then one day off, then in Brooklyn on Monday, where Steve Kerr has said Moses Moody could return. So we start to look at the return of the injuries. Moody, GP2, CP3. First one could be Moses Moody returning on Monday. That's still a maybe, but a possible one. Tuesday off, and then another back-to-back in Philly on Wednesday, at Indiana Thursday. So again, they're road games, they're condensed, but you do see a lot of opponents in there that are opponents that the Warriors, in theory, should be able to handle.
And tonight being the first of those, and they go in there as road favorites, heavy road favorites, which is a good sign for a team that is still sitting 4 games below 500.
In case you missed it yesterday, because with all of the 49ers stuff, we haven't had a big chance to talk about the NBA, but the Grizzlies made a trade yesterday. And an old friend of the Warriors, someone that they know really well, in Steven Adams, who's not played this year, but has now been moved off the roster. This is more a salary thing than anything else, but it's names we know. Steven Adams goes to the Rockets in exchange for guard Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round picks. Oladipo is such a head-scratcher and a woulda, coulda, shoulda type of a career. Once upon a time, this guy was being billed as an NBA 1 with the Indiana Pacers a number of years ago. It's obviously gone a very different way, and now he's a part of a trade of injured players and draft picks between 2 struggling teams.
And it's a shame to see, and he'll join another member of that woulda, coulda been team, Derrick Rose, who is still in the association. He's on the Grizzlies this year, although not expected to play tonight. He's listed on a long injury sheet for the Memphis Grizzlies.
So this one, in terms of what this does for a salary and the Grizzlies, $12.4 million that comes off of the books. Memphis was currently ticketed to be in that second apron, which is very, very punitive, and this gets them down below it. But again, Adams not playing this year, not expected to play this year, and there's no timetable for the return of Victor Oladipo, who's dealing with injury as well. As we know, these Memphis Grizzlies are pretty much Jaren Jackson and then a bunch of names that you don't really know. A lot of guys have been in and out of the lineup, but with John Morant, who came back from his suspension, played for a very short period of time, and now he's out for the year. Steven Adams no longer on the team. Some of the players that you're used to seeing battle through the years with the Warriors, you're not going to see in this version of the Memphis Grizzlies.
Absolutely, and you think about the last time you played against these Memphis Grizzlies, and it was back on January 15th, and we got to know a lot of Memphis Grizzlies, and it's not the way you want to get to know them, with the Grizzlies winning 116-107. And I remember listening to the broadcast here on 95.7 The Game and hearing another Jackson, and it was Gregory Jackson, who went for 23 off the bench for Memphis, and we all thought that it was Jaren Jackson Jr., and it actually wasn't. And a couple of Williamses and a Tillman Sr., and you look at Memphis and you think, wow, this should absolutely be a victory. But last time they went to Tennessee, not only did they get beaten, but it was snowy in Memphis as well.
Yeah, that was a weird game because the Warriors Not only did they lose to a depleted squad, they were winning. They were winning for most of the game. Draymond Green had returned, had 24 minutes, but I don't think he was kind of playing the role that he is now kind of gotten back to. He's back in his flow. He's listed as probable today. As far as we can tell right now, Draymond Green is expected to play tonight, and we'll get to the injury report in just a moment. But that game feels like it was a while ago, but think of what has happened since then. The Warriors blow that game in the fourth quarter, and then Coach Decky and the situation in his untimely passing happens the very next day at dinner after this game. So things have been so kind of unsettling and all over the place for the whole organization since their last trip to Memphis, with the 2 postponed games and then a 2-2 record since they've returned to the court, with both of those losses being memorable 1-point losses. So, look, 2-2 is just 2-2, no big deal. But I will say this, in those 4 games that the Warriors have played since they've gotten back to it, there's still defensive problems all over the place, but the offensive side of the ball is showing signs. And there does seem to be a flow with Draymond on the floor, right, Kuminga and Wiggins playing well together and just playing well, period, as individuals. There is a glimmer of hope and optimism with where this team is headed right now.
No doubt, and the glimmer has to turn into results, because if you go back to the Christmas game at Denver and you include that game, they've lost 10 of 15, Mark. The Golden State Warriors have lost 10 of their last 15 games, and that's something that we haven't been able to say in the better part of 10 years, where they've been on that kind of a run.
Yep.
You mentioned the good efforts against the Kings and the Lakers in losses. That's good news. Feels like they do have momentum, but now you got to go out and show it. 5-game road trip, 3 opponents who you should be able to beat, winnable games. Philly and Indiana, back-to-back, difficult. You think, though, if you can somehow pull out a 4-1 on this trip, you would come back home just a game below 500. It's a season-changing trip if they go out and handle business.
There's no question, because, by the way, it's also a trip that runs right up to what? February 8th. What's February 8th? That's the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So this is it. These are the 5 games that are going to determine what the Warriors want to and can do with regard to their roster. So I think this is less the case than maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, but guys are still auditioning to a certain degree. You're auditioning for more minutes. You're auditioning to show that you can play with the people you need to play with, and then you're going to start to get people coming back into the fold, like potentially Moses Moody on Monday. But these 5 games, that's it. They're running up to the trade deadline, and 3-4 weeks ago, it felt like big names were going to be on the move. It feels very much less like that now, but I'm still bracing myself. I'm bracing myself for the next 6 days and wondering what exactly it is this Warrior roster is going to look like at the end of this trip.
Yeah, you get 4 games between now and the deadline, then you play the same day of the deadline. So to your point, it's a lot of information that can be gleaned based on, what this team does. I think that they already have an idea of what they want to do. All eyes for me will be on Andrew Wiggins, because as well as he can play, if he continues to play well with Kuminga, and Steve Kerr told us earlier in the week that Draymond's been the guy to kind of unlock that combination. If Wiggins can get back to the two-way Wiggs that he was in the title year, well, then this team got a trade deadline acquisition in Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no 2 ways about it. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors, as we know, same 3 guys out in Chris Paul, Moses Moody, GP2. There is another one, though, as well, and this one is worth our conversation. Dario Saric is ill and is out tonight for the Warriors, so a key bench piece and some of their size is not going to be in this game tonight. Might be a night where we get to see a little bit more Trace Jackson-Davis and hope that he can really have an imprint on the game.
And Kevon Looney as well, a guy whose minutes have been slowly evaporating because of Trace Jackson-Davis, and Looney maybe not fitting as well with this team as he has in the past. And Steve mentioned to us earlier in the week, the pace of the game and the way the NBA goes now doesn't really fit with the way Kevon Looney likes to play, but tonight without Saric, you don't really have much of an option. So I would look for Looney's minutes to tick back up tonight.
Draymond Green, as we mentioned, probable with a right knee contusion. Based on what we're hearing from the arena in Memphis, Draymond is expected to give it a go. As far as the Grizzlies are concerned, take a listen to this now. Here's your list of Grizzlies who are out. Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, Brandon Clark, Jake LaRavia, Zaire Williams, Marcus Smart, and Victor Oladipo, recently acquired, are all out, and Xavier Tillman is doubtful with left knee soreness. So if you want to know why the Warriors are a big favorite tonight, it is because the Grizzlies are all out.
Pretty much. Yeah, and I see on the injury list that Luke Kennard and Derrick Rose, both game-time decisions.
Rose is in. They have announced that.
Oh, he is going to play.
Rose is in, yes.
That's good because I like watching Derrick Rose, but part of me feels bad because he's on that list of guys, and in terms of what could have been, he could have been one of the all-time greats.
Kennard is going to be in as well. Okay. So those two just got that handed to us. Those two will be in for the Grizzlies tonight, okay. So that's exciting. At least you will have heard of someone who is playing for the other team.
And they'll at least have 8 or 9 healthy bodies so they can actually field a legal NBA team.
Let's do the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I will go to that injury report we just talked about and the point that I made and do my Take It to the Bank prediction around Trace Jackson Davis. I'm going to call for double-digit scoring from TJD in this one tonight. I think that the Warriors are going to want to utilize a little bit more of the pick and roll and maybe get some alley-oops in there with Saric out with that bench unit. Let's see if TJD can be an around-the-rim finisher in what should be kind of a young, athletic group out there for Memphis that I think TJD can match. And so if it's an up-and-down game, I think he can finish a few breaks and give the Warriors 10 to 12 points tonight.
They're going to need that in the front court because Jaren Jackson Jr., obviously quite a presence on the other side. My prediction is going to go to two-way Wigs, Andrew Wiggins, and I'm going to put him at least 20 points. He had 22 in the loss to the Lakers. He had 23 in the win over Philadelphia. I do think there's something to Draymond Green unlocking the Kuminga-Wiggins combo. He's 16 for 22 over the last 2 games from the floor. 16 to 22. Yeah. He's starting to shoot the ball more. He's getting to the foul line more. 11 free throw attempts combined in those 2 games. I think Andrew stays aggressive, looks to score. I got him hitting the 20-point plateau for a 3rd straight game.
Okay, Wiggs. That would be great. Obviously, Warriors could really use it. You know, the overall thing that's really on my mind with this team right now, and I always think about it this way, like if you could have a private moment with Mike Dunleavy Jr. and be like, no cameras, no microphones, man, just be real with me. What's the goal? What's the goal right now?
What's to win the championship?
Well, I obviously that's what you would say.
I think that still is the goal.
If there were cameras and microphones, I don't know how realistic that is, sitting here with the record that they currently have, the injuries they currently have, the situation, the age that they have. So I'm not saying you give up on that concept.
Yeah.
The easier way to say it is we're going to go day to day and try to win. I get that. But the trade deadline is coming, and clearly the organizational thought has adjusted a little bit from we got to make a trade and let's just give Wiggins away. And now it's not that. Okay, maybe we can keep functioning with Wiggins, but to what end? It's not just the deadline coming. It's then what happens next. Sure, play the season out, see if you can make the playoffs, et cetera, but then you're going to get to that point pretty quickly where expiring contracts of Klay Thompson and Chris Paul are going to be there. I just wonder right now, as the Warriors execute whatever it is they're going to do over the next 3 months, I'm curious what year they're looking at when they do whatever they do. Are they looking at this year and still thinking, hey, let's at least be noisemakers and see what happens? Or, because this is where I think their mind was 2 weeks ago, their mind was get Wiggins out of here and everything's on the table and let's kind of reboot to see where we can put ourselves in an advantageous position for next year. They are stuck in the middle a little bit.
A little bit.
It's like we're too good to sell everything off, but we're not good enough to go win a title either. All right, so you're at a fork in the road. Pick a direction.
Well, the direction is now, and I think that you're looking at the future only in terms of not trading off assets. And I think you look at your financials and you realize that Chris Paul comes off $30 million, Klay Thompson comes off $42 million. If you keep Klay, maybe that number goes to $25 million. Whatever that number goes to, that number goes down. Klay's not getting $42 million a year from the Warriors next year, so the financials will work themselves out. I think your goal, if you were to ask Mike Dunleavy privately, he would say the goal is to get a playoff series. So you're trying to get to the 10 right now, and you are a game out of the 10. You've got a lot of games in hand, though, because you had the tragedy strike and you had a couple of games postponed. So in the loss column right now, you're actually ahead of the Lakers and the Jazz, but you've played 6 fewer games than both of those teams. You've played 44, they've played 50, which makes this upcoming stretch really even more important than ever before.
Games.
So
a lot of games.
Maybe that's what Mike Dunleavy says to you when you ask him, what's the goal? He says, get back to me in 10 days and I'll let you know. Because if you go on this trip and you go 2-3, and if you come home, you got 9 games till the All-Star break, and if you go 4-5 in those games, well, now you're sitting at 24-29. Now the whole thing is starting to slip away.
Well,
so I do think that his answer to you would be like, call me back in 2 weeks and I'll give you a real answer.
I guess, and I know that, I know we had teams come out of the play-in tournament last year that ended up doing some special things and making a whole lot of noise in the playoffs, even though it was the Nuggets that ended up winning it. But that is probably going to have to be the route for the Warriors if they're even able to achieve that. You mentioned it. You're a game out of the play-in group right now, and in the loss column, you're actually ahead of those teams.
Yeah.
So it's very realistic to look at the play-in tournament. Beyond the play-in tournament, that's getting tough already. That's already getting tough. You are 6 full games behind the Phoenix Suns right now, and they're the ones who are just barely in to the 6th seed at this point. And just look at the names of those teams, the T-Wolves and the Thunder, Clippers, Nuggets, Kings, and Suns. Those are the teams sitting there in the top 6 right now. It feels a little bit far-fetched at this point, the idea of the Warriors catching one of those teams. So I'm with you. You're going for a playoff series, but they've been to the play-in tournament before. It didn't go well.
Right.
And so that's a very, very difficult route to get to where you want to go, and I wonder how that shades the decisions you're going to make over the next 6 days.
It's true when you put it that way. I don't think you're going to do anything too rash, like trade Klay Thompson or trade Draymond Green, because you do have an eye toward the future. And let's say you wind up as the 11th seed, you don't even get a play-in. Well, you look at your roster for next year, and you're still going to be in the same spot you were at the start of this year, where you thought you had enough to give it a go. You won't have Chris Paul most likely. If you re-sign Klay, you come back with largely the same team, and you felt this year that was, good enough to compete. So I don't think you do anything too dramatic at the deadline unless you absolutely hit the skids or something really bad happens.
Willard and Dibbs and it's Warriors Live. They're in Memphis tonight. What's on Tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time to put your lips on a Farmer. As we mentioned, it's a 5-game road trip that's going to get started here in just over a half hour. In Memphis tonight, then Atlanta, Brooklyn, Philly, and Indiana, leading right up to the trade deadline before they come home for a date next Saturday against the Phoenix Suns. This is kind of an interesting number. The Warriors are 7-11 on the road this year. You go, well, that's not great. Well, run that through the prism of last year, and I'm like, 7-11, that's amazing. That's like right. That's the other thing. When you look at these teams that they're playing on this trip, you figure no Embiid when they go to Philly. We've already detailed that Memphis has, next to none of their players tonight. These are games that they have to win, and they're capable of winning. They have been, in some ways, a more viable team on the road this year than they were last year.
Yeah, Memphis is the 13 seed. You've got Atlanta, who's the 10 in the East. Brooklyn's the 11. You mentioned no Embiid in Philadelphia. The Pacers are good. That's going to be a very difficult back-to-back, sure. But you focus on the first 3 of the 5 on the road. If you can somehow get all 3 of those, and I know it's crazy talk when you're 7-11 on the road, but you get Memphis, you turn your attention to the other two, and you feel like you have momentum. So this is the spot right here, Mark. This is everything for them.
I'm with you. It feels like, you tuck in a little trip to Memphis on a Friday when all the talk is about the Super Bowl, and you're thinking just kind of like, oh, Memphis doesn't have any of their players, kind of a yawn situation. Not at all. To me, this is as intense as they come for the situation they're in. The Warriors have got to win this game tonight.
Huge game, and this game shouldn't be as big as it is, but that's where you are. Go out there and get it done, Dubs. This is a big weekend for you now.
No doubt about it. Hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. We're going to get this thing out to the arena here coming up in just a sec. Warriors Live is presented by the Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports. For Dibs, I'm Willard. We're going to get you out to our crew in Memphis coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Have you tried Farmer's Brewing yet? If not, it's time you put your lips on a Farmer.